Somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, roughly halfway between Florida and the Bermuda Islands, the water changes color. Not the way the sky changes at sunset, gradually, giving the eye time to adjust. It happens differently here. Blue, almost turquoise near the shore, and then suddenly, at an invisible line, deep indigo, almost black, as though beneath you there is no longer a sandy bottom 300 feet down, but an abyss 3 miles deep. Sailors who passed through these waters often enough used to say there was something like a character to that line, something almost alive, not threatening, not hostile, just other. Different sounds, different movement in the swells, a different quality of silence. This place has many names. The Devil's Triangle, the Triangle of Death, but most often, simply the Bermuda Triangle. 3 points on a map: Miami to the west, the Bermuda Islands to the north, Puerto Rico to the south. Roughly 200,000 square miles of water, about the size of Texas. And in that water, if the chronicles are to be believed, more than 50 ships and 20 aircraft have vanished without trace over the past 200 years. People, cargo, wreckage, all of it simply stopped existing. Before we go any further, write in the comments what city you're listening from tonight. I keep a geography of my listeners, and one day I'll make something from those places. And if you haven't subscribed yet, this is a good moment. There are more of these coming. Let us begin with the strangest thing, with a paradox that sits at the center of this entire story and that almost nobody mentions. The Bermuda Triangle officially does not exist. It has never existed. The United States Navy does not recognize it as any special geographic zone. The US Board on Geographic Names has never included it in any official atlas. Lloyd's of London, the insurance company that will insure absolutely anything, from a Picasso to an opera singer's vocal cords, does not consider sailing through the Bermuda Triangle a higher risk than sailing anywhere else in the Atlantic. Same rates, same actuarial tables. And yet, this is one of the most famous places on Earth. Children in school know the name, films are made, books are written, expeditions are launched. How does it happen that a place that doesn't exist takes up so much space in the human imagination? Maybe it's because some stories are too good for a simple explanation, too full of that particular, almost sweet anxiety you feel when you lie in the dark and think about something very large and very far away, about a depth that cannot be measured, about a distance that cannot be walked, about people who simply vanished, not died, not perished in a wreck, but vanished, as if the world folded them into a pocket and forgot about them. Let me tell you what this place actually is. Not as legend, but as physical reality. Because sometimes knowing what lies beneath you creates a particular kind of calm. Not fear, but something closer to respect for scale. The Bermuda Triangle sits in the northwestern Atlantic Ocean. Its boundaries are described differently in different sources. There is, remember, no official definition, and various researchers drew the triangle slightly differently. But the 3 points are usually taken as Miami on the Florida coast, the Bermuda Islands in the open ocean, and Puerto Rico to the southeast. The area within those 3 points ranges from about 200,000 to nearly 400,000 square miles, depending on how you draw the lines. For comparison, that is larger than the states of Texas, California, and Montana combined. This is an enormous piece of water, and across this enormous piece of water, every single day, thousands of vessels pass. This is one of the busiest maritime corridors in the world. Cargo ships from Europe bound for the Caribbean and back, cruise ships, fishing boats, yachts, ferries, and hundreds of aircraft cross the triangle by air daily. It is one of the most congested air corridors on Earth. If the triangle were genuinely, anomalously dangerous, we would know it from annual statistics. But the statistics say otherwise. The rate of losses here is no different from comparable regions elsewhere. This is important knowledge, not because it kills the legend. The legend is too alive and too necessary to be killed by a percentage, but because it allows us to separate the legend from fear. The legend is a good thing. The fear, optional. Let us start with the oldest of these stories, the one that happened 70 years before the word triangle was ever connected to this place. December 5th, 1872. A Canadian brigantine called the Dei Gratia moves slowly across the Atlantic, about 400 nautical miles east of the Azores. The weather is calm, the wind light, the horizon clear. The watchman spots another vessel ahead, moving strangely, sideways, in lurches, as though the helmsman is drunk, or no one is at the wheel at all. The captain of the Dei Gratia, a man named David Morehouse, raises his binoculars. The rigging is partly furled, partly hanging in disarray. On deck, not the slightest sign of life. Morehouse sends a boat. When his men climb aboard, they find the ship in a state of almost eerie order. The cabins are neat. Personal belongings are stowed. In the galley, signs of recent cooking. In the hold, 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, the entire cargo untouched. The ship's log is kept carefully up to November 25th. After that date, blank pages. The compass is smashed. The single lifeboat is gone. The ship was called the Mary Celeste. Her captain was Benjamin Briggs, 37 years old, an experienced sailor from Massachusetts, a man of spotless reputation, a teetotaler and a committed Christian. The kind of man who, everyone who knew him agreed, would never abandon a vessel under any storm unless his life faced direct and immediate danger. On board with him were his wife Sarah and their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 experienced sailors, 10 people. Not one of them was ever seen again. Investigators found several details that fit no rational version of events. Food on the table was nearly ready to be served, as though people had stood up and walked out in the middle of a meal. Beds in the cabins rumpled from sleep, valuables and personal belongings in place. Sarah Briggs's sewing machine standing where it always stood. Her music book open, as if someone had just stopped playing, The strangest detail, the sounding rod used to check water levels in the hold was lying on the deck, meaning someone had just used it. One of the pumps was disassembled. This suggested the captain may have believed the ship was sinking. But the ship was not sinking. It was floating perfectly well. Where the answer was hiding, somewhere between those two facts, no one has ever been able to work out. In a century and a half, the theories have accumulated impressively. But before the theories, there is one more detail from the Mary Celeste that I cannot leave out. When the De Gratia's men first boarded the empty ship, one of them, a sailor named Oliver Deveau, went below to the captain's cabin. There he found the water level gauge still deployed from the morning's check. He found that the hatch over the forward hold was open, and he found in the ship's log the last entry. Monday, 25th, at 8 o'clock, Eastern Point bears south-southwest, 6 miles distant. Eastern point of the island of Santa Maria in the Azores, 6 miles. This is the last position recorded by anyone aboard the Mary Celeste. 6 miles from land. If they had needed to reach shore, they could have reached it, if they had a lifeboat, which they did. The lifeboat was gone. All the evidence suggested a rapid departure, panic perhaps, or a sudden perceived emergency. The most plausible explanation today, and it is genuinely only a possibility, involves those barrels of alcohol in the hold. Industrial alcohol was not always stored in perfectly sealed barrels. 9 of the 1,701 barrels were later found to be empty, slightly damp. If alcohol vapor had built up and a small explosion or fire occurred, not enough to damage the ship, but alarming enough to convince a careful, conscientious captain that something catastrophic was about to happen, he might have ordered everyone into the lifeboat with a long rope to stay close while the danger passed. And then the rope might have broken, or the sea been rougher than it looked, or the lifeboat, overloaded with 10 people in rough swells, simply swamped. In 15 minutes, the Gulf Stream could have separated them from the ship. In an hour, the ship could have been invisible over the horizon. And 10 people in an open boat in November swells in the Atlantic, without fresh water, without food, without shelter, had very little time. This explanation is plausible. It is also unverifiable, which is how the Mary Celeste has remained for 150 years, suspended between the possible and the unknown. In a century and a half, the theories have accumulated impressively. A pirate attack, a mutiny, a sudden waterspout, an explosion of alcohol vapors that panicked the captain enough to order everyone off the ship. There is even a version involving a giant squid, and a version in which Briggs and the captain of the De Gratia, who were, it should be noted, old friends who had dined together the evening before both ships sailed, cooked something up for insurance purposes. The insurance investigation didn't support it. The Mary Celeste doesn't technically belong to the Bermuda Triangle in the strict sense. The ship was found near the Azores, different waters, different coordinates. But this is the story that first created the image that later attached itself to the triangle permanently. An empty ship sailing itself, and 10 people dissolved in the water like a cube of sugar in warm tea. Now let us jump forward 70 years. The war has just ended, September 1945. The world is exhaling after 6 years of horror, and the Naval Air Station at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is doing what it always did, training pilots. Routine training flights over the Atlantic, everything quiet, the danger behind them. Or so it seemed. December 5th, 1945, at exactly 2:10 in the afternoon, 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers lift off the runway. This is Flight 19, a training route east toward the Bahamas, then a turn north, then back to base. 3 hours, no more. The commander is Lieutenant Charles Taylor, 28 years old, 2,500 hours of flight time, several combat missions in the Pacific. Experienced, calm, dependable. 14 men, good weather, excellent visibility. 2 hours later, contact with the base grows strange. What Taylor says sounds off. Both of his compasses, primary and backup, have failed simultaneously. He doesn't know where he is. He thinks he flew over the Florida Keys, though he should be near the Bahamas, about 120 miles from his estimated position. The other pilots report the same thing. The instruments are behaving unpredictably. The ocean below doesn't look the way it's supposed to look. The controllers on the ground try to help. The conversation cuts out, comes back, cuts out again. Taylor declines the offer to hand command over to another pilot, whose compass is still working. He leads the group northeast, then somewhere else. The voice on the radio grows increasingly strained. The fuel is running low. At 9:45 in the evening, a civilian vessel reports a flash of light over the water. Flight 19 stopped making contact. 6 planes and 27 men. A search aircraft, a PBM Mariner flying boat with 13 crew, was sent after them. It also didn't return. Searches went on for days. 300,000 square miles were covered. No wreckage, no oil slick, no trace. The official conclusion of the Navy's investigation into Flight 19: cause unknown. 30 years later, in 1974, an American writer named Charles Berlitz published a book called The Bermuda Triangle. It sold roughly 20 million copies and became one of the most read non-fiction works of the 20th century. Berlitz gathered the scattered stories of disappearances into a single narrative, drew a map with a triangle on it, and named the space between the dots. After that book, the phrase Bermuda Triangle entered the languages of the world so permanently that it no longer needed explanation. But before Berlitz, there was something else, something rarely discussed, though it may be the most unsettling story in the whole collection. March 1918. World War I is not yet over. The USS Cyclops, a massive coal transport, one of the largest vessels in the Navy, 540 feet long, leaves the port of Barbados and sets course for Baltimore. On board, 306 people. The cargo, nearly 11,000 tons of manganese ore. Last known position, March 4th, Barbados. Expected arrival in Baltimore, March 13th. The ship did not arrive. No distress signals were received. No wreckage was ever found. No trace. 306 people. A ship weighing nearly 20,000 tons. Simply gone. The United States Navy has never closed this case. The official language still reads, "The disappearance of this vessel remains one of the most baffling mysteries in the annals of the Navy." President Woodrow Wilson said at the time something that was quoted many times afterward. "Only God and the sea know what happened to that great ship." The Cyclops was carrying manganese ore, an unusually dense cargo, nearly 11,000 tons of it. Manganese ore is also notoriously unstable as a ship's cargo. It can shift in the hold, especially in rough weather, changing the vessel's center of gravity in ways that can capsize even a large ship with surprising speed. A single significant roll and the weight moves, and the ship doesn't come back upright. There were also reports, recorded in the Navy's investigation, that the Cyclops was in poor mechanical condition when it sailed. One of its 2 engines was disabled. The ship was sailing on one engine, overloaded, with a cargo prone to shifting, in weather that was not calm for the full length of the voyage. This might explain the absence of a distress signal. If the ship capsized suddenly, as an unstable load in rough weather might cause, there would have been no time to transmit. A ship that size, going down quickly, can create a significant underwater disturbance. The displacement of water as it sinks can scatter wreckage over a wide area, and ocean currents can then distribute that wreckage further. With 1918 technology, no satellite imagery, no automated position tracking, search efforts in the right area could still have missed everything. This is a reasonable explanation. It is supported by some evidence, and it still doesn't entirely satisfy, because the Cyclops was 540 feet long, and ships that size, even when they sink quickly, usually leave something. The ocean usually gives back something. The silence from the Cyclops has been, for more than a century, genuinely total. Only God and the sea know what happened to that great ship. There is something particular about the way the night is constructed. During the day, the mind is occupied with 1,000 small things, and the large questions retreat to the background. But at night, especially in these minutes when the body has nearly relaxed and the thoughts haven't quite gone quiet yet, that's when the questions come that have no easy answers. How can ships the size of an office building vanish? Where do people go when they were just here, just eating, just looking at the same water everyone else was looking at? Perhaps that's why these stories are told so well at night. They're made of the same material as darkness, space without edges, silence without answer. The human mind cannot tolerate a vacuum. If there is no explanation, it creates one. And over a century, the explanations for the Bermuda Triangle have multiplied into something approaching an encyclopedia. Let us walk through them, not to choose the right one, but simply to see how differently people look at the same dark patch of water. The first and most popular paranormal theory: extraterrestrials. The idea that beneath the Atlantic there exists a base of an alien civilization that periodically collects samples, ships, planes, people, the way a researcher takes soil samples. This version appeared in the 1960s with the first wave of interest in flying saucers and has never lost its audience. Steven Spielberg, incidentally, played with this in his 1977 film Close Encounters of the Third Kind. In a scene many people consider one of the best in the picture, ships and planes from Flight 19, perfectly intact as if just off the assembly line, appear in the middle of a desert. Returned. simply returned without explanation. The second theory, Atlantis. More precisely, its energy crystals. According to this view, the legendary sunken continent lies beneath the waters of the triangle, and its power installations, enormous crystalline generators that once supplied the Atlanteans with energy, are still operating, sporadically emitting fields that scramble navigational instruments and destroy the hulls of ships. This version is beautiful, the way an old map with sea monsters in the corners is beautiful. Hard to believe, but pleasant to imagine might be true. The third theory, time portals. Tears in the fabric of space-time through which ships and aircraft slip into a different era or dimension. This idea connects to something real, the reports of pilots and sailors who experienced profound disorientation in these waters. Let me tell you more about Bruce Gernon, because his account is the most detailed and the most difficult to dismiss entirely. In December 1970, Gernon was piloting a small Beechcraft Bonanza from the Bahamas to Miami. Near the Bimini Islands, he noticed an unusual cloud formation, a lens-shaped cloud directly in his path. As he climbed above it, it began to grow rapidly and surround him, forming what he described as a tunnel. The clouds were rotating. The tunnel was pulling him in. He passed through. When he emerged, his compass was spinning. His instruments showed Miami below him. But he had only been flying for 47 minutes, and at his speed, Miami was at least 75 minutes from his departure point. The controllers at Miami confirmed his position. He had traveled 100 miles in what should have taken 30 more minutes. Gernon spent years analyzing what happened and came up with his own theory. A form of electronic fog, a naturally occurring phenomenon in the atmosphere over the Gulf Stream that could affect instruments and distort the experience of time. He is not a crank. He is a professional pilot with decades of experience, and his account has been consistent for more than 50 years. Whether what he experienced was a genuine anomaly in the space-time fabric, an unusual meteorological phenomenon affecting his instruments in ways not yet fully understood, or something he experienced and remembered with genuine conviction but cannot be verified, this is not a simple question to answer. It is a genuinely open one. The third theory, time portals. Tears in the fabric of space-time through which ships and aircraft slip into a different era or dimension. This idea is fed by accounts from several pilots who flew through the triangle and described a sensation of a white fog into which sky and earth disappeared. And when the fog lifted, they found themselves in a completely different position. One such account belongs to an American pilot named Bruce Gernon, who in 1970 described how his aircraft passed through a strange rotating tunnel of cloud and apparently gained almost 30 minutes of flight time, arriving over Miami considerably earlier than was physically possible at his speed and with his fuel load. Whether this is instrument error, disorientation, or something else remains genuinely open. These are theories that cannot be proved or disproved. They exist in the space where science ends and something else begins, something everyone names with their own word. But there are other theories, ones that can be tested, ones that have laboratories and data behind them. Beneath the floor of the Atlantic, in layers of sedimentary rock, lie enormous deposits of a substance called methane hydrate, something between ice and gas, molecules of methane trapped inside cages of frozen water molecules. It looks like white ice. It burns like natural gas, and there is a great deal of it in this region. The Blake Ridge, a particularly rich deposit, lies just north of the Bermuda Triangle, almost on its border. Here is the key. Under certain conditions, changes in pressure, changes in water temperature, these methane hydrates can suddenly destabilize. And when they do, enormous bubbles of gas rise from the ocean floor. Not one bubble, but a cascade, a wall of bubbles that changes the density of the water at the surface. Scientists from Southern Methodist University, including geophysicist Ben Frampus, have documented that exactly these kinds of deposits exist along the Atlantic coast of North America. And in 2003, researchers publishing in the American Journal of Physics built a scale model of a ship and released a large gas bubble beneath it in a water tank. When the ship was positioned directly above the bubble, it instantly lost buoyancy and sank. Quickly, without leaving surface debris, almost without trace. This doesn't mean methane hydrates explain every disappearance. Scientists are careful with the language. But it does mean the physical mechanism exists, that the ocean can, under specific circumstances, literally swallow a ship so quickly and so completely that nothing remains on the surface. There is another scientific theory mentioned less often, but one that strikes me as particularly interesting. It involves sound. Infrasound, acoustic vibrations below 20 Hz, which the human ear cannot detect, but which the body can physically feel, was studied by a British scientist named Vic Tandy in the 1970s. He discovered something curious. Vibrations at around 18 Hz cause people to experience unexplained anxiety, a sense of malevolent presence, sometimes visual disturbances and disorientation. Under certain weather conditions, particularly when large ocean swells move in a specific pattern against a ship's hull, they can generate exactly this kind of infrasound. If this theory holds any water, it would explain something in the accounts of people who described a sudden, unmotivated terror of the sea. Panic without obvious cause. The decision to abandon a ship that could actually have been saved. Physical fear embedded in a wave, invisible, inaudible, but felt in every cell of the body. Here is a fact worth thinking about in the dark. Most of the disappearances attributed to the Bermuda Triangle occurred before 1970, before satellite navigation, before the global air traffic monitoring system, before the widespread use of emergency beacons that begin transmitting automatically the moment they touch water. After the 1970s, the number of documented mysterious disappearances dropped sharply, almost to zero. This either means technology solved the problem, or that there never was a problem, only people and ships of that era without the means to tell the world what had happened to them. Both explanations are plausible, and both are, in their own way, a little sad. The Bermuda Islands themselves, the 3 points on the map that gave the triangle its name, deserve a moment on their own. This is the northernmost coral island group in the world, a small archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic, discovered in 1509 by a Spanish mariner named Juan de Bermudez. The islands spent years with a dark reputation among sailors, not because of the triangle, but simply because the reefs surrounding them were almost invisible beneath the surface and destroyed a great many ships. Sailors called them the Islands of the Devil, Islas del Diablo. On old charts, notes appeared beside the coastlines, something like, "Danger, many reefs." That ancient warning became a legend. The legend grew, and now this small archipelago stands in the title of one of the most famous myths of the modern world. The Bermudians themselves have varying relationships with this reputation. Some take it with humor. Their local bar is called the Bermuda Triangle, serving a cocktail of the same name. Some are a little tired of it, since the real islands, quiet, green, genuinely peaceful, have almost nothing in common with the image of a demonic place that swallows ships. The actual Bermuda Islands are remarkable for different reasons. They have the oldest parliament in the Western Hemisphere outside of Britain, founded in 1620. They have some of the most spectacular coral reefs in the Atlantic, and they exist because of an underwater volcano that erupted about 100 million years ago, built a seamount up from the ocean floor, and whose summit now protrudes 40 feet above the waterline as the only dry land within hundreds of miles. The islands exist because of geological violence so ancient it doesn't register as violence at all anymore. Just an archipelago of pink sand beaches in the middle of a warm ocean. There are other places on Earth that carry similar reputations. The Bermuda Triangle is the most famous, but not the only one. In the Pacific Ocean, south of Japan, between the Ryukyu Islands and the Bonin Islands, there is a region that Japanese fishermen and sailors called the Sea of the Devil, and that Westerners sometimes call the Dragon's Triangle. Unexplained disappearances of fishing vessels were reported there, and compass anomalies were recorded. In 1952, the Japanese government sent a research vessel, the Kaio Maru No. 5, with 22 scientists on board, specifically to study the phenomenon. The ship vanished with its entire crew. Wreckage was found later. The working theory: a sudden submarine volcanic eruption. This part of the Pacific lies within the Ring of Fire, where volcanic activity is historically intense. An explanation that sounds reassuring until you remember the 22 people on board. In the middle of North America, there is something called the Lake Michigan Triangle, a region in the freshwater lake where small aircraft and vessels have disappeared, though on a far more modest scale. There are points in the Indian Ocean that have accumulated their own collections of unexplained stories. This either tells us that our planet is arranged unevenly, that it contains places where things happen differently, or it tells us that the human mind finds patterns everywhere, even where there are none. Where there is risk, legend is born. Where there is legend, people begin counting coincidences, and coincidences, if you want to find them, can be found anywhere. A late night over the Atlantic is something entirely particular. If you've ever taken an overnight transatlantic flight and looked out the window, you know the feeling. Below, absolute darkness, so complete that you can't tell where the water ends and the sky begins. The plane's lights blink in the void. You are flying over the place where 14 airmen once disappeared, and no one knows how. It isn't frightening, it is spacious, as if the world is briefly showing you its actual size, which, in ordinary life, is hidden behind buildings and traffic lights. Now let us return to the people, not to the numbers and theories, but to the people. Because behind every disappearance, behind every entry in the maritime chronicles, stands someone's life, someone's mourning, someone's last conversation. Benjamin Briggs wrote a letter to his mother a few days before sailing. He wrote that the Mary Celeste was in fine shape and that he hoped for a good crossing. He brought his wife and 2-year-old Sophia because the route to Genoa was familiar. Not his first time, nothing unusual. None of them ever wrote anything again. None of them made any apparent mistake. At least, there's no evidence of one. They were simply at sea on an ordinary November day in 1872. And then, they were not. Charles Taylor, the pilot of Flight 19, did not want to fly that day. According to several accounts, he asked to be excused from this particular assignment without giving a reason. The request was denied. He flew. In the radio transmissions, when the situation had already become desperate, one of the pilots said to another something close to, "If we fly past the 31st parallel and we're really over the Gulf of Mexico, we'd better fly east." The voice was calm, almost analytical. People in mortal danger sometimes become very calm. Anyone who has worked in emergency medicine or search and rescue knows this. That calm in the final transmissions stays in the memory longer than any theory. Modern technology has done something interesting to the Bermuda Triangle. It has simultaneously dissolved the mystery and deepened it. Dissolved it because now every ship carries an automatic identification system that broadcasts position and heading every few seconds. Every aircraft is tracked continuously by air traffic radar. Emergency beacons activate automatically on contact with water. In the age of satellite navigation, there is literally nowhere to disappear undetected. And disappearances have indeed become far rarer. But deepened it because the stories that happened before these technologies still have no answers. The data about Flight 19's position wouldn't have saved 14 people in December 1945, because that data didn't exist, and no retrospective investigation can tell us what Charles Taylor saw in that December sky above the darkening ocean, when his compass showed one thing and the water below him looked like something else entirely. Some things leave with the people who were their only witnesses. There is a researcher, an American named Lawrence David Kusch, who spent several years meticulously checking each of the documented disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle, one by one, with archival records, insurance documents, Coast Guard reports. His conclusion was sobering for lovers of mystery. Most of the stories are either exaggerated or inaccurate. Some ships supposedly vanished without trace actually sank in storms, just not reported as dramatically as the puzzling cases. Some aircraft crashed in other regions and were incorrectly added to the list. Some mysterious disappearances happened nowhere near the triangle, hundreds of miles away. Kusch concluded that statistically, the Bermuda Triangle is no more dangerous than any other comparably sized area of ocean. Lloyd's of London agrees. And yet, something remains. The Mary Celeste remains. The USS Cyclops remains. Flight 19 remains. 3 stories without answers. 3 stories that don't fit neatly into any of the tidy scientific explanations taken whole. Maybe that's enough. Maybe 3 unexplained stories out of hundreds is not a statistic. Maybe it's just 3 doors with darkness behind them. The ocean is very large. That sounds like a cliché, but we have a poor intuition for how true it is. The world's oceans cover 71% of Earth's surface. Their average depth is about 2.5 miles. Their maximum depth, the Mariana Trench, is nearly 7 miles, where the pressure is 1,000 times that of the atmosphere. we've explored less than 20% of the ocean floor. The remaining 80% is terra incognita, unknown territory, just under water. There may be mountain ranges there we don't know about, craters we haven't imagined, currents that don't follow the textbook. In this context, the fact that things sometimes disappear and are never found seems almost expected. What's remarkable is not that some ships sink without leaving a trace. What's remarkable is that we ever find most of them at all. The Atlantic floor holds the wreckage of roughly 3 million ships sunk across the entire history of seafaring. 3 million ships, an entire underwater city spread across the ocean floor. Some have been found, some are still being searched for.
Some, in all probability, will never be found, simply because there is too much space and too little time and money. Let us go deeper into the sea floor itself. In 2015, during a major mapping project of the Western Atlantic floor, researchers found hexagonal structures on the bottom near the Florida coast at a depth of around 300 feet. Regular six-sided formations between 130 and 160 feet across. Some journalists immediately ran headlines. Scientists find explanation for Bermuda Triangle mystery. The researchers themselves were somewhat less excited. Their assessment: these structures were most likely formed by explosive gas venting from the sea floor. When gas exits suddenly, it leaves characteristic craters with unusually straight geometric edges. Similar craters have been found and studied by Norwegian scientists in the Barents Sea. They suggest that in this area, powerful gas releases once occurred, or may still occur, periodically, unpredictably, depending on changes in water pressure and temperature. This is not an explanation of all disappearances. It is another piece of a puzzle. A piece that says the floor of the triangle is not a flat, passive surface. It is an active geological zone doing its own thing by its own rules. And most of those rules we are still only beginning to learn. I want to say something about the scale of the searches that followed each disappearance, because this is part of the story that usually gets skipped. When Flight 19 vanished in December 1945, the Navy launched one of the largest search and rescue operations of its time. 300,000 square miles, hundreds of ships and aircraft, several days of continuous searching. This was a serious operation conducted by professionals with enormous experience. People who had just spent years searching for downed aircraft and sunken ships in the Pacific and Atlantic during the war. They knew how to search. They searched well. And found nothing. This is perhaps the most compelling detail in the entire story. Not the disappearance itself. In wartime, ships and aircraft were lost constantly, and it was terrible but explicable. Rather, the absence of anything whatsoever after a professional search. No oil slick, no fragment, no body. The sea can be brutal, but it almost always leaves traces. In this case, nothing. Over several days, across an enormous area. The Gulf Stream, it should be noted, can carry wreckage 60 miles from the site of a disaster overnight. This is mathematically explainable, but even accounting for that, nothing was found. In days, on a massive search area. Here is a figure who almost never appears in discussions of the triangle, though his story is one of the strangest in the collection. In 1881, a British vessel called the Ellen Austin was crossing the Atlantic when it came upon a small schooner. No people aboard, but in perfect order. The captain of the Ellen Austin decided to put some of his crew on the schooner and escort it to port. The ships were separated by fog. When the fog cleared, the schooner was sailing by itself again, empty. The men placed on board had vanished. According to some versions, the Ellen Austin put another crew on the schooner and again lost it in the fog. And again, when visibility returned, the schooner was empty. This is a story recorded in logs and impossible to fully verify. Too many interpretations added over too many decades of retelling. But it exists. It is held somewhere in the archives as a record of something that happened, or may have happened. And in it is the same note as in all the other stories from this place. People were here, and then they weren't. Objects remained. The people left. In January 1948, 3 years after the disappearance of Flight 19, another disappearance occurred in the same region, spoken of less often. A British passenger aircraft, a Tudor 4, operating as the Star Tiger, was flying from the Azores to Bermuda when it stopped making contact. On board, 25 people. The weather was described by controllers as difficult but acceptable. The plane had not entered storm conditions. The last radio contact, calm, no sign of distress. Then silence. No wreckage, no signals. The British Ministry of Civil Aviation investigation ran for months and ended with a formulation that has become almost classic for stories from this region. The causes of the accident cannot be determined on the basis of available evidence. A year later, January 1949, a nearly identical story with a second aircraft from the same company. Tudor 4B, Flight Star Aerial, the same route, the same waters. 16 people. Again, no wreckage, no distress signal, no explanation. 2 aircraft, 1 airline, the same area of ocean, 1 year. This is no longer a coincidence in the ordinary sense. This is either something structural in the aircraft themselves, and that version was examined, or something in the conditions of flight over this specific stretch of the Atlantic in winter. The airline stopped flying this route. The Tudor 4 series was retired from service. There is a side of this story that is rarely discussed, a side connected not with what disappeared, but with what survived, and what we perhaps don't know how to read correctly. The radio transcripts from Flight 19 are partially preserved in the archives. Their transcriptions exist, and when you read them carefully, not as part of a legend, but simply as a document, something in them is difficult to explain by mechanical failure alone. Taylor says, "We don't know where we are." Another voice, "If we fly west, we'd get home." A pause. Taylor, "Don't know which way is west. Everything looks strange." Everything looks strange. This is a very odd phrase from an experienced pilot who had seen the sky for thousands of hours. What exactly looked strange? The color of the water? The angle of the horizon? Something in the movement of the clouds? We will never know what Charles Taylor saw in that December sky when his compass told him one thing and the ocean below him looked like something else. Some things go with the people who were their only witnesses. What we can say is this: every decision Taylor made in those final hours, declining to hand over command, leading the flight northeast rather than west, the specific choices under terrible uncertainty. All of it was made by a man who had been flying for years and who had just lost the most basic navigational tool available to him. In that moment, in that sky, with no GPS and no satellite and no automated position reporting, he was doing the best he knew how. And it wasn't enough. But it was human. The kind of human error that comes not from carelessness, but from a situation that simply exceeded the tools available. The tragedy of 1945 is partly a tragedy of technology, of instruments that didn't yet exist.
Let us come back to the science one more time. To what we know with confidence, or believe we know. The Atlantic in the Triangle region has several features that distinguish it from most other bodies of water on Earth. First, the Gulf Stream. This warm surface current, up to 50 miles wide, moves through the triangle at up to 5 miles per hour, which, for an ocean current, is very fast. It can carry the debris of a sunken vessel 60 miles from the site of disaster overnight, putting it well outside any search perimeter. Second, depth. In the western part of the triangle, near the coasts of Florida and the Bahamas, the ocean floor drops from a few dozen feet to several miles within just a few miles of horizontal distance. This is the Bahamas Escarpment, one of the steepest underwater slopes in the world. If a ship sinks above it, it descends rapidly to great depth, and in earlier decades would have been effectively impossible to find.
Third, the weather. This is one of the highest frequency regions in the world for waterspouts, columns of rotating air with winds up to 125 miles per hour that can appear in minutes and capsize a small vessel before it can transmit any distress call. And rogue waves. For most of the 20th century, scientists considered rogue waves single, massive walls of water, sometimes reaching 60 or 70 feet, to be sailors' mythology. Then, satellite radar was deployed, and it turned out that at any given moment in the Atlantic alone, between 10 and 20 such waves exist simultaneously. At the time of the early disappearances, there was no way to predict them, no way to detect them, and no way to survive one in a small vessel. I like thinking about the way science and legend are saying the same thing in different languages here. Science says powerful currents, deep underwater scarps, unpredictable weather, possible gas releases.
Legend says something here takes ships and doesn't give them back. And if you translate the legend into the language of physical processes, it turns out to be accurate. Something here does take ships. The Gulf Stream takes the wreckage. The Bahamas Escarpment takes the sinking vessels down to 3 miles of depth. Waterspouts take small planes into the air and throw them back into the water. Rogue waves take everything. The difference is only that legend doesn't require precision. Science does. There is one more person whose story I cannot leave out, one who almost never appears in the standard accounts, though his disappearance belongs in this night. Joshua Slocum. In 1909, this Canadian-American sailor, the first person in history to circumnavigate the globe alone, sailed from Massachusetts on his small yawl toward the West Indies. He was planning another great voyage. Slocum was 65 years old. He was one of the most experienced sailors alive, a man who had lived at sea his entire adult life. His yawl was named Spray, and it had been his home for many years. Neither the Spray nor Joshua Slocum was ever seen again. This disappearance isn't usually included in the canonical lists of the triangle. He most likely simply went down somewhere in the Atlantic, as single-handed sailors sometimes did in those years. But occasionally he is mentioned, and in that one more person who went into that water and didn't come back, there is something that makes you think about the nature of chance, about when the number of coincidences becomes a pattern, and when it remains simply a number. Let me tell you about something that is almost never discussed when people talk about the Bermuda Triangle, about how exactly legends are born.
Not what happened to the ships, but what happens in the minds of people when they hear about something that has no explanation. Psychologists call this apophenia, the tendency to see patterns where none exist. The human brain is evolutionarily wired for pattern recognition. It prefers a false pattern to no pattern at all. Better to see a tiger in the rustling of leaves and run away for nothing than to miss a real tiger and become its meal. For millions of years, this mechanism kept us alive, but it is also the same mechanism that makes us see faces in clouds, conspiracies in coincidences, and supernatural forces in lost aircraft. The Bermuda Triangle is apophenia in its purest form, say some researchers. People gathered unconnected events, drew a triangle on a map, and called it a phenomenon. Others respond, wait. Apophenia is not the complete answer either, because there are stories that resist this explanation just as cleanly as one might wish.
And again, we return to the 3 unclosed cases. The confirmation bias the researchers describe deserves a moment on its own, because it operates so smoothly we never catch it in the act. Consider how many ships have crossed the Bermuda Triangle in the past 200 years. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The same waters that produced the story of the Mary Celeste and Flight 19 have also produced utterly uneventful crossings by countless vessels, tankers and container ships, and sailing yachts and fishing boats, all of which arrived at their destination, offloaded their cargo, refueled, and departed again, having noticed nothing more unusual than some swell or a change in wind direction. These crossings don't appear in books. They don't become documentary films, because an ordinary crossing generates no story, and no story generates no memory, and no memory generates no data point in our informal count of things that happened in the triangle. Meanwhile, every disappearance, every vessel that sank, every aircraft that failed, in or near or arguably adjacent to the triangle, gets added to the count. This is how the triangle became famous, not through any unusual density of actual incidents, but through selective attention to the incidents that occurred. The brain is not malfunctioning when it does this. It is functioning exactly as designed, to notice and remember events that carry information about danger, and to ignore the uneventful routine that suggests safety. This worked extraordinarily well when the dangerous events were tigers, and the uneventful routine was no tiger today. It works less well when applied to ocean navigation statistics. Sometimes I think about Sophia Briggs, the 2-year-old girl her father brought along on the voyage in November 1872. She was too young to understand what the sea was. For her, it was simply a world that rocked. A large wooden room with windows through which there was always water and sometimes stars. What did she see in that night
when something happened? Did she wake? Was she frightened? Or did she simply sleep while the adults around her did what they did? We will never know, and this specific, small, human unknowing is heavier than any theory. When we think about large catastrophes, about hundreds dead, about ships weighing thousands of tons, the mind protects itself with scale. Big numbers don't fit inside. But a 2-year-old girl in a wooden cabin, that fits. That arrives directly where the most real things arrive. I want to say something about the people who have devoted themselves to finding answers, because there is something particular in the stories of those who were pulled permanently into the triangle's orbit. Charles Berlitz published his book in 1974 and became a global celebrity. The book was translated into 30 languages and sold somewhere between 20 and 30 million copies. Berlitz was a linguist by training. He came from the family that founded the famous language schools, and he himself spoke dozens of languages fluently. Mysteries had always interested him. He wrote about lost civilizations, about Atlantis, about anomalies of all kinds. The Bermuda Triangle turned out to be the loudest of his stories. He spent years collecting accounts, meeting sailors and pilots, studying archives. He was criticized sharply. People said he distorted facts, that he exaggerated, that he was manufacturing myth from nothing. Berlitz responded, "I simply gathered what already existed. The stories were there before me. I only put a name to the space between them." And in that, he was right. He invented none of the ships. He invented none of the pilots. He simply gave a name to what lived in the silence between their stories. There is a figure in this story who preceded Berlitz and whose contribution tends to get lost in the shuffle. In 1964, a journalist named Vincent Gaddis published an article in Argosy magazine, a pulp adventure magazine with a long history of sensational stories, in which he first used the phrase Bermuda Triangle as a name for the region. He'd been collecting stories of Atlantic disappearances and drew a triangle around the ones that seemed to cluster. It was, in retrospect, not particularly rigorous geography. Many of the incidents he listed happened outside any reasonable triangle, and some didn't happen at all in the way he described them. But the name was irresistible. The Bermuda Triangle. 3 syllables, perfectly balanced. Specific enough to locate, abstract enough to carry whatever meaning you wanted to put in it. Gaddis followed the article with a book, Invisible Horizons, in 1965. Berlitz read it, expanded it, made it famous, and by 1974, the Bermuda Triangle had become one of the most recognized geographic names in the world. More recognizable than most actual cities, more discussed than most genuine mysteries. What is interesting about this is the speed of it. From Gaddis's article in 1964 to Berlitz's bestseller in 1974. 10 years. In 10 years, a region of ocean that had no collective name went from nameless to globally famous. Names matter. The triangle didn't become dangerous when Gaddis named it, but naming it allowed people to collect, count, compare, and argue about its incidents in a way that wasn't possible before. The name created the conversation, and the conversation created the legend, which then reached back in time and recruited all the incidents that had happened before the name existed, making them part of a story they hadn't known they were part of. And then there is Lawrence David Couchet, the researcher who spent years checking the archive record of every case. He came to the conclusion that the triangle was an illusion created by imprecision and exaggeration. His 1975 book, The Bermuda Triangle Mystery Solved, became the counter-argument to Berlitz's. What is interesting is that both books existed simultaneously. Both sold, both found their readers. People who wanted mystery read Berlitz. People who wanted debunking read Couchet. Both were right about something, both perhaps oversimplified. The truth, as usual, occupied that inconvenient space between them, where there is no clean answer. In the 1990s, when technology allowed underwater investigation far more effectively, a group of researchers attempted to find the wreckage of Flight 19. They surveyed the floor in the region of the estimated route. They found several World War II-era aircraft on the bottom, but not the right ones. TBM Avengers were a common aircraft type, and a number of them may lie on the Atlantic floor. Not only the 5 from Flight 19. Without hull numbers, identification is impossible. This too is a paradox of the triangle. Even if the wreckage of Flight 19 were found, it might not be the final answer, because the question, why, would remain. Why here? Why then? With 2 compasses that failed simultaneously, with 14 people of whom not one was ever found. A physical answer, coordinates, type of structural failure, sequence of events, is not the answer people are actually looking for. They are looking for meaning, and meaning is a different thing entirely. I want to tell you about one very small detail that I cannot get out of my head. Among the 14 crew members of Flight 19 was a young Marine named Robert Gallivan. He was 18 years old. He had just finished basic training. Flight 19 was one of his first training missions. 18 years old. A person who had barely begun living, who was just starting, who didn't yet know who he would become, where he would live, whom he would love, who on that December morning was probably thinking about none of this. Just a young man in uniform, sitting in a plane, preparing for a routine training flight over the Atlantic. 3 hours. Nothing unusual. That's what remains. Not theories, not triangles. 18 years old and 3 hours that never ended. I want to say something about time, about the way the same story looks entirely different depending on how far back you stand from it. Flight 19 disappeared in 1945. That is 80 years ago. The men who flew in those planes, if they had somehow survived, would be 100 years old today, or close to it. The world around that December flight has changed beyond recognition. The naval air stations of that era look like museum exhibits now. Aircraft of that era stand in aviation museums. The navigational technology that Charles Taylor had, a compass and a radio, has been replaced by systems that know their position to within a few feet, updated every second. And yet, December 5th, 1945, and March 4th, 1918, and November 7th, 1872, these dates stay alive because behind them stand people. And as long as people are remembered, dates live. In the US Navy archives, there are still folders with the cases of the USS Cyclops, of Flight 19, and several other vessels and aircraft. They are not classified. You can request them and receive them. They contain yellowed pages with facts and dates, cross-references to witnesses who have been dead for decades, maps with routes marked on them, photographs of people who never came back. The bureaucracy of loss, neatly organized into cardboard folders. And at the end of each file, one line typed on a typewriter by a careful clerk who probably gave it no more thought than any other line in any other report. Cause unknown. 2 words. They explain everything and explain nothing. There is also something else worth holding in mind about these people. They were not particularly remarkable before they became part of a legend. Benjamin Briggs was a working sea captain with a good reputation, competent, sober, reliable.
Charles Taylor was a decent pilot with solid experience. The crew of the USS Cyclops were men doing their jobs in wartime. None of them were heroes in the conventional sense before whatever happened. They became part of history not through any special quality of their own, but through a particular intersection of circumstance, time, and place that none of them could have predicted or controlled. This is what makes these stories feel different from the stories of people who chose danger knowingly, explorers and mountaineers and test pilots. These people were on routine missions, familiar routes, nothing they had not done before. And something in the ordinary day went irreversibly wrong. The ocean does not remember. That is its nature. It does not store information in a form accessible to us. Water moves, mixes, changes temperature and direction. What entered it yesterday is not there today. The ocean is not cruel and not kind. It is simply very large and very old, and it operates by laws most of which we are only beginning to understand. Its silence is not deliberate. It is simply the silence of something very large that does not speak our languages. You can be angry at that silence. You can try to decode it. You can give it names: Bermuda Triangle, Sea of the Devil, the Devil's Islands. You can send expeditions, lower submersibles, launch satellites. And all of that is right. All of it is human. We are creatures that search for answers. This is not a flaw. It is the best thing about us. Sometimes, though, there is no answer. Or there is one, but it's not yet reachable. Or there is one, and we'll get there eventually, but not this night. When you leaf through maritime history journals from the past half-century, something curious appears. Every decade produces a new, definitive explanation for the Bermuda Triangle. The 1970s, Atlantis and extraterrestrials. The 1980s, human error and primitive navigation. The 1990s, statistical mythology. The 2000s, methane hydrates. The 2010s, underwater craters. Each version explains something. None explains everything. And this itself is an eloquent fact, not about the triangle, but about us, about how we search for answers, how we arrive at them, and how we eventually move past them. Science is not a building that gets built and at some point is finished. It is a conversation that continues. Each generation adds its line, and the next generation will change what seemed final to ours. This is comforting, because it means the story isn't over. Whatever happened to Flight 19,
Whatever took the USS Cyclops into that March water, those stories may still have an ending. We just haven't reached it. We need a little more time, a slightly better instrument, a slightly different angle of vision. Let me tell you about what exists on the sea floor of the Triangle region right now. Because this is a living, continuing story. Oceanographers using sophisticated sonar in the late 20th century discovered that the sea floor in the western part of the triangle, particularly near the Bahama Banks, is far more complex than anyone had realized. There are trenches, irregular deep formations, valleys in the ocean floor that drop suddenly for thousands of feet. The expected smooth continental shelf simply isn't there in places. Instead, something closer to a lunar landscape. Sudden chasms, sharp ridges, collapsed formations. These irregular features create specific currents that can move objects upward from depth, or, conversely, pull them downward with unexpected force. And then there are the blue holes, enormous cylindrical voids dropping vertically into the sea floor, sometimes hundreds of feet deep. The most famous is the Blue Hole off the coast of Belize in the Caribbean, a near-perfect circle more than 900 feet across and over 400 feet deep, visible from the air as a dark disk of improbably deep blue in otherwise shallow turquoise water. Similar structures have been found in other parts of this region. They formed during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower and these locations were dry land, caves and sinkholes on the Earth's surface. Then the water rose and flooded them. They still stand there today, in complete darkness, in complete silence, preserved from the air they once contained. I find myself thinking about the blue holes as a kind of metaphor. When the water rose and drowned those caves, the information about what existed inside them went under too. Nobody saw, nobody knew. They simply stood there in the dark, waiting until people had precise enough instruments to find them. How many things like this surround us? How many structures, physical, historical, that exist but are invisible because we don't yet have the right instrument? The Bermuda Triangle is, in a certain sense, a story about instruments, about the fact that we can only see what we have tools to see, and that each generation has slightly better tools and sees slightly more. The next generation will see more still. When you think about the Bermuda Triangle for a long time, longer than one article or one documentary allows, you begin to notice that behind all the theories, behind all the debates about methane hydrates and weather anomalies and human error, there is one large question. Not about the triangle, about ourselves. Why do we need unexplained places? Why does a world without mysteries feel smaller to us, poorer, less alive? Why, when scientists say, statistically, this region is no more dangerous than any other, do we feel something resembling disappointment? Even those of us who don't believe in extraterrestrials, who don't believe in Atlantis, who are perfectly ready to accept any rational explanation. Perhaps because mystery is a form of space, a place where you can exist without knowing the answer, a place where the world is larger than you. Most things in our lives are arranged so that there is an answer, or soon will be, or can be found in 30 seconds. We live inside a dense network of explanations, and sometimes what's needed is a place where the network ends, where the water simply goes down, and no one knows what's there. The Bermuda Triangle is such a place. Even if every specific disappearance eventually receives a specific explanation, the triangle as an idea, as an image, as a dark patch on the map will remain, because we need it.
The night outside is as dark as deep water. Your thoughts are not as sharp as they were at the beginning. They have softened, become blurrier, the way a shoreline blurs through fog. This is right. This is exactly what should be happening now. The mind is releasing the details and holding only the overall image. Large water, dark and calm, infinite in both directions. Somewhere in that water, the triangle stands, invisible, drawn in imagination, existing only because we agreed that it does. 3 points, 3 lines, 1 name. And in that name, all the stories we tell ourselves about a world that is larger than us, about places that don't know us, about depth that has no floor for our understanding. The water in the Bermuda Triangle is the same color as everywhere else at this hour, nearly black, small waves. Somewhere out there, a container ship moves, with its mast lights burning, and its captain is looking at a chart and thinking about something of his own, about home, or the next port. And beneath him, 4 miles of water, and all of it is just an ordinary night on an ordinary route. Nothing mysterious, just the sea. Just the sea, which is very large, which owes us nothing. And there is something, I think, that is genuinely worth holding, not as a consolation, but as a true thing. The ocean is not hostile to us. It is not indifferent in the way a bureaucrat is indifferent, or in the way a stranger is indifferent. It is indifferent in the way gravity is indifferent. It operates by its own principles, which have nothing to do with human needs or human presence, and never have. We enter the ocean as guests. We always have been guests. The ancient sailors knew this. They named the waters and gave them personalities, not because they believed the sea was literally alive, but because giving a thing a name and a character is how you hold it in your mind well enough to navigate it. The sea could be angered. The sea could be appeased. The sea had moods and preferences. This was not superstition. This was the beginning of oceanography, the close, daily, observational knowledge of how water behaves, accumulated over thousands of years by people whose lives depended on getting it right. The sea monster on the edge of an old map was not ignorance. It was a way of marking the territory of the unknown, of saying, here is where our knowledge ends. Past here, we have only stories. The Bermuda Triangle is the 21st century's version of that sea monster. Not a lie, a marker. This is where the stories live. Just the sea, which is very large, which owes us nothing, which holds in itself everything that has entered it, and keeps silent about it with a silence that has no bottom. The ships that went into it, the Mary Celeste and the USS Cyclops and all the others, they are now part of that floor. Or not. Nobody knows. Perhaps this is the most honest answer that can be given to the question of the Bermuda Triangle. Some things, having gone to the depth, simply stop being ours. They become oceanic, and the ocean does not report back. This is not frightening. It is simply very, very large. Right now, somewhere far away, 5,000 kilometers and more than 100 years, the Atlantic is moving in the dark. The same water that received the Mary Celeste, the same water that closed over the USS Cyclops, the same water that caught the 5 torpedo bombers descending toward it on a December afternoon. The same water that was there before any of these events, and that continues to move now, independent of all of them, indifferent in the way only something genuinely old can be indifferent. The water in the Bermuda Triangle right now is the same water it was in 1872, in 1918, in 1945. Water moves and cycles and evaporates and returns. But the Atlantic Basin holds the same water continuously, the same molecules redistributed, the same ocean. It doesn't carry memory the way stone does, or ice, or sediment, but it carries physics. It carries current and temperature and the particular geometry of the ocean floor. Whatever physical mechanisms contributed to those disappearances, the gas vents, the steep underwater escarpment, the Gulf Stream, the rogue waves, those mechanisms are still there, still operating on the same principles they operated on before anyone gave the place a name. The triangle is imaginary, the water is real, and the water is busy. Right now, somewhere far away, 5,000 kilometers and more than 100 years, the Atlantic is moving in the dark. The same water as always, the same stars above it, the same silence in the depths below. Somewhere up there, an airplane is flying. Passenger, large, with hundreds of people on board. Some of them are sleeping. Some are looking out the window into the darkness in which nothing is visible. Only the occasional lights of ships far below. The pilots in the cockpit are watching their instruments. The instruments show everything precisely. Coordinates, altitude, heading, speed, fuel remaining. The aircraft is flying over the same place where 70 years ago 5 torpedo bombers flew with nothing but a compass. That is the main change. Not that the world has become less mysterious, but that we have become better equipped not to get lost in it. Almost. Because the mysteries haven't gone anywhere. They have simply moved to where our instruments don't yet reach, into the depths of the sea floor, into the history of archives, into the space between what happened and what we know about it. Your thoughts are growing quieter. The body has been still for some time now, long enough that the details are beginning to dissolve. The specific dates, the specific aircraft designations, the specific depths and percentages and archival references. What remains is something softer, an impression, a feeling of having been near something very large.
That is the right relationship to have with the ocean. Near it, aware of it, respectful of its scale, but not defined by it, not diminished by it. The ships that disappeared in those waters were carrying people who had full lives, full relationships, full futures planned out in their minds. They weren't defined by their disappearance either, even if that is the only lens through which we can see them now. Briggs was a husband and the father and an experienced seaman who loved the work. Taylor was a young pilot building a career. Gallivan was 18 years old, beginning everything. What the ocean took is real, but it is not the whole of what those people were. They existed before the water. They were more than the mystery their disappearance created. We remember them as mysteries because that is all that reached us. But they were people before they were mysteries. Your thoughts are growing quieter. Images drift. An empty ship with an open music book. A December sky over Florida. The dark hull of a great vessel sliding into black water without a sound. All of this is very far away. 5,000 miles and more than 100 years. And not frightening now, not at all. As you lie in the dark and your breathing is this even, this slow, like the movement of water on a quiet night. Let the ocean keep its secrets. There is a strange comfort in a mystery that has lasted this long and will likely last longer still. In a world where most information is available instantly, where satellite imaging can resolve objects less than a foot across, where every phone can find itself on the globe to within a few yards, the Bermuda Triangle remains, stubbornly, a place where things went in and didn't come back, and we don't entirely know why. This is not a reason for anxiety. It is something closer to a reminder. Think of what has been found in the ocean in recent years. The wreck of the Titanic, located in 1985 after 73 years on the sea floor. The wreck of the Bismarck, found in 1989. The wreck of the SS Central America, a 19th century steamship whose gold cargo was located in the 1980s after more than a century. Each of these had been written off as beyond finding. Each turned out to be findable, given the right technology and the right search strategy and the right funding. What this tells us is not that everything lost at sea will eventually be found. It tells us that the timeline of underwater discovery is much longer than any of us live to see. The ocean gives things back on its own schedule, which may be decades or centuries or never, depending on depth and current and the peculiarities of the specific seafloor at the specific location. The wreckage of Flight 19, if it is down there, is waiting in the same place it has been since December 1945. It is not disappearing. It is simply in water too deep and too dark for our current tools to have found it. Future tools may find it. Future researchers may have the funding to search the right area with the right resolution. History is not finished. The ocean is patient. We are still in the early chapters of what we know about what lies beneath. This is not a reason for anxiety. It is something closer to a reminder that the world is larger than our current instruments, that there are still things the ocean holds that it hasn't chosen to release, that we don't know is still a legitimate answer and not a failure. The researchers who study the deep ocean, the ones with ROVs and sonar and years of patience,
They don't speak about the Atlantic the way the documentaries do. They speak about it with a kind of reverence that comes from genuinely knowing how much they don't know. Every descent reveals something unexpected. Every comprehensive survey turns up formations that weren't on any previous chart. The ocean is not withholding things from us deliberately.
It is simply very old and very large, and under no obligation to make itself legible. The fact that we've learned as much as we have is, viewed honestly, more surprising than the gaps. Let the ocean keep its secrets. Let the triangle stand where it stands, invisible, imaginary, real. Let Flight 19 remain where it is, in the archives, in the books, in the night conversations where nobody knows the answer, but everyone knows the question. Some things don't need an answer to be real. Somewhere in the archives of the US Navy, there is a photograph of Flight 19 taken at Fort Lauderdale on December 5th, 1945. 5 aircraft on the tarmac, 14 men around them, some posing, some looking away, some squinting in the Florida sun. They don't know what is going to happen in a few hours. They are thinking about lunch, or about the flight, or about nothing in particular. They are just standing in a photograph in the December sun. This is the last image we have of them as living people in their ordinary context, on the ground, in the world, without knowledge of what was ahead. I find myself returning to this thought. Every person in every disaster story, every person in every archive had a moment like this just before. A moment of not knowing, of being ordinary, of thinking about something else entirely. The Mary Celeste photograph from its last port shows the ship at dock. Ropes, masts, the ordinary busyness of departure preparation. The USS Cyclops was photographed in Barbados, its last port, surrounded by the ordinariness of loading and provisioning. Ordinary days, at the end of which extraordinary things happened. There is something in this that isn't sad exactly, or not only sad. It is something about the way our ordinary days are connected to everything that follows them. The way each unremarkable morning is the last morning before whatever comes next. We don't feel this in the ordinary morning. We only see it in retrospect. The photograph from December 5th, 1945, with 14 men in the Florida sun, only became what it is because of what happened afterward. Some things don't need an answer to be real. Facts speak of the physical world. Legends speak of ourselves. What the Bermuda Triangle legend tells us about ourselves is not unflattering. It tells us that we are creatures who notice absence, who find the missing thing more compelling than the present thing, who are more curious about what the ocean doesn't return than about what it does. This is not morbidity. It is an expression of something essentially human. The refusal to treat loss as final, the insistence on understanding, the belief that if we ask the question in the right way, the answer will eventually come. It has been asking that question for a century and a half, since Morehouse's men climbed aboard the Mary Celeste and found the sewing machine and the open music book and the food nearly ready on the table. Since then, some answers have come, partial ones, plausible ones, none entirely satisfying. And the question has not stopped being asked. New instruments, new techniques, new researchers each decade. The conversation continues, not because we expect to find the people, they are beyond finding, but because the process of inquiry itself has value, because the willingness to keep asking what happened is the willingness to insist that what happened mattered. And it did. Each one of them mattered. The first officer of the Mary Celeste, the cook on the USS Cyclops, Gallivan, 18 years old, the 25 people on the Star Tiger. All of them mattered. The asking keeps them in the conversation. Facts speak of the physical world. Legends speak of ourselves. And in the end, we need both to understand where we are. If this was with you tonight, pass it to someone who also finds the night long sometimes. And if you haven't subscribed yet, do it so the next one finds you. Good night. 222 Facts About Earth, a sleep lecture adapted for sleep, narrated in a warm, slow, and unhurried voice. Hello, dear friend. Right now, as you lie there, you are resting on a planet that is rushing through space at 67,000 miles per hour, and somehow, impossibly, it feels completely still. Tonight, we will drift together through the Earth, through what happens beneath your feet, above your head, and inside you, right now, while you are not thinking about it at all. 222 quiet facts about our planet. We will begin with the first 10, which are perhaps the most remarkable, and then, gently, we will slow down even further. Fact 1. Right now, your body is moving in several directions at once. The Earth spins on its axis. At the equator, that is about 1,000 miles per hour, faster than any aircraft. The Earth also travels around the Sun at about 67,000 miles per hour. The entire solar system drifts around the center of the Milky Way at around 500,000 miles per hour. The galaxy itself moves relative to others. And yet, here you are, perfectly still, lying quietly or moving faster than any rocket ever built by human hands. The atmosphere travels with you. It always has. Fact 2. If you removed all the empty space from the atoms of your body, all the vast, hollow distances between particles, the actual matter that makes you would fit inside a grain of salt. An atom is almost entirely empty. Its nucleus occupies about 100 millionth of its volume. You, the bed beneath you, the walls of this room, they are almost entirely emptiness, held together by invisible electrical forces. Solid things feel solid, not because they are dense, but because the electrons of one object repel the electrons of another. The chair does not stop you falling through the floor because it is hard. It stops you because its electrons and your electrons quietly push back against each other. Almost nothing, holding almost nothing. Fact 3. Every breath you take right now contains atoms that were once breathed by dinosaurs, by Julius Caesar, by the first fish that crawled onto land 400 million years ago. Atoms do not disappear. They pass from lungs into air, from air into ocean, from ocean into rain, into roots, into creatures, and eventually into you. With each breath, you are drawing the history of this planet gently inside yourself. The atmosphere is a shared vessel. Everything that has ever lived here has passed through it. Fact 4. The moon is slowly drifting away from us, about 1.5 inches each year. Over billions of years, that adds up. But right now, in this particular moment in cosmic time, the moon sits at precisely the distance where its face in the sky matches the face of the sun almost exactly. That is why total solar eclipses are so complete, so perfect. The moon fits over the sun like a lid. This is not a law of nature. It is a coincidence, a rare and lovely coincidence of our era. We were born at exactly the right moment to see it. Fact 5. At the center of the Earth, the temperature is around 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, about the same as the surface of the sun. We live on a thin shell of stone wrapped around our own small star. The deepest hole humans have ever drilled, the Kola super-deep borehole in Russia, about 7.5 miles deep, reaches less than 0.2% of the way to that center. The planet is in no hurry to reveal itself. Fact 6. The tardigrade, a creature smaller than a millimeter, can survive in the open vacuum of space. It endures temperatures from nearly -400 degrees Fahrenheit to over 300 degrees. Pressure 6 times greater than the deepest ocean trench. Radiation that would kill any other known creature. When conditions become too harsh, it curls into a still, dry little bead and waits, sometimes for decades. Then, when it senses water, it simply unfurls and continues on, as though nothing unusual has happened at all. Fact 7. Trees in a forest communicate through a network of fungal threads woven through the soil beneath them. Along this web, they share nutrients, sugars, and quiet chemical signals about insect attacks. Older trees send carbon to young saplings growing in the shade below. Saplings too small to feed themselves through sunlight yet. Scientists have called this the wood wide web. And the forest that looks like a gathering of separate trees is in fact a single organism with a shared circulatory system, breathing slowly underground. Fact 8. The blue whale is the largest animal ever known to have lived on Earth, larger than any dinosaur. Its heart is roughly the size of a small car and beats around 6 times per minute. Its tongue weighs as much as an adult elephant. Its largest artery is wide enough for a small child to swim through. And yet, this immense creature lives almost entirely on krill, tiny shrimp-like creatures the length of a finger. The largest animal in the history of the planet, sustained by some of the smallest. Fact 9. The rings of Saturn stretch nearly 200,000 miles across, wider than the distance from the Earth to the Moon, and yet their thickness is somewhere between 30 and 300 feet. If you were to shrink those rings to the size of a sheet of paper,
that paper would be thousands of times thinner than an actual sheet. The most delicate wide structure in the solar system, visible through a modest backyard telescope on a clear night. Fact 10. A snowflake is a frozen biography of its journey through the sky. Each layer forms in the exact temperature and humidity of the air the flake is passing through in that moment. Its 6 arms grow symmetrically, side by side in the same microenvironment, so they grow identically to one another. But no 2 snowflakes travel the same path through the atmosphere, and so each is entirely unique. Snow is billions of frozen individual journeys, drifting softly down. That was the first 10. Now, 212 more. A little quieter, a little slower.
Fact 11. Earth is the only planet in the solar system not named after a god. Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, all names from the Greek and Roman pantheon. Earth is simply the word for soil, for the ground, for the thing you walk on. A modest name for the only known inhabited world in the universe. Fact 12. The Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. To feel the weight of that number, imagine all of Earth's history compressed into a single calendar year. The first single-celled life would appear in March, the first multi-celled creatures in November. Dinosaurs would arrive on the 16th of December and vanish on the 26th. The first humans would appear on the 31st of December, around 6 hours before midnight. And all of human history, every city, every invention, every written word, would fit into the last 90 seconds. Fact 13. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. Because it spins, it flattens slightly at the poles and bulges at the equator, a little like a tangerine gently pressed from above. The difference between its polar and equatorial radius is about 13 miles. From a great distance in space, the difference is invisible. But mathematicians needed a special word for the shape. They called it a geoid, simply meaning Earth-shaped, because no other geometric form fits it precisely. Fact 14. The highest point on Earth, measured from the center of the planet, is not Everest. It is Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador. Everest is higher above sea level, nearly 29,000 feet, and that is how mountain height is traditionally measured. But Chimborazo sits near the equator, where the planet bulges outward, and its summit is about 1.25 miles further from Earth's center than Everest's. 2 entirely different records, almost always confused. Fact 15. Earth's crust makes up less than 1% of the planet's total mass. A useful comparison: Earth's crust is proportionally thinner than the skin of an apple. Everything we have ever built, grown, mined, or buried exists within this thin, delicate layer on the surface of a hot sphere. We live, in the most literal sense, on the surface, and we have never gone much deeper. Fact 16. The Kola superdeep borehole in Russia, the deepest hole ever drilled by human hands, reached just over 7.5 miles. It took from 1970 to 1992. They stopped not simply because of cost, but because the rock at that depth had become hot and almost plastic. It slowly closed around the drill, like warm dough closing over a finger pressed into it. The planet quietly refused to be opened further. Fact 17. At the bottom of that same borehole, scientists found water.
This was entirely unexpected at such a depth. The water had been locked inside minerals in the rock and squeezed by pressure into microscopic cracks. It confirmed what some scientists had suspected. There may be vast amounts of water deep inside the Earth itself. By some estimates, the water contained within the mantle could be several times greater in volume than all the oceans on the surface. The ocean outside may be the smaller of the two. Fact 18. Earth's magnetic field is generated by the slow movement of liquid iron in the outer core, a planetary dynamo, deep and steady. It deflects the solar wind, a constant stream of charged particles from the sun, which would otherwise gradually strip away the atmosphere, the way wind slowly peels leaves from a tree.
This is likely what happened to Mars, which lost its magnetic field and its atmosphere billions of years ago. The magnetic field is an invisible shield. Without it, the surface would be unlivable. Fact 19. The magnetic poles drift slowly. In recent decades, the North Magnetic Pole has been moving towards Siberia at around 30 to 40 miles per year. Periodically, the poles reverse entirely. North becomes south, south becomes north. The last reversal happened around 800,000 years ago. During a reversal, the field weakens and may become briefly chaotic. Compasses would be useless. But the birds and whales managed somehow. They always have. Fact 20. Earth's solid inner core rotates slightly faster than the rest of the planet. Perhaps one extra full turn every few decades. Scientists discovered this by studying seismic waves from earthquakes passing through the core at different angles and speeds. Deep inside the Earth, there is a separate object living on its own quiet schedule. The planet is not one solid thing. It is layers within layers, each with its own rhythm. Fact 21. Earth's axis slowly traces a gentle cone in space, like a spinning top beginning to wind down. One full cycle takes about 26,000 years. Because of this, Polaris is not a permanent North Star. 12,000 years ago, the star Vega held that role. In 13,000 years, Vega will hold it again. The night sky is patient. It turns on its own vast schedule. Fact 22. Every second, about 100 tons of material drifts down onto Earth from space in the form of cosmic dust and tiny meteorite fragments. Over a year, that is around 40,000 tons. Most burns in the atmosphere and settles onto surfaces as fine, dark powder. If you examined a puddle of rainwater closely enough, you might find microscopic spheres of cosmic material, tiny beads of solidified space. The cosmos falls quietly on us every day, and we rarely notice. Fact 23. 10,000 years ago, the Sahara was green. Lakes shimmered across its surface, hippopotamuses wallowed in them, giraffes and rhinoceroses and crocodiles moved through the landscape. Ancient rock carvings found in the deep Sahara show people in boats, herding cattle, hunting large animals. Then the orbital patterns of the Earth shifted slightly. The monsoon rains moved southward, and over a few thousand years, the land quietly dried. The largest hot desert on Earth was once a savanna, warm and generous with rain. Fact 24. Antarctica is the coldest continent on Earth, and also the highest on average.
Not because it has the tallest mountains, but because the entire continent sits under a layer of ice 1 to 3 miles thick. The ice raises everything upward. If that ice were to melt, global sea levels would rise by around 200 feet. London, New York, Tokyo, Shanghai, all would be underwater. Antarctica holds, in frozen stillness, the future of most of the world's coastal cities. Fact 25. Beneath the Antarctic ice, scientists have found more than 400 subglacial lakes. The largest, Lake Vostok, is roughly the size of Lake Ontario and lies beneath 2.5 miles of ice. Its water has had no contact with the surface for around 15 million years. Russian scientists reached it in 2012. Whatever lives there, if anything lives there, has been isolated from the rest of the world longer than modern elephants, horses, or most large mammals have existed.
Fact 26. Greenland is called the Greenland, and Iceland is called the Land of Ice. They are, as you may know, the wrong way round. Greenland is 80% covered in ice. Iceland is relatively mild and green, warmed by the Gulf Stream. This was not a geographic error, it was deliberate. The Viking Eric the Red, who discovered Greenland, gave it an appealing name to attract settlers. His companions, who found Iceland, named it forbiddingly to discourage rivals. Medieval marketing still working after 1,000 years. Fact 27. The tallest mountain on Earth, measured from its base, is not Everest. It is Mauna Kea in Hawaii. From the ocean floor to its summit, it rises about 33,000 feet. Most of it is hidden beneath the sea. Only its upper 14,000 feet rise above the water's surface. From the shore, you look at what appears to be a modest hill. Beneath the water, it continues downward, taller than Everest by nearly a mile.
Fact 28. The Hawaiian Islands were formed over a single fixed hotspot, a plume of heat rising from deep in the mantle. The Pacific Plate drifts slowly over this hotspot, and volcanoes break through the surface one by one, like slow bubbles in warm oil. That is why the islands form a chain. Each one is a footprint of the plate's passage. To the southeast of the Big Island, a new underwater volcano is already growing. It is called Loihi. In about 200,000 years, it will break the surface. Fact 29. Yellowstone National Park, with its geysers, its hot springs, its steaming pools, sits over one of the largest supervolcanoes on the planet. The last major eruption happened around 640,000 years ago. It scattered enough ash to blanket much of North America in layers of grey.
Geologists watch Yellowstone very carefully. They speak about it in calm, measured voices. Fact 30. Tectonic plates move at roughly the speed fingernails grow, a few centimeters per year. Over millions of years, those slow, patient movements built the Himalayas, the Alps, the Andes. The Indian plate is still pressing into the Eurasian plate, and the Himalayas are still growing, about 5 millimeters per year.
Erosion works against them at the same time, wearing the peaks down. An eternal, unhurried contest between stone and sky. Fact 31. The Sumatra earthquake of 2004 lasted around 10 minutes, a record among measured events. The force of it was enough that the entire planet began to vibrate on its own resonant frequencies, like an immense bell struck by a single blow. That vibration, very low, very slow, continued for several days. The whole earth trembling gently. Fact 32. The highest tidal range in the world is in the Bay of Fundy in Canada, around 55 feet. Twice each day, the shore is exposed for kilometers. Where 20 feet of water once shimmered, you can now walk and collect oysters. The people who live there find this entirely ordinary, though from a distance, it looks rather like a quiet miracle, happening twice a day, on schedule. Fact 33. A tsunami in the open ocean is nearly invisible. The wave may be only a foot or two tall, but hundreds of miles long. A ship passes over it without feeling anything unusual. All the energy is hidden in the horizontal movement of an enormous column of water. When that wave reaches shallow water, the horizontal momentum becomes vertical, and the wall of water rises, sometimes dozens of feet high. The calm surface of the ocean conceals what cannot be seen from the outside. Fact 34. Lightning heats the air around it to around 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. This happens in thousandths of a second. The air explodes outward, and that explosion is what we hear as thunder. About 100 lightning bolts strike somewhere on Earth every second. Around 2,000 thunderstorms are active over the planet at any given moment. The Earth is always quietly discharging its electricity. It never fully stops. Fact 35. Lightning does strike the same place more than once. The Empire State Building in New York is struck about 23 times each year. A lightning rod works by offering a more convenient path to the ground. It does not block lightning, it simply gives it somewhere comfortable to go. Benjamin Franklin, who invented the lightning rod, was the first person to understand lightning well enough to come to an arrangement with it. Fact 36. In Yoro, Honduras, fish fall from the sky several times each year. This is not a legend, it has been documented. Waterspouts over the ocean draw fish up into the air, carry them inland, and release them with the rain. The people of Yoro have celebrated this for generations. They call it the Rain of Fish, and they hold a festival. From the fish's perspective, it was almost certainly an unexpected afternoon. Fact 37. A typical cumulus cloud weighs around 500 tons in the form of water droplets suspended in air. It does not fall because warm air currents rise beneath it, holding those droplets aloft. 500 tons of water hanging overhead, held up by invisible warmth. Like a feather balanced above a hairdryer, only much, much larger. Fact 38. A rainbow exists only in the eye of the person looking at it, in a literal, physical sense. Two people standing side by side see technically different rainbows, each formed by different raindrops at different angles. A rainbow has no fixed location in space. It belongs to its observer. If you walk toward it, it moves away, not because it is distant, but because it rearranges itself around your gaze every time you move. Fact 39. The sky is blue because air molecules scatter blue light more strongly than other colors. At sunset, light travels through a much thicker layer of atmosphere. All the blue scatters away before it reaches you. Only the warm reds and oranges remain. On Mars, the opposite happens. Martian dust scatters long wavelengths, so the daytime sky there is pink, and at sunset it turns briefly, softly blue. Fact 40.
Without the small amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, about 0.04%, the average temperature at Earth's surface would be around 0 degrees Fahrenheit. 0.04%. A trace. Like adding 2 drops of ink to a glass of water. Those 2 drops hold the warmth in. They make the planet livable. Fact 41. The boundary between the atmosphere and space, the Kármán line, sits 100 kilometers above the surface. That is about 62 miles. Space is closer to you right now than the nearest major city is to many people. It is simply perpendicular. And most of us spend our whole lives within a mile of the ground. Fact 42. The atmosphere presses on every square inch of your body with about 14 pounds of force. Across your entire surface, that is thousands of pounds of pressure. You do not feel it because your body presses back equally from inside.
This balance is maintained automatically, always. It has been every moment of your life. Fact 43. The aurora borealis, the northern lights, is the moment when the solar wind finds its way through the magnetic shield along the polar field lines and collides with molecules of air, making them glow. Oxygen atoms at 100 kilometers altitude glow green. Higher up, above 200 kilometers, they glow red. Nitrogen adds blue and violet. The aurora is a visible record of the sun meeting the Earth's shield, painted across the sky by the atmosphere itself. Fact 44. The ocean covers 71% of the planet's surface, but we have mapped roughly 20% of the ocean floor. The moon's surface has been charted more accurately than the bottom of our own seas.
Below 2 kilometers of water, the average temperature is around 36 degrees Fahrenheit. The pressure is crushing, and the darkness is absolute. And still, thousands of species live there. Fact 45. The Mariana Trench is about 36,000 feet deep. If you placed Everest at the bottom, its summit would still sit 1.5 miles below the surface. The pressure at the deepest point is more than 1,000 times the pressure at sea level. And yet, sea cucumbers inch along the bottom, small fish dart through the dark, bacteria thrive. For them, those conditions are simply home. Fact 46. Only 3 people in history have descended to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard in 1960, and filmmaker James Cameron in 2012. 12 people have walked on the moon. We have visited the deepest point of our own planet 4 times fewer than we have visited another world 384,000 kilometers away. Fact 47. Fresh water makes up about 2.5% of all the water on Earth. Of that, about 70% is frozen in glaciers and polar ice caps. Another 30% or so lies deep underground. Less than 1% of all fresh water exists on the surface, in rivers and lakes, making it around 0.006% of all the water on the planet. We live on a water world, and yet fresh water is rare. Fact 48. The Amazon River discharges around 200,000 cubic meters of water into the Atlantic every second, more than the next 7 largest rivers on Earth combined. Its fresh water spreads 120 miles out into the ocean. A ship sailing far out to sea, well beyond sight of land, can dip a cup over the side and find the water there almost fresh. One river, gently dilating the ocean for miles and miles around it. Fact 49. Water expands when it freezes, unlike almost every other substance. Ice floats because it is lighter than liquid water. This seems obvious, but it is a rare physical exception. If ice were denser than water, it would sink, and rivers and lakes would freeze solid from the bottom up in winter, killing most of the life within them. One molecular quirk made life possible in half the world's waters. Fact 50. The hydrogen atoms in a glass of water formed in the first minutes after the Big Bang, nearly 14 billion years ago. The oxygen was forged inside stars that exploded long before our sun existed. When you drink water, you are drinking the history of the universe. Fact 51. At the bottom of the ocean, near hydrothermal vents, cracks in the seafloor where superheated, mineral-rich water pours out, entire ecosystems exist without any sunlight at all. Bacteria draw their energy from chemical reactions with the hot water. Around them, worms 2 meters long sway in the current. Crabs move slowly across the rock. Octopuses drift through the dark. An entire world running on chemistry rather than light. When this was discovered in the 1970s, it changed everything we understood about where life can exist. Fact 52. Coral reefs cover less than 1% of the ocean floor, but they support around 25% of all marine species. A coral is a tiny animal building a limestone skeleton around itself. When it dies, the skeleton remains, and the next generation builds above it. Over thousands of years, reefs accumulate, in the most literal sense, cemeteries of trillions of generations, transformed into the most biologically rich places in the sea. Fact 53. About 76% of deep-sea creatures produce their own light, bioluminescence. On tropical nights, ocean waves can glow faintly blue where they are disturbed, plankton responding to movement. Every touch of the water, every stroke of a paddle, every passing fish leaves a brief trail of living light. Fact 54. The giant squid, a creature with a body up to 6 feet long and tentacles extending to 30, has eyes about 12 inches across, the largest eyes in the animal kingdom. Why such enormous eyes in total darkness? Likely to detect the faint bioluminescent glow left by a sperm whale moving through the water. 12 inches, the diameter of a large dinner plate, built into a living creature as a predator detection system. Fact 55. Sharks have existed for around 450 million years. Long before trees, long before dinosaurs. They have changed very little. In biology, that is considered a mark of an excellent design. The shark has survived all 5 mass extinctions in Earth's history. When the first dinosaurs appeared, sharks had already been swimming in the oceans for 200 million years. They were ancient before anything we tend to think of as ancient. Fact 56. The immortal jellyfish, Turritopsis dohrnii, is roughly the size of a fingernail. Under stress, or as it ages, it can reverse its own development, returning from its adult form to its juvenile larval state and beginning its cycle again. Theoretically, it can do this indefinitely. Biologists call it biologically immortal, with the caveat that it can, of course, be eaten or otherwise killed. But on its own terms, it simply does not intend to die. This small, translucent creature resolved a problem that has occupied humans for millennia, and it did so without any particular fuss. Fact 57. An octopus can squeeze through any opening large enough to admit its beak, the only hard part of its body. Some species pass through gaps the size of a coin. It has 3 hearts and blue blood. About 2/3 of its neurons are distributed throughout its arms, not in its central brain. Each arm processes information partially on its own. An octopus is closer to a distributed computing system than a creature with a central headquarters. Robotics engineers study them with visible envy. Fact 58. A sea star turns its stomach inside out to digest its prey. It drapes the stomach over the food, digests it outside its own body, then draws the stomach back in. This allows it to eat things that do not fit in its mouth. A sea star and an oyster. The oyster cannot be forced open easily, but if the stomach can slip into a gap just a millimeter wide, digestion can begin before the shell is even fully open. A patient and unusual way to eat. Fact 59. The blue whale, during a deep dive, slows its heartbeat from around 6 beats per minute to as low as 2. A redistribution of blood toward the organs that need it most. A vestige of the same reflex exists in humans. Submerge your face in cold water and your heartbeat slows automatically. An ancient echo of life in the sea, still sleeping quietly in our bodies. Fact 60. Migratory birds can see the Earth's magnetic field as a visual overlay on top of their ordinary sight. Molecules in their eyes, called cryptochromes, respond to magnetic fields and create a perceived pattern. A bird looks at the horizon and simultaneously reads a magnetic map of the planet. Humans lost this ability somewhere in our past, or perhaps never fully developed it. A built-in compass would have been tremendously useful. Fact 61. The common swift can remain airborne for up to 10 months without landing. Before dark, it rises high on thermal currents, glides, dozes, drifts slowly downward, then wakes and rises again. Young swifts, leaving the nest for the first time, may not touch the ground for 2 years. For a swift,
the earth is simply the place where its nest is. Everything else is sky. Fact 62. The albatross can travel close to 1,000,000 miles in a lifetime, with barely a wing beat.
It serves the difference in wind speeds between the wave tops and the air above, gaining speed on the way down, climbing when it needs height, then gliding down again. It steals energy from the wind itself, from the difference in speed at different altitudes. Aviation engineers have studied this technique for decades and cannot yet fully match its efficiency. Fact 63. The hummingbird is the only bird that can fly backwards. In flight, its heart beats between 1,200 and 1,500 times per minute. To survive the night without food, a hummingbird enters something close to suspended animation. Its body temperature drops nearly to the temperature of the surrounding air. Its heart slows to around 20 beats per minute. Its breathing becomes very faint. Every morning, it wakes from that stillness and begins again. Fact 64. The dodo of Mauritius was gone within 80 years of first contact with Europeans, by around 1680. It is often called foolish. This is unfair. The island of Mauritius had no large ground predators. The birds had evolved without any reason for fear. When sailors arrived with dogs and rats, the dodo simply approached them, curious. It was not foolishness. It was the absence of an experience that had never existed before. The dodo was a perfectly adapted creature. Its island changed too quickly. Fact 65. Bamboo is the fastest growing plant on Earth, capable of growing nearly 3 feet in a single day. About the length of your forearm every hour. You can, with patience, watch it move. And yet bamboo is not a tree. It is a grass. The most ambitious grass in the world, growing 30 meters tall and used as a building material. Fact 66. Trees in a forest sometimes sustain the lives of their neighboring stumps. Stumps that can no longer photosynthesize. Through root networks and fungal threads, living trees send sugars to these silent stumps. Some stumps survive for decades this way. It is not altruism in the human sense, but it is a functioning system of mutual support. The forest does not abandon its fallen neighbors. Fact 67. Honey does not spoil. Honey found in Egyptian tombs, around 3,500 years old, was still edible. Its high sugar content draws moisture out of bacteria through osmosis, so they simply cannot survive in it. Its acidity kills most pathogens. Its low moisture prevents mold. Bees created a perfect preservative without knowing a word of chemistry, simply through millions of years of refinement. Fact 68. Bees appeared around 100 million years ago alongside flowering plants. They have evolved together since then as partners. Many flowers carry ultraviolet patterns, landing guides pointing toward the nectar that humans cannot see, but bees can read clearly. A flower built an advertisement for a specific audience, calibrated to the exact sensitivity of its most important visitor. Fact 69. Elephants recognize themselves in mirrors. This is considered a sign of self-awareness, observed in only a handful of species: great apes, dolphins, certain corvids, and elephants. Elephants also grieve their dead, returning to the remains of companions, touching the bones gently with their trunks. They recognize the voices of more than 100 individuals in their herd. They remember the routes to water sources visited decades ago. Elephant memory is not a flattering metaphor. It is a precise and well-documented truth. Fact 70. Elephants are not afraid of mice. This has been disproven many times on video. They are, however, genuinely afraid of bees. Stings near the eyes and around the trunk are painful and clearly remembered. Farmers in Africa discovered that a fence made of beehives, simply a rope hung with hives, keeps elephants away from crops more reliably than any fence. The largest land animal on Earth quietly walks around a small insect. Size is not everything. Fact 71. Dolphins sleep with one hemisphere of the brain at a time. One half rests while the other remains awake to manage breathing and monitor the surroundings. Then they switch. A dolphin is never fully asleep and never fully unaware. For a sea creature that must rise regularly to breathe, this is simply a necessity. Fact 72. Humpback whales change their songs over time. Males borrow melodic elements from one another, and the new patterns spread, first to nearby individuals, then gradually further out. Scientists have observed new songs traveling from west to east across the entire Pacific Ocean in roughly 2 years. Cultural transmission. New trends spreading slowly through the deep. Whale music with fashions and influences. Fact 73. Crows solve multi-step problems and use tools. New Caledonian crows fashion hooks from twigs to extract grubs from beneath bark. In laboratory experiments, they have solved puzzles that stumped chimpanzees. A crow's brain is the size of a walnut. It is not about size, it is about architecture, about the density of connections. Fact 74. Bacteria have lived on Earth for around 3.5 billion years and have survived all 5 mass extinctions. They live in volcanic craters, in acid geysers, in permafrost, in nuclear reactor cores, in the upper atmosphere. If measured by number, Earth is a planet of bacteria. Everything else arrived much later and currently dominates only by its own assessment. Fact 75. In a single teaspoon of healthy forest soil, there are more microorganisms than there are people on Earth. Worms, bacteria, fungi, mites, all working constantly, decomposing, synthesizing, structuring. Without this invisible community, plant growth would be impossible. Soil is not a dead material. It is a living ecosystem, and we walk across it every day without thinking about what is happening underneath. Fact 76. Some bacteria can survive as spores for thousands of years and then awaken when conditions improve. In 2021, Russian scientists revived microscopic animals called rotifers from Siberian permafrost, organisms that had been frozen for around 24,000 years. They began to move. They began to reproduce. 24,000 years ago, woolly mammoths still walked the same land. The mammoths are gone. The rotifers waited, and their hour came. Fact 77. Smallpox was deliberately eradicated by human effort, the only biological species ever intentionally removed from the wild
by a coordinated global campaign. The last natural case occurred in Somalia in 1977. The disease that killed millions across thousands of years was eliminated in 20 years of global vaccination. Live samples now exist in only 2 laboratories in the world. Humanity occasionally achieves what seemed impossible. Fact 78. The gene that protects against malaria, when inherited from one parent, reduces the risk of severe illness. Inherited from both, it causes sickle cell anemia. This is a compromise imposed by evolution on populations that lived for thousands of years in malarial regions. There was no perfect solution available, only the least damaging one. All of evolution works this way, not toward perfection, but towards sufficient workability in specific conditions. Fact 79. The human brain consumes about 20% of the body's energy, while making up roughly 2% of its weight. Its power is around 25 watts, about the same as a dim lamp. On those 25 watts, the brain composed Beethoven's symphonies, developed the theory of relativity, invented the internet, and is, even now, listening to these words and drifting slowly towards sleep. Fact 80. The brain contains around 100 billion neurons, roughly the same number as there are stars in the Milky Way. The synaptic connections between them number around 100 trillion. The full map of those connections, the connectome, is more complex than any other structure we have ever tried to describe. Mapping the connectome of a tiny worm, C. elegans, with 302 neurons took 12 years. The human brain contains about 330 million times more neurons than that worm. Fact 81. A person blinks around 15 to 20 times per minute, spending roughly 10% of their waking hours with their eyes closed. Over a lifetime, that adds up to about 6 months of darkness. The brain fills in each blink seamlessly, constructing the illusion of continuous vision. What you see at any given moment is not the raw stream of reality. It is a carefully edited version, with quiet cuts every few seconds. Fact 82. Some women, perhaps around 2%, are tetrachromats. They carry 4 types of color receptors rather than 3. They literally see more shades than other people. When such a woman describes a color as something between teal and grey-green with a faint blue undertone, she is not being poetic. She is accurately describing what she sees. A world more vivid than the one the rest of us live in, sharing the same room. Fact 83. The mantis shrimp has 16 types of photoreceptors, compared to 3 in a human eye. One might expect it to experience color with extraordinary richness, but its brain works differently. Rather than blending colors, it sorts light into 16 categories and compares. Its vision is faster and more precise than ours for certain tasks, but probably not richer in the way beauty feels rich. More is not always better. It depends on the architecture. Fact 84. A dog's nose contains around 300 million olfactory receptors. Humans have around 6 million. The part of a dog's brain devoted to analyzing scent is, proportionally, 40 times larger than our own. A dog sniffing a lamppost reads a complete social history of every animal that has passed, when they were there, what sex, whether well or unwell, what mood. Like reading a detailed page of social history, we walk beside creatures who move through a world of information completely invisible to us.
Fact 85. The electric eel is not actually an eel. It is more closely related to catfish and carp. Its electrical organs occupy about 80% of its body and can produce discharges up to 800 volts, enough to stun an adult horse that wades into the water. It also produces a weaker field around its body, which it uses to navigate through murky water. Electricity serves as both weapon and compass, the same system doing two entirely different things. Fact 86. The axolotl, a Mexican salamander with an expression that is difficult to take entirely seriously, can regrow a lost limb, a piece of heart muscle, a fragment of brain, a section of spinal cord. Scientists have been studying this regenerative ability for decades, hoping to understand what it might teach us. The axolotl regrows its parts with a calm and unhurried expression. The scientists write papers. The collaboration continues. Fact 87. The sloth moves so slowly that algae grows on its fur, giving it a slight greenish tint and providing additional camouflage. In the fur of a sloth, scientists have found unique species of moths, beetles, mites, and fungi, found nowhere else on Earth. The sloth is a living ecosystem, a portable habitat, slowly moving through the canopy. Stillness turned out to be an excellent ecological strategy. Fact 88. The koala gets all the moisture it needs from eucalyptus leaves. It almost never drinks water. The leaves are toxic to most animals, but the koala's gut microbiome neutralizes the toxins. The leaves also provide very few calories, so the koala sleeps up to 22 hours a day, a state of energy conservation made necessary by its extremely low-calorie diet. Not laziness, strict physiological necessity. A creature that found a food source with no competition and paid for the privilege with almost total stillness. Fact 89. The giraffe has a heart weighing around 25 pounds, working at twice the blood pressure of a resting human, simply to push blood up that 2-meter neck to the brain. When the giraffe leans down to drink, special valves in the blood vessels of the neck slow the flow to prevent a dangerous rush of blood to the head. Each moment, the giraffe resolves an engineering problem that would give a human designer considerable difficulty. Fact 90. The cheetah can accelerate to around 70 miles per hour, but after a high-speed chase, it needs 15 to 30 minutes to cool down. During that time, it is vulnerable, and other predators sometimes take its prey while it lies there catching its breath. Maximum speed cost it endurance and a window of helplessness. Every evolutionary advantage has its price. Fact 91. The narwhal, a small whale with a tusk up to 10 feet long, supplied the European Middle Ages with so-called unicorn horns, which sold for more than their weight in gold. The tusk is actually a left canine tooth with millions of nerve endings, possibly sensitive to temperature, pressure, or salinity. A unicorn without the mythology. The reality is, in many ways, more interesting. Fact 92. Bats make up around 20% of all mammal species on Earth. A single bat can consume several thousand insects in one night. Without bats, insect populations in temperate climates would be vastly greater. Many bat species also pollinate plants and disperse seeds. A creature with a fearsome reputation, quietly performing work that holds many ecosystems together. Fact 93. Spotted hyenas are highly effective hunters. Around 70% of their diet is prey they killed themselves, not food they scavenged. They live in matriarchal societies with complex social hierarchies. They are intelligent, resourceful, and loyal to their clans. Their reputation as cowardly scavengers is mostly wrong. Most reputations are. Fact 94. Octopuses, squids, and cuttlefish evolved entirely separately from vertebrates, diverging from our branch of life around 500 million years ago. And yet, their eyes are structured similarly to ours: lens, retina, photoreceptors. The same solution arrived at independently by two entirely different branches of life. The eye is too good an idea to have appeared in the universe only once. Fact 95. Earth loses a small amount of its atmosphere to space every second. Light hydrogen molecules at the very top of the atmosphere sometimes accelerate to escape velocity and drift away. Geological processes and volcanoes replenish gases from below. The balance is maintained. But the atmosphere is not a sealed container. It breathes slowly in both directions. Fact 96. Amber is solidified tree resin, sometimes 100 million years old. Preserved within it, perfectly, are insects, feathers from dinosaurs, droplets of water, and bubbles of ancient air. Scientists analyze those bubbles. They describe what the atmosphere was like 100 million years ago. Oxygen was more abundant then, which is partly why insects grew to extraordinary sizes. Dragonflies with wingspans of 2 feet were entirely common. Amber is the past, sealed and kept. Fact 97. Diamond and graphite are the same element, carbon, with different crystal structures. In diamond, each atom bonds rigidly to 4 neighbors in a 3-dimensional lattice, giving it extraordinary hardness. In graphite, atoms form flat hexagonal layers that slide past each other easily, which is why a pencil leaves a mark on paper. A diamond and a pencil tip are the same substance, shaped by different conditions into entirely different characters. Fact 98. Coal is made from trees that died around 300 million years ago, in a period when no bacteria yet existed that could break down lignin, the tough material in wood. Dead trees accumulated in layers, did not decay, were buried, and over millions of years compressed into coal. When we burn it, we release sunlight that those trees absorbed 300 million years ago. Every lump of burning coal is sealed sunshine from a forest that no living thing remembers. Fact 99. Oil was formed from microscopic marine organisms, algae and plankton, that settled on seafloors over hundreds of millions of years. No dinosaurs were involved in its formation. This is a common misunderstanding. Oil is preserved biological matter from the deep past, accumulating over longer than the current continents have held their present shape. Fact 100.
Roman concrete, used to build harbour structures 2,000 years ago, has proven in some conditions more durable than modern concrete. It was made from volcanic ash, seawater, and lime, and the mixture continued to strengthen on contact with salt water. Modern concrete cracks in seawater within decades. Roman piers have stood for 2,000 years. The formula was lost with the fall of Rome. Scientists reconstructed it only in the 21st century. Fact 101. The Antikythera mechanism, a bronze device from the 2nd or 1st century before the Common Era, recovered from a shipwrecked Greek vessel in 1901, turned out to be an elaborate analog computer. It calculated the positions of planets, predicted lunar and solar eclipses, and probably tracked the motions of the Sun, Moon, and 5 known planets. It was perhaps 1,000 years ahead of its time. What else existed in the ancient world that did not survive? Fact 102. There are currently around 8,000 working satellites in orbit around Earth, along with thousands of tons of non-functioning debris, broken spacecraft, rocket components, a lost glove, a wrench. One glove, lost by an astronaut in 1965, orbited Earth for about a month before re-entering. Space debris travels at around 17,000 miles per hour. At that speed, even a small bolt is dangerous to any spacecraft in its path. We have filled low Earth orbit with our remnants in 60 years, and it has become a genuine engineering problem. Fact 103. Earth sits in the habitable zone of the Sun, the range of distances where liquid water can exist on a surface. But this zone slowly shifts outward as the Sun gradually brightens over billions of years. In roughly 1 billion years, the Sun will be warm enough to begin evaporating the oceans. Life in its current forms will become impossible. 1 billion years is a very long time, long enough not to worry about tonight, but perhaps short enough to notice that everything, even stars, moves toward its end. Fact 104. Jupiter acts as a gravitational shepherd for the inner solar system. Its enormous mass draws in and deflects comets and asteroids that would otherwise strike the inner planets far more frequently. Without Jupiter, the Earth would have faced catastrophic impacts many more times over the past billions of years. Complex life would likely have been interrupted again and again. We exist, in some part, under the protection of a giant that never announced itself. Fact 105. On Titan, the largest moon of Saturn, methane rains from the sky. Methane rivers carve channels through the landscape. Methane lakes lie still in the valleys. The same hydrological cycle that operates on Earth, evaporation, clouds, rainfall, rivers, lakes, works there too. Only instead of water, it is liquid methane in temperatures around -290 degrees Fahrenheit. The same physical laws, a completely different chemistry. If life exists there, it works by rules we have not yet begun to describe. Fact 106. Europa, a moon of Jupiter, holds a liquid ocean beneath a shell of ice several miles thick, and that ocean may be in contact with a rocky seafloor. Those are precisely the conditions that support rich ecosystems at hydrothermal vents on Earth. Europa sits near the top of the list of places in the solar system where scientists search for life. A spacecraft launched in 2024 is currently on its way there. Fact 107. Mars is home to Olympus Mons, the largest volcano in the solar system.
It stands about 16 miles tall. Its base is around 370 miles across. If you stood at its edge, the summit would be beyond the horizon. The mountain is too wide to see from the ground. Everest could be stacked into it 3 times by height. Olympus Mons grew so large because Mars has no tectonic plates. The volcano remains stationary above the same hotspot for billions of years, building and building. Fact 108. Sunlight takes about 8 minutes to travel from the Sun to the Earth. If the Sun were to go out at this moment, we would not know for 8 minutes. Everything we see in the universe is the past. The further away an object is, the older the light that reaches us from it. Some of the stars you see at night are images that left their source thousands of years ago. Some of those stars may no longer exist. We look at the sky and see history, not the present. Fact 109. The nearest star to us beyond the Sun, Proxima Centauri, is about 4 light years away. The fastest spacecraft humans have ever launched would take approximately 80,000 years to reach it. Stars look close. That is an illusion created by the speed of light. In any real physical sense, the universe is almost entirely beyond our reach with present technology. Fact 110. The gorilla and the human share about 98.3% of their DNA. The difference of 1.5 to 2% contains upright walking, speech, abstract thought, writing, music, science, this quiet lecture. What exactly is held in that small difference is one of the most intriguing open questions in biology. Fact 111. Chimpanzee populations in different regions have different tool use traditions, passed from mother to offspring through observation and learning, not through genes. One population cracks nuts on stone anvils, another does not, despite having access to the same nuts and stones. Cultural variation maintained across generations with no genetic explanation. Fact 112. Bees make collective decisions about nest locations through a process similar to democratic voting. Scout bees explore options and perform waggle dances to advocate for the sites they prefer. The better the site, the more energetic the dance. Gradually, the majority converges on one location. The swarm flies. No leader, no central command, just distributed decision-making resolved through dance. Fact 113. Monarch butterflies travel up to 3,000 miles from Canada to Mexico every autumn. No individual butterfly in the migration has ever made the journey before. The route is encoded in their DNA, calculated using the position of the sun and, possibly, the magnetic field. A navigational map inherited through genetics, guiding a creature that has never been there and will never return. Fact 114. Wasps invented paper. They chew plant fibers, mix them with saliva, and form the pulp into their nests, a process they have used for around 100 million years. According to one account, a Chinese scholar in the 2nd century observed a wasp's nest and drew inspiration for making paper from plant fibers.
The technology was in the forest, long before anyone thought to copy it. Fact 115. Spider silk is stronger than steel by weight and stretches up to 40% of its length before breaking. Engineers have been attempting to synthesize it for decades for use in medicine, aviation, and protective equipment. The spider produces it in a single process at room temperature from proteins it manufactures itself. We have not yet managed to reproduce it at any meaningful scale. Fact 116. A snake hears through its jawbone. Vibrations from the ground travel through the lower jaw directly to the inner ear. There is no outer ear, no eardrum. A snake reads the world through vibrations in its chin. It can sense an approaching creature before it can be seen. Fact 117.
Bats use echolocation precise enough to detect a wire 1/10 of a millimeter in diameter, thinner than a human hair, in complete darkness. They fly at up to 37 miles per hour in total blackness, navigating around obstacles in fractions of a second. No device of comparable size and power consumption made by humans achieves that resolution. Fact 118. The first cities appeared around 6,000 years ago in Sumer, in what is now southern Iraq. The earliest written texts come from the same place. They are lists of goods and debts. Poetry came later. This tells us something about what moved people to write in the beginning. Fact 119. The Earth and Moon technically orbit a shared center of mass, a point that lies inside the Earth, about 2,900 miles below the surface, but not at the Earth's center. The Earth wobbles slightly as the Moon moves in its orbit. The Moon does not simply circle the Earth. They are companions, revolving around a point they share between them. Fact 120. Our galaxy contains between 2 and 400 billion stars. The observable universe contains around 2 trillion galaxies. The number of stars in the universe exceeds the number of grains of sand on all the beaches and deserts of Earth. Given those numbers, the question of whether life exists elsewhere becomes less interesting than the question of why we haven't found any yet. Fact 121. The Earth's orbit around the Sun is an ellipse, and in January it is actually closer to the Sun than in July. This is not the cause of winter. Seasons are created by the tilt of the Earth's axis, not by its distance from the Sun. Fact 122. Earth's axis tilts at about 23.5 degrees, and this is what gives us seasons. Without any tilt, every point on Earth would have a stable, unchanging climate. With a tilt of 90 degrees, like Uranus, the poles would each face the Sun directly in turn, and the climate would be extreme. We were given a moderate, almost comfortable angle. We did not choose it. It simply turned out well. Fact 123. The longest day in the Northern Hemisphere falls around the 21st of June. Above the Arctic Circle, the Sun does not set at all on that day. The polar day stretches for months. A long amber light lying across the landscape without ever dimming to dark. Fact 124. All of the solar energy that falls on the Earth in 90 minutes equals the total annual energy consumption of all human civilization. The Sun provides incomparably more than we use. The only limitation is our ability to capture and store it. There are no physical obstacles to running the world on sunlight, only practical ones. Fact 125. The Earth reflects about 30% of incoming sunlight back into space. Snow and ice reflect about 80%. Dark ocean absorbs 94%. As polar ice melts, dark water is exposed, absorbing more warmth, which accelerates melting, which exposes more dark water. A slowly tightening loop. Fact 126. The photograph known as Earthrise, taken in 1968, showing Earth as a blue sphere in darkness above the lunar horizon, was one of the most significant images ever made. For the first time, people saw their planet as a single, fragile object, whole and small, and very much alone. Fact 127. Earth is the only known planet with active plate tectonics. This movement recycles carbon. Carbonate rock descends at subduction zones, melts, and returns to the atmosphere through volcanoes, a planetary-scale thermostat that has regulated the climate for billions of years. Without tectonics, the climate might be vastly less stable. The restlessness of the ground beneath us may be one of the conditions that made life here possible. Fact 128. Mars lost most of its atmosphere when its magnetic field weakened and the solar wind stripped the gas away. Once, rivers ran across its surface. Ancient dried riverbeds are clearly visible in photographs from orbit. Then the atmosphere thinned, the water evaporated or froze, and the surface became a cold and silent desert. Tectonics may be one of the conditions for a planet to remain livable over the very long term. Fact 129. The Moon is slowly slowing the Earth's rotation through tidal friction. Hundreds of millions of years ago, a day on Earth lasted around 22 hours. In billions of years, the day and year may eventually match, and the Earth might keep one face permanently toward the Moon, the way the Moon already keeps one face permanently toward us. Geologists know this from studying the daily growth rings of ancient fossilized corals. Fossils that counted the days long before anyone thought to ask. Fact 130. Seismographs around the world constantly register faint vibrations from factories, from traffic, from waves, from wind. Some of those vibrations come from sources that remain unexplained. A low, continuous hum in the Earth at frequencies too low to hear. Its origin is not entirely understood. The planet murmurs to itself. We have not yet learned what it is saying. Fact 131. Mountains create their own weather. On windward slopes, moist air rises, cools, and releases its rain. On the leeward side, air descends dry and warm. Either side of a single mountain range, you can find entirely different ecosystems. Rainforest on one slope, desert on the other. The same mountain wearing two entirely different worlds. Fact 132. The longest mountain range on Earth stretches 65,000 kilometers along the floor of all the world's oceans. The mid-ocean ridge. It wraps around the Earth like the seams of a tennis ball. This is where tectonic plates slowly pull apart and new crust wells up from below. Most of this immense structure has never been visited by any human eyes. Fact 133. New islands are still forming. In 2013, off the coast of Pakistan, an undersea earthquake pushed a new island above the water, Zalzala Ko. The Hawaiian volcano Loihi will break the surface in around 200,000 years. Land is not permanent. The planet is still shaping itself, drawing new shores and absorbing old ones. Fact 134. Lake Baikal in Siberia is the oldest lake in the world, around 25 to 30 million years old. It holds about 20% of the world's unfrozen fresh water. Around 80% of its approximately 3,000 species are found nowhere else on Earth. The Baikal seal, the Nerpa, exists only there. So isolated and so ancient that it became a separate evolutionary world. Fact 135. The driest place on Earth is not the Sahara. It is the McMurdo Dry Valleys of Antarctica, where precipitation has been essentially absent for millions of years. Cold, dry winds from the glacier evaporate any moisture before it can settle. It is the closest terrestrial equivalent to the surface of Mars. The instruments for Mars missions were tested there. Fact 136. The Great Barrier Reef off the coast of Australia is the largest living structure on Earth, visible from space. It stretches for nearly 1,500 miles and is made up of around 2,900 individual reefs. It is home to around 1,500 species of fish, 4,000 species of mollusk, and 240 species of birds. All of it built, fragment by fragment, by creatures smaller than a centimetre. Fact 137. Oil deposits exist on every continent and beneath most of the world's seas, because almost all of today's land was once covered by warm, shallow marine environments teeming with life. Every oil field is the trace of an ancient sea. To extract oil from Siberia is to draw up what was once a tropical coastal water, thick with life. Fact 138. The first bacterium ever observed through a microscope was seen in 1676 by Antony van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch cloth merchant who ground lenses for amusement. He had no formal scientific training. He saw small, moving creatures in a drop of pond water and reported his findings to the Royal Society in London. Almost no one believed him. He was the first person to see the microbial world. He simply looked. Fact 139. The oil extracted from the earth in the past 100 years exceeds everything extracted in all prior human history. Oil took hundreds of millions of years to form. We are spending it in a matter of centuries. By geological measure, this is like burning a library accumulated over 1,000 years in a single minute. Fact 140. The Earth's atmosphere does not end sharply. It fades gradually into interplanetary space. The Kármán line at 62 miles is a convenient agreement, not a physical boundary. Traces of atmosphere persist for thousands of miles. At those altitudes, the density is so low that calling it a gas is generous. We fly in aircraft at around 7 miles, deep in the dense lower layers. Above, very slowly, a different reality begins. Fact 141. The temperature on the moon ranges from around minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit at night to plus 260 degrees in sunlight. A difference of more than 500 degrees across a single lunar day. This happens because the moon has no atmosphere to even out the temperature and no ocean to store warmth. Our atmosphere and oceans are a vast buffer keeping us comfortable. Fact 142. Venus, sometimes our nearest planetary neighbor, has an average surface temperature of around 860 degrees Fahrenheit. Hotter than Mercury, which is twice as close to the Sun. The reason is Venus's dense carbon dioxide atmosphere, creating a runaway greenhouse effect. Venus is a clear, unambiguous illustration of what happens when that process escapes control. Fact 143. 1 centimeter of fertile soil takes several centuries to form. Wind and water erosion remove soil far faster than it accumulates. This deficit is not obvious from year to year, but it is critical over time. Agriculture depends on a layer we are losing faster than it is being replaced. The ground beneath the fields is more precious than most of us think. Fact 144. Life began in the ocean around 3.5 billion years ago. Stromatolites, layered structures built by early cyanobacteria, are the oldest traces we have found. Living stromatolites can still be found in Shark Bay, Australia. You can visit them. You can look at the living descendants of the earliest organisms to leave a record on this planet. 3.5 billion years, and they are still here. Fact 145. The last common ancestor of all life on Earth lived roughly 3.5 to 4 billion years ago. Every bacterium, every fungus, every plant, every animal, every person descended from one cell. When you look at a tree, a cat, a mushroom, you are looking at a very distant relative. All life on this planet is one family. Fact 146. The first multicelled organisms appeared around 800 million years ago. Before that, all life on Earth was single-celled. The joining of cells into multicellular bodies was an evolutionary leap that opened the path to everything complex. Fish, forests, insects, people. It happened independently more than once. Fact 147. The oxygen in our atmosphere was produced by living things. Without life, Earth's atmosphere would have resembled Venus's, carbon dioxide and nitrogen. The first photosynthetic organisms poisoned most of the anaerobic life that existed before them, but they created the conditions for more complex, more energetic organisms. We are the descendants of those who survived that first great chemical transformation. Fact 148. If viewed from deep space, the only sign of life detectable in Earth's atmosphere would be its unusually high oxygen content. Oxygen is chemically unstable and fades without constant replenishment. Its sustained presence is indirect evidence of biology. Astronomers searching for life on distant planets look for exactly this signature, the breath of something living written in the spectrum of light. Fact 149. The Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy in several billion years. This will not be catastrophic in a familiar sense. Stars are so far apart that most will simply drift past each other. But gravity will slowly stir the two galaxies together, orbits will change, and over billions of years, a single large elliptical galaxy will form. slow, vast, unhurried. Fact 150. The escape velocity from Earth is about 7 miles per second, the speed needed to leave the planet's gravity entirely. The atmosphere is held in place because most gas molecules at normal temperatures move far slower than that. Only light hydrogen sometimes reaches that speed at the very top of the atmosphere and drifts away. The Earth holds almost everything. It lets very little go. Fact 151. There is no point on Earth's surface without some trace of human presence. At minimum, microplastic particles or artificial radioactive isotopes. Even in the most remote mountain snows, in deep Antarctic ice, in Pacific Ocean trenches, traces of industrial activity have been found. This is used as one marker for a new geological epoch, the Anthropocene, the era of the human. Fact 152. Earth existed for 4.5 billion years without us. Life existed for 3.5 billion years without us. Complex animals moved through the world for around 600 million years without us. All this time, the planet managed. It will manage after us too. The only question is whether we will be part of the next chapter of its story. Fact 153. Volcanic lightning is real. During eruptions, ash particles inside the cloud rub against each other, build up charge, and release it as lightning strikes from within the column of ash. Photographs of volcanoes with lightning flickering inside the dark cloud look like something imagined. The Earth produces them without imagination at all. Fact 154. Thousands of ancient ships rest on the floor of the Mediterranean Sea, the main trade artery of the ancient world, for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Amphoras, statues, coins, anchors. Underwater archaeologists find something new each year. The floor of the Mediterranean is the largest museum of human history. Most of it has never been opened. Fact 155. The quietest place on Earth is not a remote ocean or an Antarctic plain. It is an anechoic chamber, a room engineered to absorb more than 99% of all sound. In such a room, a person begins to hear their own heartbeat, the movement of blood in their ears, the faint creak of their own joints. Total silence outside reveals the sound of the inside. Most people cannot remain there for long. Fact 156. An orb-weaving spider's web contains 2 types of silk: dry, strong radial threads for structure, and sticky, elastic spiral threads for catching. The spider walks only on the radial threads, never touching the sticky ones. 2 different functions, separated by design. An engineering solution that humans arrived at much later than the spider. Fact 157. Sea turtles return to the beach where they were born to lay their eggs, sometimes after decades of traveling thousands of miles. They appear to remember the unique magnetic signature of their birth site and navigate by it across open ocean for their entire lives. A map made at the moment of birth, kept, followed back half a century later. Fact 158. The cheetah does not roar, it purrs. The great cats, leopards, tigers, lions, jaguars roar, but cannot purr continuously. Small cats, including domestic cats, lynxes and cheetahs, purr on both the inhale
and exhale. The fastest cat on earth purrs like a house cat. This seems somehow right. Fact 159.
Some fish produce fluorescence, absorbing blue light and re-emitting it in green or red wavelengths. For a long time, researchers assumed this was irrelevant, since fish were thought unable to perceive those wavelengths. Then it was found that some fish have special optical filters in their eyes, precisely suited to detecting fluorescent patterns. A secret visual language, invisible to most other creatures, shimmering in the water. Fact 160. The giant squid, Architeuthis dux, reaching up to 60 feet in length, is entirely real. Its hooks leave distinctive scars on the skin of sperm whales. For a long time, it was known only by those scars and by bodies washed onto shore. A living giant squid was first photographed in its natural environment only in 2004. A creature the size of a bus, hiding successfully in the ocean. Fact 161. Cattle produce around 40 to 50 gallons of methane per day, a greenhouse gas around 20 times more potent than carbon dioxide. There are about 1 billion cattle in the world. This is a significant source of greenhouse gas, discussed less often than factory smokestacks. It is a natural biological process. The difficulty is one of scale, not of nature. Fact 162. Earthworms process organic matter into soil, drawing earth through their bodies as they move. A single hectare of healthy soil may contain several million worms, processing tons of organic material each year. Charles Darwin devoted his last book to studying earthworms and concluded they were essential to agriculture. The father of evolutionary theory spent his final years fascinated by worms. He saw nothing odd about this. Fact 163. Beneath Antarctica, hidden by miles of ice, lies a mountain range as large as the Alps, the Gamburtsev Mountains, roughly 9,000 feet tall. They have never been seen. Scientists found them through seismic measurements and radar pulses sent through the ice. An entire mountain range, lying in silence under the ice, invisible for millions of years. Fact 164. Salt has been mined and traded for around 8,000 years. It served as currency. The word salary comes from the Latin salarium, the salt payment sometimes given to Roman soldiers. Salt moved across continents along some of the oldest documented trade routes in history. Fact 165. The salt crystals in the Wieliczka mines in Poland are around 20 million years old. Miners have worked those tunnels since the 13th century. Inside, they have carved underground chapels, sculptures, and lakes directly into the salt walls. 20 million years ago, this place was a shallow sea. Now it is a wonder deep beneath a European city. Fact 166. Magnetite, a naturally magnetic mineral, is found in the bodies of certain bacteria, birds, fish, sea turtles, and possibly humans. It allows them to sense the Earth's magnetic field. Crystals of magnetite have been found in the human brain. Their purpose is unclear, possibly a vestigial organ that has lost most of its function. We may once have had a built-in compass,
Somewhere, quietly, we set it aside. Fact 167. The first people reached Australia around 50 to 65,000 years ago, crossing open ocean at a time when sea levels were lower, so the gaps between islands were smaller. They built sufficiently seaworthy vessels and navigated open water 60,000 years ago. Seamanship is much older than is generally imagined. Fact 168. The earliest horses, the size of a dog, appeared in North America around 55 million years ago. They eventually went extinct there and survived only in Asia and Africa. When European colonists brought horses back to the Americas in the 16th century, they were, in a sense, returning them to their place of origin after a 30,000-year absence. Native peoples encountered an animal their ancestors had never known, but which had originally come from right beneath their feet. Fact 169. Antarctic krill, small, translucent crustaceans about 2 inches long, are likely the most numerous multi-celled animal on Earth by biomass. Hundreds of millions of tons of them swim through the Southern Ocean. Penguins, seals, whales, fish, and squid all depend on them. Vast and interconnected ecosystems, all balanced on a small, pale creature. Fact 170. The Dead Sea is nearly 10 times saltier than the average ocean. No fish survive in it, almost no multi-celled organisms, only specialized bacteria and some algae. A person floats there without effort. The dense water supports the body gently. Something between a sea and a brine, still and quiet, and very old. Fact 171. Lightning storms fix nitrogen into the soil, transferring atmospheric nitrogen into compounds that plants can absorb. Around 150 million lightning strikes occur across the Earth every day. Every storm is, among other things, quietly fertilizing the land beneath it. Agriculture has always depended on storms. Fact 172. Human cells have a division limit, around 50 times over a lifetime, known as the Hayflick limit. After this, the mechanism that allows cell division is suppressed and the cell stops dividing. This is one of the processes that underlies aging. Cancer cells lose this limit and divide endlessly, which is what makes them dangerous. Immortal cells within a mortal body. Fact 173. The DNA in a single human cell, if fully uncoiled, would stretch around 6 feet. The body contains around 37 trillion cells. The total length of all that DNA, if laid end to end, would be about 46 billion miles, around 470 times the distance from the Earth to the Sun. A thread woven through each of us, quietly carrying everything we are. Fact 174. The pupil of the eye widens automatically in low light. It also widens when we look at something we find pleasing or interesting, even when the light has not changed. Traders at markets have noticed this for centuries. A buyer whose pupils widen when looking at something wants it, regardless of what they say. The body is often more honest than words. Fact 175. The liver is the only human organ capable of complete regeneration. If up to 70% is removed, it will restore itself to its original volume within weeks. This is used in transplant surgery. A donor gives part of their liver, and both donor and recipient grow theirs back to full size, each growing, each returning to what it was. Fact 176. The scent of rain on dry earth has a name: petrichor. It comes from plant oils that accumulate in soil and stone during dry periods, and from a compound called geosmin, produced by soil bacteria. When rain wets the earth, these substances are released and rise into the air. We smell bacteria and plant oils and experience it as the smell of rain. Evolutionarily, that scent may have signaled the arrival of water. Something important was coming. Fact 177. Some species of bamboo flower once every 120 years. When they do, every plant of that species flowers simultaneously all around the world and then dies. Flowering, seeding, dying. The mechanism that synchronizes plants separated by thousands of miles and connected by nothing is still not fully understood. One of the most mysterious biological rhythms on Earth. Fact 178. Some octopuses collect shells and carry them, arranging them around themselves as a shelter when they need to rest. This is planned behavior, preparation for a future situation. An animal without a skeleton, living only 2 or 3 years, gathering materials in advance of a need not yet arrived. Forethought in something that may not even have what we would recognize as a continuous self. Fact 179. Sea otters hold hands while sleeping on the water, so they are not separated by the current. This is real, documented by biologists. Groups of otters, called rafts, doze on the surface, holding paws to stay together. Sometimes they also wrap themselves in kelp, using it as an anchor. Both practical and quietly tender. In nature, these qualities rarely exclude each other. Fact 180. The elephant seal can hold its breath for up to 2 hours and dive to nearly 5,000 feet. Its blood stores several times more oxygen than ours. Its spleen contracts during a dive, pushing extra red blood cells into circulation, an emergency oxygen reserve. We build diving equipment. The elephant seal simply goes. Fact 181. Some birds sleep while flying. The swift is one, the frigate bird is another, rising high above the ocean, sleeping for a few seconds, waking, sleeping again. Over a long ocean crossing, the total time asleep amounts to around 40 minutes per day. Not because they do not need sleep, but because they cannot afford to land. Fact 182. The kangaroo can pause a pregnancy. A female can hold a fertilized embryo in a kind of biological pause, diapause, while a previous joey still occupies the pouch. When the first joey is ready to leave, the waiting embryo is allowed to continue developing. 2 young, in 2 different stages, quietly managed at once. Fact 183. The anglerfish glows by means of symbiotic bacteria living inside its lure, the glowing appendage that dangles before it in the dark. The fish itself does not produce light, the bacteria do. The bacteria receive shelter and sustenance. The
The fish receives light to draw in prey. A partnership arranged in total darkness, in the deepest waters where sunlight has never reached. Fact 184. Jumping spiders, small with wide, dark front eyes, may have some of the finest vision relative to their size of any living thing. Their forward eyes work like tiny telescopes with movable retinas, able to look in different directions from within a fixed shell. A jumping spider, sitting motionless, monitors what is happening to the sides and behind it through its peripheral eyes, while its forward eyes examine a target in fine detail. Extraordinary resolution in something the size of a pencil eraser. Fact 185. Seahorses and pipefish are among the rare animals in which the male carries and nurtures the young. The female deposits eggs into a pouch on the male's abdomen, and he carries them until they are ready. Evolution arrived at this solution independently in several fish lineages, which suggests it is sometimes genuinely the more efficient arrangement. Fact 186. Truffles spread their spores by attracting animals with their scent. That scent contains compounds similar to certain mammalian pheromones. Pigs locate them beneath the ground with extraordinary accuracy. The fungus learned to produce an aroma compelling to a mammal so that the mammal would dig it up and eat it, dispersing the spores. The truffle, in its quiet way, is managing the pig. Fact 187. Electric eels do not only stun their prey, they first send low-voltage pulses that cause the prey's muscles to contract involuntarily, revealing its location in murky water. Only then does the high-voltage strike follow. Electricity as sonar, electricity as weapon. Both systems in one creature. Fact 188. The Venus flytrap closes in around 30 milliseconds. The sensitive plant folds its leaves in about a second when touched. Neither has nerves. Both rely on hydraulic pressure. The rapid movement of water between cells changes the tension in the tissue and creates movement. Speed without nervous system, purpose without a brain. Fact 189. Seawater contains, on average, about 35 grams of salt per litre. If you evaporated all the world's oceans, the remaining salt would cover every continent in a layer around 150 feet deep. All of it accumulated over billions of years, carried by rivers from the land, released by volcanic activity on the sea floor. The ocean has been growing saltier since the beginning. Fact 190. The first plants moved onto land around 470 million years ago, first in damp zones near the water, resembling modern mosses. Before them, the land was bare rock, swept by wind, without soil, without shelter, without anything for land animals to eat. The plants created soil, and from that soil, slowly, everything else followed. Fact 191. Fungi are a separate kingdom of life, neither plants nor animals. By some molecular measures, they are closer to animals than to plants. They do not photosynthesize. They feed by decomposing organic matter or by living in partnership with plant roots. The oldest known fossil fungus is around 1 billion years old. Fact 192. A single-celled slime mold, Physarum polycephalum, can solve maze problems that require neural networks. In one experiment, it found the shortest path between two food sources at either end of a maze. In another, its network of tubes reproduced the layout of the Tokyo subway system. No brain, no neurons, no plan, and yet a solution. Fact 193. Earth is unusual in holding liquid water in all three states simultaneously: ice at the poles, liquid water in the oceans, and vapor in the atmosphere. This is possible only within a narrow range of temperature and pressure. Too cold and all the water freezes. Too warm and it evaporates. We exist at the exact point where all three can share the same world. Fact 194. A light year is a measure of distance, not time. It is how far light travels in 1 year. About 6 trillion miles. The nearest star beyond our sun is about 4 light years away, meaning around 24 trillion miles. These numbers cannot really be felt intuitively. The brain evolved to understand distances measured in yards and miles, not trillions. That is entirely reasonable. We were built for here. Fact 195. The Earth once absorbed a collision with another planet. Around 4.5 billion years ago, a body roughly the size of Mars, sometimes called Theia, struck the early Earth. Most of Theia merged with the Earth. The material thrown out by the impact eventually gathered into what became the Moon. This is why the Moon is chemically similar to Earth's mantle. The Moon is the remnant of a catastrophe, now drifting peacefully overhead. Fact 196. Some minerals fluoresce. Under ultraviolet light, an ordinary grey stone can glow pink or green. Atoms in the crystal lattice absorb ultraviolet light and re-emit it as visible colour. A stone you might pass without a glance, quietly glowing, if you knew how to look. Fact 197. Radioactive decay inside the Earth generates a steady flow of heat from within. Uranium, thorium, and potassium decay slowly in the depths, releasing warmth. This sustains volcanism and drives the movement of tectonic plates. Without this internal warmth, the Earth would have cooled long ago. The plates would have stopped. Volcanism would have ended, and the carbon cycle that regulates the climate would have gradually broken down. The slow decay of ancient elements is one of the conditions that made this planet livable. Fact 198. The speed of sound in air is around 760 miles per hour. The first person to fly faster than sound was Chuck Yeager in 1947. Planes flying faster than sound create a pressure wave, a boom heard from the ground below. Fact 199. Because of refraction, the bending of light through the atmosphere, you can see the sun for several minutes after it has physically set below the horizon. The light curves along the surface of the Earth. Every sunset you have ever seen is already the past. The sun was lower than it appeared. The atmosphere was gently lifting its image toward you. Fact 200. Stalactites and stalagmites grow at roughly a centimeter per century. The giant crystal formations in the Cave of Crystals in Nica, Mexico, some reaching 40 feet in length, grew for around 1 million years. To enter that cave, visitors must wear a special cooling suit. The temperature inside is around 120 degrees Fahrenheit, the humidity close to full. Million-year-old crystals
in a chamber that feels like the edge of something else. Fact 201. The solar system's path through the galaxy is not a smooth arc. The galactic plane is slightly uneven, and the solar system periodically crosses it. Some astronomers have suggested these crossings coincide with increased meteorite bombardment of the Earth, and possibly with waves of extinctions. This remains a hypothesis, but it is one that reminds us even our quiet corner of the galaxy is in motion. Fact 202. Some fish change sex depending on their social circumstances. The clownfish lives in a group with a clear hierarchy. The largest individual is the female. The second largest is the male. If the female dies, the male changes sex and takes her place, while the next in rank becomes the new male. This happens within weeks. A reversal, quiet and unhurried. Fact 203. Some trees live for thousands of years. The bristlecone pine, named Methuselah in California, is around 5,000 years old. It was alive when the pyramids of Egypt were being built. It is still alive. The Pando aspen colony in Utah, a single organism with thousands of trunks sharing one root system, may be 80,000 years old. One organism surviving several ice ages, still slowly reaching upward. Fact 204. Gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of space-time produced by colliding neutron stars and black holes, pass through the Earth, compressing and stretching the very space around us. The detectors at LIGO measure distortions 1,000th of the diameter of a proton, the most precise measurement ever made. Of events that happened billions of years ago, billions of light years away. We feel them, finally, here. Fact 205. The Kilauea volcano in Hawaii has been erupting almost continuously since 1983. Over that time, it has added around half a square mile of new land to the island. The Earth is making new land, quietly, steadily, out of stone and heat. The longest documented volcanic episode in modern history. Fact 206. A snowflake carries within it a memory of its entire journey through the atmosphere. Each layer of crystal holds information about the temperature and humidity of the moment it formed. Ice cores drilled from Antarctica tell the climate story of the past 800,000 years, layer by layer, year by year, with air bubbles that hold samples of the actual atmosphere from each era. We read the history of the sky in frozen breath. Fact 207. Lake Baikal freezes each winter, but only at the surface. The vast volume of water below never freezes. Ice up to 3 feet thick forms above, and people drive cars across it. Below them, 1.25 miles of liquid water, never frozen, holding the world's deepest fresh water in quiet darkness. Fact 208. Some clouds appear to stand still while the wind blows through them. Lenticular clouds, formed above mountains, are standing waves in the atmosphere. The air flows through continuously, but the cloud maintains its shape like a lens or a disc hovering above the peak. These are responsible for a great many historical reports of unusual aerial phenomena. The atmosphere shaping itself into something that looks impossible. Fact 209. Many metals were used by humans for thousands of years
before anyone understood why they behaved as they did. Copper was in common use for 8,000 years before anyone knew what an electron was. Iron was smelted for 3,000 years before anyone described a crystal lattice. Steel was made for centuries before the role of carbon was understood. Practice moved ahead of knowledge by millennia. We have always known how to do things before understanding why they work. Fact 210. Each spring in Toyama Bay in Japan, thousands of firefly squid gather in shallow water to spawn. They glow, a bright blue bioluminescence visible from shore with the naked eye. The sea shimmers, a blue light rising from the dark water. Fact 211. The Earth passed through what scientists call snowball Earth. Several episodes around 700 to 600 million years ago, when the entire planet, including the equator, was covered in ice. How life survived remains a question. Perhaps in pockets near volcanic vents where the ice was thinner or absent. After the thaw, carbon dioxide that had accumulated during the glaciation produced a rapid warming. From ice to tropical heat, and then back toward ice. The planet has always found its way through. Fact 212. The cavefish Amblyopsis spelaea lives in underground streams in Kentucky in permanent, absolute darkness. Its eyes have been reduced to tiny points beneath the skin. Dozens of generations of its ancestors lived without light, and the eyes, no longer useful, were gradually set aside. The energy that would have maintained them is used elsewhere now. Nature tends not to hold on to what is no longer needed. Fact 213. Sea stars have no brain, no blood, no heart. Their nervous system is a ring of nerve tissue encircling the body. Their fluid is essentially filtered seawater. They move by means of thousands of tiny hydraulic tube feet. A creature without a central nervous system, without a brain, without blood, surviving on this planet for about 500 million years. A brain is useful. It is not always necessary. Fact 214. The cave bear, Ursus spelaeus, went extinct around 24,000 years ago. Its bones are found in vast quantities in caves across Europe. It was larger than the brown bear. Humans and cave bears shared the same shelters. Sometimes this ended badly for one side or the other. Cave paintings in France and Spain show these bears, painted by people who had seen them alive. Our ancestors drew the animals of their world, and that world included giants. Fact 215. The tides lift and lower not just the ocean, but the solid earth beneath our feet, by several centimeters, twice a day. The moon's gravity pulls on the rock itself. This is called the earth tide, a real, measurable phenomenon, detectable by precise geodetic instruments. The ground beneath your home rises and falls slowly every 12 hours. You have never felt it. It happens regardless. Fact 216. Saturn rotates so quickly that its day lasts only around 10.5 hours. The speed of that rotation has flattened it noticeably. Its equatorial diameter is 10% greater than its polar diameter. From far enough away, Saturn is visibly, undeniably squashed
It looks that way in photographs. A planet doing something visible. Fact 217.
Life exists deep underground, in rock, several miles below the surface. Bacteria called lithotrophs draw energy from chemical reactions with the rock itself. No light, no oxygen, no organic material from the surface. The total biomass of underground life may be comparable to all the life on the surface. Life found its way into the planet just as it found its way into the deepest trenches of the ocean, wherever there is any source of energy at all. Fact 218. The Voyager 1 probe, launched in 1977, is now in interstellar space, more than 14 billion miles from Earth. A signal from it takes around 21 hours to reach us. On board, there is a golden record containing greetings from Earth in 55 languages, music, natural sounds, images, drifting outward, carrying what we chose to leave behind. Fact 219. Tarantulas shed their skin periodically, and in doing so, can regrow lost limbs. A spider missing a leg emerges from its molt with a new one. Restoration on a quiet schedule. Fact 220. At 8,000 meters altitude, water boils at around 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Climbers on Everest cannot cook food properly. The physics works against them at every step. Even the ordinary things become difficult at the edge of the sky. Fact 221. Aerogel is a solid material with the density only slightly above that of air. It looks like frozen smoke. It is lightweight, strong, and an excellent insulator. It is used in spacecraft. A substance that exists in the world, quiet and pale, and almost weightless, holding heat at bay. And now, fact 222. Every atom in your body was forged inside a star. The calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, the carbon in your DNA, the oxygen moving quietly through your lungs right now. All of it is stellar material, scattered by the deaths of stars billions of years ago, gathered slowly by gravity into a cloud, compressed into a solar system, settled onto a planet, and carried through billions of years of change, until it became you. You are stardust that learned to think about its own origins. Right now, you are lying in the dark, drifting through space on a thin shell of stone. The Earth is moving, quietly and impossibly fast. The atmosphere is moving with you. Your breath is moving through you, carrying atoms borrowed from every living thing that has ever been here. The universe is thinking about itself, gently, through you. And now, there is nothing more to say tonight. If you would like to share this with someone else who loves to fall asleep to something quiet and true, you are welcome to do that. Until the next night. 500 Facts, a sleep lecture, narrated slowly, warmly, without hurry. Somewhere on Earth right now, a polar bear is sleeping under the snow. She dug the den herself. Outside, the temperature is around -40. Inside, where she lies, It is close to room temperature. She breathes out warmth, and the snow above her melts from within, forming a dome of ice around her body, a perfect natural thermos. She is not awake, she is not worried. She is simply breathing somewhere beneath the white. Get comfortable. Breathe out. Just listen. The human eye can detect the flame of a single candle at a distance of 30 miles in absolute darkness. This is not an exaggeration. It is physiology. The photoreceptors in your retina respond to individual photons. We are extraordinarily sensitive instruments. We forget that most of the time. The Earth is not round. It is slightly flattened at the poles and wider at the equator because of its spin. The radius at the equator is about 13 miles greater than at the poles, which means the highest point on Earth, measured from the planet's center, is not Everest. It is the volcano Chimborazo in Ecuador. Its summit sits about 1.25 miles further from the Earth's core than Everest's. The shape of the planet changes everything. Ants have existed for around 150 million years. They were here when Tyrannosaurus walked the Earth. They survived the asteroid that ended the dinosaurs. And they are here now, quietly going about their work. Ice exists in at least 19 different forms. The ice you know, the kind that floats in a glass, is Form 1. Under extreme pressure, water freezes differently. Its atoms arrange in other configurations. Some of those forms are denser than liquid water and would sink. They exist deep inside frozen planets, far out in the dark. Milk glows under ultraviolet light. Almost any fluid rich in proteins and vitamins does. Scorpions glow under ultraviolet too, a bright, pale green. Scientists still do not know why. An octopus has 3 hearts. 2 pump blood through the gills. 1 pushes it through the rest of the body. When an octopus swims, that central heart stops. This is why octopuses prefer to crawl rather than swim. Swimming is genuinely exhausting for them. They move slowly, carefully along the sea floor, hearts beating, 3 at a time. The loudest sound in recorded history came from the eruption of Krakatau in 1883. It was heard nearly 3,000 miles away, in Australia and on the island of Rodriguez near Mauritius. The pressure waves circled the Earth 3 times. Barometers around the world registered it hours after the eruption, an island making itself heard across an ocean. Viruses are not alive. They have no cells, no metabolism, no ability to reproduce on their own. They exist only inside living cells. And yet they are the most abundant biological objects on Earth. In a single milliliter of seawater, there may be up to 10 million viral particles. Not alive, everywhere. On the International Space Station, a day lasts 90 minutes. The station orbits the Earth 16 times in 24 hours. Astronauts see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every day. To keep from losing their sense of time entirely, they live on Moscow time, whatever the view from the window. The brain uses about 20% of the body's energy, while making up only about 2% of its weight. Even when you are lying completely still, doing nothing, it is running at full capacity. Right now,
As you drift, it is still working, sorting, filing, letting things go. The brain feels no pain. There are no pain receptors inside it. Brain surgery can be performed under local anesthesia, or the patient remains fully conscious and they feel nothing inside their skull. Neurosurgeons sometimes ask patients to speak during the operation so they can monitor the language centers in real time. The patient talks, the surgeon listens. The brain, opened, says nothing. Memory is not a recording. Each time you remember something, the brain reassembles it from fragments, and each time it reassembles it, it changes it slightly. The memory is colored by your current mood, by what you have learned since, by how much time has passed. The oldest memories are the most rewritten. We all remember the past a little differently from how it was. And that is not a flaw. That is how the mind keeps living. Yawning is contagious, not just between humans. Chimpanzees catch yawns from humans on video. Dogs catch yawns from their owners. Even tortoises, by some reports, respond to the yawns of others. Scientists believe contagious yawning is linked to empathy, the ability to tune into another creature's state. Perhaps this is what is happening right now, a kind of tuning in. A person makes around 35,000 decisions each day, most of them automatically, without any conscious involvement at all. What exactly consciousness is doing during all that time is one of the great open questions in neuroscience. No one quite knows what you are while you are busy being it. The brain is most active in the hours between 4 and 6 in the morning. This is why anxious thoughts tend to visit in the early hours, not because things have gotten worse, but because the brain has already switched on and the body has not yet risen to meet it. The mind running ahead of the day. Tonight, let it rest a little earlier. Phantom pain. Pain felt in a limb that no longer exists is real. The brain continues to receive signals from the nerve endings at the stump and interprets them as coming from the missing hand or leg. One effective treatment is mirror therapy. The patient watches the reflection of their healthy limb, and the brain sees both, and the pain fades. The mind can be gently deceived into letting go. People who are blind from birth still dream. Their dreams are not visual. They are made of sounds, of sense, of touch, of emotion. Those who lost their sight later in life often continue to dream in images for years afterward. The sleeping mind holds on to what it loved. The brain learns to ignore the nose. Your nose is always in your field of vision, but the brain filters it out as unchanging background. The same adaptation happens with glasses you have worn for years, with the background hum of an office, with the smell of your own home. The familiar becomes invisible, which means the world, if you look at it from a different angle, is always stranger than you think. Birds are the direct descendants of dinosaurs, not distant cousins, not relatives by a long route. Birds are a branch of the dinosaur family that survived the extinction event. When you watch a pigeon on a ledge, You are watching a dinosaur, moving slowly, blinking, looking for something to eat. Some birds sleep in flight. Swifts can go months without landing. They eat, drink, sleep, even mate in the air. A swift that lands on the ground is nearly helpless. Its legs are not built for taking off from a flat surface. For a swift, the ground is simply where the nest is. Everything else is sky.
An albatross can travel close to 1 million miles in its lifetime, covering vast stretches of ocean with barely a wing beat. It uses dynamic soaring, riding the difference in wind speeds between the wave tops and the air above, gliding down to gain speed, then climbing, then gliding again. Sometimes for hours. Albatrosses can live to 70 years, decades of quiet crossing. Crows make tools. On the islands of New Caledonia, crows bend twigs into hooks to extract grubs from beneath bark. This is not instinct. Each bird makes the tool slightly differently. They learn from one another and pass the technique to the next generation. Cultural knowledge carried forward in small, clever minds. Birds have hollow bones, not empty. They contain thin internal struts that make them both light and strong. This structural solution is something aerospace engineers still study. The bird worked it out a very long time ago. Flamingos are not born pink. Chicks are white. The colour arises gradually from pigments in the algae and crustaceans the adults eat. In zoos without the right food, flamingos fade. They have to be given special supplements. The pink is borrowed from the world they live in. Penguins offer stones as gifts. A male searches for a smooth, well-shaped stone and places it at the feet of a female. If she accepts it, that is the beginning. The stones are used to build the nest, so choosing a good stone is a genuine contribution to a future home. A small, careful gesture taken seriously. The hummingbird is the only bird that can fly backwards. Its wings trace a figure 8, not the up and down stroke of other birds. This allows it to hover, move forward, backward, sideways. In flight, its heart beats up to 1,200 times per minute. In rest, around 50. The same small body, two entirely different speeds. Owls cannot move their eyes. They are fixed inside the skull. This is why owls turn their heads with such expression, up to 270 degrees in either direction. Stillness in the eyes, movement in the neck, a different way of paying attention. Beneath Africa flows an underground ocean, a layer of water held in rock, several hundred meters down, containing, by some estimates, 100 times more water than all the rivers and lakes on the continent combined. It arrived there millions of years ago and barely moves. Still, patient, waiting in the dark. Diamond is carbon, the same element as the graphite in a pencil. The difference is only in how the atoms are arranged. In graphite, they lie in flat layers. In diamond, they lock together in a rigid, three-dimensional lattice.
That lattice makes diamond the hardest natural substance on Earth. The same element choosing a different structure, becoming something completely other. The oldest known mineral on Earth is a zircon crystal from Western Australia, around 4,400,000,000 years old. The Earth itself is about 4.5 billion years old. This crystal formed near the very beginning. It has survived everything. Granite is not eternal. Under water, wind, and shifting temperatures, all stone eventually breaks apart. Granite cliffs erode at roughly a centimetre every 1,000 years. On a human scale, that is forever. On a geological scale, it is barely a pause. Salt is stone. Rock salt, halite, is mined from the earth. The salt mines of Wieliczka in Poland have been worked since the 13th century. The miners who spent their lives there carved chapels, sculptures, and bas-reliefs directly into the salt walls. A whole underground city, built in mineral, still standing below a European city. 20 million years ago, that place was a shallow sea. Marble is limestone that has been through enormous heat and pressure. The white marble of ancient statues, the stone Michelangelo carved, was once the shells of sea creatures pressed together on the floor of an ancient ocean, then buried beneath mountains. Michelangelo carved from shells. Opal contains water. Up to 20% of its composition can be water that entered microscopic cracks millions of years ago and stayed. This is why opals sometimes crack when the temperature changes suddenly. The water expands. A stone holding a small, ancient reservoir inside itself. Gold is soft. You can scratch it with a fingernail. 1 gram can be beaten into a sheet covering a square meter. This is why gold was traditionally used to coat domes and gild decorations. A thin layer produced a rich effect with very little material. The appearance of abundance from something almost too thin to see. Blood is not red, not always. Without oxygen, it is a deep, dark burgundy, almost brown. It turns bright red when hemoglobin binds with oxygen in the lungs. Arterial blood is red, venous blood is dark. On medical diagrams, veins are coloured blue for clarity, but blue blood does not exist. The colours we use to describe the body are partly a story we tell to make it easier to understand. The liver is the only organ in the human body capable of complete regeneration. Remove up to 70% of it, and it will grow back to its original size within a few months. The ancient Greeks knew this. In the myth of Prometheus, an eagle ate his liver each day, and it grew back each night. Where they learned that, no one knows. The appendix is not useless. Recent research suggests it serves as a reservoir for beneficial gut bacteria. After severe illness that disrupts the gut microbiome, bacteria from the appendix help restore it. Evolution rarely preserves something truly purposeless for millions of years. Most things we call useless are simply things we have not understood yet. There are 3 types of tears. The first are basal tears. They coat the eye constantly, always present. The second are reflex tears, triggered by smoke or onion or wind. The third are emotional tears, and only emotional tears contain stress hormones. Crying literally carries stress out of the body through the eyes. quiet, efficient form of release. Tooth enamel is the hardest tissue in the body, harder than bone, and it does not regenerate. A bone will fracture and heal. Worn enamel is gone permanently. This is why before dentistry, most people had almost no teeth left by old age. Something precious, quietly wearing down, which is true of many things. The human digestive system is about 30 feet long. The small intestine alone is around 20 feet. Its inner surface area, if unfolded, would cover about 2,700 square feet, the size of a tennis court. All of it folded inside you right now, working quietly, doing its patient work. The human body contains around 37 trillion cells and roughly the same number of microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, fungi, living on the skin, in the gut, in the lungs. You are not simply an organism. You are an ecosystem. Skin is the body's largest organ, about 20 square feet in area, between 6 and 11 pounds in weight. It is waterproof, temperature regulating, infection resistant, and touch sensitive. It synthesizes vitamin D, and it renews itself completely, roughly every month. The skin you are resting in right now is not the skin you had a year ago. Fish have existed for more than 500 million years. They appeared before trees, before insects, before flowers. The first fish had no jaws. They were bags with gills that filtered the water. The jaw came later and changed everything, a new way of meeting the world. The black swallower fish can swallow prey twice its own size. Its stomach stretches to extraordinary dimensions. It lives several kilometers down, where food is rare, so it does not pass anything up. Sometimes the swallowed prey is so large that it begins to decompose inside the fish before digestion is complete, and the gas forces the fish to the surface. Even in the deep dark, there are limits. The electric eel is not an eel. It is more closely related to carp. Its body is mostly electrical organs. Its vital organs are compressed into a small section near the head. It produces discharges up to 800 volts for attack and lower voltage pulses as a kind of sonar to navigate murky water. Electricity is weapon. Electricity is compass. Two systems, one body. Fish can experience depression. This sounds strange, but they have serotonin and dopamine, the same neurotransmitters as humans. Fish kept in cramped, featureless tanks lose interest in food, stop moving, ignore their companions. Antidepressants in the water improve their behavior. This matters for understanding the deep history of how minds evolved. The swordfish warms its brain before hunting. It has a specialized organ, a heat exchanger, that raises the temperature of its brain and eyes by 10 to 15 degrees above the surrounding water. A warm brain processes information faster. The swordfish literally heats itself up before it strikes. Piranhas are not monsters. In reality, they are cautious creatures that rarely attack large animals without cause.
Their fearsome reputation comes largely from a 1913 demonstration for Theodore Roosevelt, in which local fishermen deliberately confined starved piranhas in a pool and threw in a cow. Ordinarily, piranhas eat mostly carrion, smaller fish, and fruit that falls into the water. They are, for the most part, very ordinary fish, with a difficult reputation. Clownfish are all born male. Within each group, there is one dominant female. If she dies, the largest male changes sex and becomes the new female. This happens over the course of a few weeks. A complete biological reorganization. The group continues. The hierarchy holds. Lightning does not search for the highest point. It searches for the path of least resistance through the air, wherever an ionized channel has formed. A lightning rod works by creating exactly such a channel, directing the strike toward a path where it can be safely carried to the ground. Franklin, who invented it, was the first person to understand lightning well enough to offer it something more convenient than a house. A tornado is the most intense atmospheric phenomenon on Earth. Wind speeds inside can reach 300 miles per hour. A tornado can carry a cow several miles and set it down unharmed. It can flatten a house and leave a glass of water standing on a shelf. The atmosphere, briefly, at its most concentrated. Antarctica is the windiest continent on Earth. Katabatic winds, cold air flowing down from the ice sheet, can reach 200 miles per hour. At that speed, standing upright is not possible. You would simply be carried. The continent breathes outward, constantly, in all directions. A storm cloud can weigh hundreds of millions of tons. But it does not fall because the droplets are too small and too light. Rising warm air holds them suspended. When the current weakens, the droplets merge, grow heavy, and fall as rain. Everything held up until it isn't. In Antarctica, snow has been falling for over 1 million years and is still there, compressed into ice layer by layer. The deep layers of the Antarctic ice sheet are a climate archive going back 800,000 years. Scientists drill cores and read the layers like pages. The composition of ancient air, temperatures, volcanic eruptions preserved in frozen bubbles. History held still in ice. The storm on Jupiter has been running for centuries. The Great Red Spot, a hurricane larger than the Earth, has been observed since the 17th century. It has shrunk somewhat over the decades, but it continues. On Earth, the longest hurricanes last a few weeks. On Jupiter, they last lifetimes. Dew forms only on surfaces that have cooled below the dew point of the surrounding air. This is why dew appears on grass and leaves, but not on asphalt. Asphalt holds its heat longer. A spider's web in the morning, each thread thinner than a human hair, holding dozens of drops. The night's moisture caught in something almost invisible. Neutron stars rotate. Some spin up to 700 times per second. These are called pulsars. They can be used as cosmic clocks, more precise than atomic clocks. When the first pulsar was detected in 1967, scientists named the signal LGM-1, Little Green Men. They thought it might be a civilization trying to communicate. It was just a dead star, spinning in the dark, sending out its regular pulse.
If you removed all the empty space from the atoms of every person on Earth, all 8 billion of us, the remaining matter would fit inside a cube the size of a sugar lump. The atom is almost entirely empty. Everything that feels solid is, at the deepest level, mostly space. You are held together by forces, not by substance. Stars die in different ways depending on their mass. Small stars, like our Sun, quietly swell into red giants, shed their outer layers, and leave behind a white dwarf, a slow, cooling ember. Larger stars explode as supernovas, briefly outshining entire galaxies. The most massive ones collapse into black holes, each ending proportional to what it was. There are more stars in the universe than grains of sand on all the beaches of Earth. But consider this, there are also more stars in the universe than all the words ever spoken by every human being who has ever lived. More stars than words. The universe is very large and very quiet. On Mars, the volcano Olympus Mons rises 17 miles above the surrounding plain, nearly 3 times the height of Everest. Its base is so wide that if you stood at the edge, the summit would be beyond the horizon, too wide to see. It grew this large because Mars has no tectonic plates. The same hotspot beneath it kept building, uninterrupted, for billions of years. Between Mars and Jupiter lies the asteroid belt. If you gathered all the material in it together, the total mass would be less than the Moon. It is not the remains of a broken planet. It is matter that never managed to become one, because Jupiter's gravity kept interrupting the process. Material that has been waiting, dispersed, for 4 billion years. The light from the Andromeda galaxy, which you can see with the naked eye on a clear night, left there 2.5 million years ago. At that time, our ancestor, Homo habilis, was just beginning to shape stone tools. When you look at Andromeda, you are seeing the universe as it was before humans had learned to cut stone. The sky is always the past. Water is an anomalous substance. By every chemical rule, it should be a gas at room temperature. Similar molecules like hydrogen sulfide are gaseous under the same conditions. Water is liquid because of hydrogen bonds between its molecules. This anomaly made life on Earth possible. An exception to the rule that became the rule for everything that followed. Glass is not quite a solid in the conventional sense. It is an amorphous material. Its molecules are frozen in a random arrangement, not a crystal lattice. This is why old stained glass windows are sometimes thicker at the bottom, not because the glass flows over centuries, as was once believed, but because it was originally cast unevenly. The glass is standing still. It just did not start perfectly. Graphene, a single atomic layer of carbon, is about 200 times stronger than steel, at a thickness of 1 atom. A sheet of graphene covering a square meter weighs less than a milligram. It was first isolated in 2004 in Manchester using ordinary adhesive tape. Researchers simply peeled layers away from graphite, one at a time. A Nobel Prize from a roll of tape and patience. Horseshoe crab blood is blue and worth around $15,000 per litre. The blue comes from copper in its hemoglobin rather than iron.
But what makes it irreplaceable is this. It reacts instantly to bacterial endotoxins, clotting around them. Every vaccine, every medical implant produced in the world is tested for safety using horseshoe crab blood. A living fossil, 450 million years old, quietly protecting the modern world. Mercury is liquid at room temperature, the only metal with that property. If you placed a lump of lead on its surface, the lead would float. Lead floats on mercury. Our intuition about density does not prepare us for this. The world continues to arrange itself in ways we do not expect. Xenon gas, when inhaled, lowers the voice, opposite to helium, which raises it. Helium is lighter than air, so sound travels faster through it. Xenon is heavier, so sound slows. Both effects are temporary and harmless. Xenon is also used as an anesthetic. It puts people to sleep with almost no side effects. A heavy, invisible gas, quietly making things still. Fungi are not plants. They are a separate kingdom of life. Genetically, they are closer to animals than to plants. They have no chlorophyll. They do not photosynthesize. They feed by dissolving organic matter outside their bodies and absorbing the result. The oldest known fossil fungus is around 1 billion years old. They have been quietly dissolving things for a very long time. The largest living organism on Earth is a fungus. A honey mushroom in the forests of Oregon covers around 4 square miles and weighs, by some estimates, around 600 tons. It is about 8,000 years old. What you see as mushrooms in the forest are just the fruiting bodies. The main organism is underground, invisible, patient. Fungal networks connect trees. A single tree can be linked to hundreds of others. Along these threads, nutrients, water, and chemical signals travel. Trees in distress can signal their neighbors. Older trees send carbon to struggling saplings in the shade. The exchange is not charity. The fungi take sugars from the trees in return. Mutual benefit, woven through the soil. Fungi will decompose almost anything. They can break down wood, lignin, which almost nothing else can digest. Without fungi, forests would be buried under layer after layer of undecomposed trunks. They close the carbon cycle. They allow the world to continue. Penicillin was discovered by accident. Alexander Fleming left for holiday in 1928, leaving a petri dish of bacteria uncovered. When he returned, a mold called penicillium had grown across it, and the bacteria around it were dead. He noticed. He stayed with the noticing. That accident has since saved hundreds of millions of lives. Some fungi glow in the dark. Around 80 species are bioluminescent. Their fruiting bodies or mycelium emit a faint, steady light. Why? No one is certain. Possibly to attract insects that spread spores. Possibly a side effect of chemical reactions. A soft glow in the forest at night. Something living, quietly shining. Rome was not built in a day. In fact, it was built across 28 centuries, and it is still being built. Beneath modern Rome lie several layers of the city. Building the subway there is nearly impossible. Every trench immediately encounters ancient walls, aqueducts, burial chambers.
Every construction site becomes an unexpected archaeology. The past refuses to stay buried. The Eiffel Tower is taller in summer than in winter. Metal expands when it heats. On a hot day, the tower stands about 6 inches taller than in the cold. This was accounted for in the original design. The engineers knew the tower would breathe with the seasons. The Great Wall of China is not a single continuous structure. It is several walls built across different eras by different dynasties. Many sections are in ruin, some simply disappear, nothing left. The total length of all sections is around 12,000 miles. But there is no unbroken route. The idea of it continuous, the reality more complicated, as walls often are. Tokyo is the largest metropolitan area on Earth. Around 37 million people in the greater agglomeration, more than the entire population of Canada. Its transit system is so complex that some stations can only be reached by transferring from another line. There is no street entrance at all. A city that grew faster than any map could keep up with. Venice is sinking, about 2 millimeters per year. Partly the soil compressing, partly sea levels rising. It was built on wooden piles of larch, which over 1,000 years have petrified in the anaerobic conditions below the water. Stone formed where wood once was. The city stands on trees that became rock, and slowly, quietly, it descends. Angkor Wat in Cambodia was built over 35 years, under King Suryavarman II in the 12th century. By modern estimates, up to 300,000 workers were involved. It is the largest religious complex in the world, and it was swallowed by the jungle for centuries before anyone outside the region knew it existed. The Barnum effect is the tendency to accept vague, general statements as precise descriptions of oneself. Horoscopes, personality typologies, fortune cookies, all rely on this. You sometimes doubt your own decisions. That is true of everyone. But everyone reads it as true of themselves, specifically. The mind is always looking for its own reflection. Visual illusions are not errors of the brain. They are demonstrations of how the brain constructs reality from incomplete information. It guesses, it fills in. Illusions reveal the places where the guessing produces the wrong answer. The brain does not photograph the world, it models it. What you see is always, in part, an interpretation. People tend to overestimate their ability in areas where they have little knowledge. The less someone knows about a subject, the more confident they tend to feel about it. Expertise arrives accompanied by the awareness of how much remains unknown. Certainty is often a sign of the beginning. Uncertainty, more often, a sign of the middle. Synesthesia is when one sense triggers another involuntarily. The letter A appears red. The musical note C smells of vanilla. Thursday feels warm. This is not metaphor. The neural connections in synesthetes are literally arranged differently. About 4% of people experience some form of it.
Many artists and musicians are among them. A different way of moving through sensory experience. The brain has a blind spot, a point in the retina where the optic nerve exits with no photoreceptors. We never notice it because the brain fills in the gap using context from the surrounding image. You have never seen the complete picture. Part of it has always been invented, quietly, without your knowledge. And it works. The invented part is seamless. Scent is the strongest trigger for memory. The smell of bread from childhood returns you there more instantly than a photograph or a song. This is because the olfactory nerve is the only sensory nerve that goes directly to the limbic system, bypassing the thalamus. Every other sense passes through a relay. Smell goes straight through. A direct line to wherever you have been. The Arctic is an ocean covered in ice. Antarctica is a continent covered in ice. In the Arctic, there is no land beneath the ice, only water. In Antarctica, there are mountains and valleys buried under a layer of ice up to 2.5 miles thick. 2 poles, 2 entirely different structures. The Arctic ice has lost about 40% of its volume in the past 40 years. In the summer of 2012, ice coverage reached a recorded minimum. Current trends suggest that within a few decades, the Arctic Ocean may be completely ice-free in summer. An ocean that has been frozen for as long as humans have existed, opening for the first time. Beneath Antarctic ice, there are mountains completely hidden from view. The Gamburtsev Mountains reach nearly 9,000 feet, comparable to the Alps, but have never been seen. Scientists found them through seismic measurements and radar pulses sent through the ice. An entire mountain range, invisible, existing in complete silence beneath the white. The polar night in the Arctic lasts up to 6 months. The sun does not rise above the horizon. The body loses its sense of day and night. Indigenous peoples adapted to this over centuries, a more flexible sleep with several rest periods across the day. The body learning to live by a different clock. The northern lights are visible during the day as well, but the sunlight makes them invisible. In periods of strong geomagnetic activity, they appear even at dusk. The most powerful aurora ever recorded was the Carrington event of 1859. Telegraph operators received shocks from their equipment. The aurora was visible in the Caribbean. The sky, electrified and luminous, all the way to the tropics. Penguins exist only in Antarctica and the surrounding region. They have never crossed the equator. Polar bears exist only in the Arctic. They have never met in the wild. In most people's minds, they share a world. In reality, the entire planet separates them. The wheel was invented in Mesopotamia around 5,000 years ago, but not for transport. The first wheels were used by potters. The potter's wheel came before the cart. The wheel as a tool for moving things came several centuries later. The idea arrived in one form. Its greatest use emerged in another. Paper was invented in China around 2,000 years ago. Before it, people wrote on papyrus, clay tablets, silk, palm leaves, bark. The technique was kept secret for centuries. It reached Europe through the Arab world after the 8th century. Knowledge, moving slowly across the world, carried in a material almost too light to weigh. The first computer weighed 27 tons and occupied a room of nearly 2,000 square feet. ENIAC, launched in 1945, performed 5,000 operations per second. The phone in a pocket today is billions of times more powerful. Everything has changed, and it has all happened within a single human lifetime. The internet physically exists. It is not a cloud. It is thousands of miles of fiber optic cables lying on the ocean floor. 95% of international internet traffic moves through these underwater cables. They are regularly cut by anchors and occasionally bitten by sharks, attracted by their electromagnetic fields. The world's information flowing along cables at the bottom of the sea, sometimes interrupted by a curious fish. Radio was discovered by several people nearly simultaneously in different countries. Marconi received the patent in 1896, but Tesla had filed earlier, and his claim was recognized only 2 years after Marconi's death. The history of invention is full of simultaneous discovery. Ideas appear when the technology and knowledge are ready. The same thought arriving in several minds at once. Steel was known for thousands of years before the Industrial Revolution. Damascus steel, the Japanese katana, Indian woots, all were alloys with remarkable properties, created by smiths who knew nothing of chemistry. They worked by feel and experience, by observation and repetition. The secrets of Damascus steel were lost and only reconstructed in the 21st century using electron microscopes. The hand understood what the mind had not yet named. Color is not a property of objects. It is an interpretation made by the brain. An apple does not contain red. It reflects light at a wavelength of around 700 nanometers. The brain calls that red. A person with different photoreceptors would see it differently. Color exists only in the mind of the one looking. The world, before perception, is simply light. Women, on average, distinguish more shades than men. Around 12% of women are tetrachromats. They have 4 types of cone cells instead of 3. They see hundreds of millions of shades, where most people see a million. Looking at the same painting in the same room, they see something different. A rainbow has no edges. The colors flow continuously into one another. The spectrum is unbroken. The division into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet is a cultural decision, a way of naming what is actually a smooth gradient. Some languages have no separate word for orange or for blue, and their speakers draw the boundary in a different place. The rainbow remains the same. The names move. Infrared radiation is heat. When you feel the warmth of a fire on your skin, you are, in a sense, seeing it through your skin. Pit vipers have specialized organs near their nostrils that detect infrared. They hunt in total darkness by following the thermal outline of their prey. A different way of seeing, the same world revealed by different senses. The darkest material ever made, Vantablack, developed in 2014, absorbs over 99.9% of visible light. An object coated in it appears as a hole in space. The brain cannot interpret it as a 3-dimensional surface. Darkness so complete that the eye has nothing to hold on to.
The human body is built for long distance running. This is unusual among primates. We have an Achilles tendon, a spring that stores and releases energy with each stride. We sweat to cool ourselves in the sun, where most animals overheat. Over a marathon distance, in heat, a human can outrun a horse. We were made to move a long way, slowly, persistently. The brain of an athlete in a state of flow works differently. The state of complete absorption in an action, what athletes call being in the zone, is accompanied by reduced activity in the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for self-monitoring and self-evaluation. The critical voice quiets. The action becomes clean. Something close to effortlessness. Muscles grow during sleep. Physical exercise creates small tears in muscle fiber. Growth hormone is released mainly during deep sleep. At night, the body repairs the damaged fibers and builds new ones. Training without sleep is like planting seeds and never watering them. Yoga has existed for more than 5,000 years. Its earliest written traces appear in the Rig Veda. Physical postures, asanas, are a relatively late addition. Originally, yoga was about breath and attention. The body was the instrument, not the goal. A teaspoon of healthy soil contains more microorganisms than there are people on Earth. Bacteria, fungi, nematodes, protozoa, billions of creatures in a pinch of earth. They break down organic matter, fix nitrogen, create the structure that allows plants to grow. Without them, agriculture as we know it would not be possible. The ground living beneath us. Bacteria can share genes horizontally, passing them between neighbors, not just to offspring. One bacterium can transfer a gene for antibiotic resistance to another through direct contact. This is how resistance spreads. It is as if humans could pass skills to strangers through a handshake. The Dead Sea contains no fish, but it is not entirely lifeless. Archaea, primitive single-celled organisms, survive even in its extreme salinity. Life finds a way. Not always the life we expect, but something, somewhere, always finds a way. The DNA of a single human cell, stretched into a straight line, would reach from here to about 6 feet. In the body, there are around 37 trillion cells. The total length of all that DNA, laid end to end, would reach from Earth to Pluto and back, several times. All of it folded, compressed, stored in nuclei too small to see with the naked eye. Several kilometers of information stored in a thimble. The influenza virus changes every year. The vaccine has to be redesigned annually. Scientists predict each spring which strain will circulate the following winter. They are forecasting evolution, making an educated guess about the direction a living thing will take before it takes it. Wheat changed the course of human history. The shift from nomadic life to agriculture began around 10,000 years ago in the Fertile Crescent. It made stored food possible, and stored food made permanent settlements possible, and permanent settlements made specialization possible.
Everything we call civilization grew from grain. The potatoes saved Europe from famine. Brought from the Americas in the 16th century, it produced 3 to 4 times more food per acre than grain. By the 18th century, it was the primary food source for much of Europe. The Irish famine of 1845 to 1852 was caused by a potato disease, and it killed 1 million people and drove millions more to leave. A single crop holding an entire population. Saffron is the most expensive spice in the world by weight, more expensive than gold. It is harvested from the stigmas of crocuses, 3 stigmas per flower. To produce 1 kilogram of saffron requires the hand-picking of around 150,000 flowers. 1 hectare of cultivation produces 3 to 4 kilograms. A color, a scent, an enormous amount of careful human attention. Coffee is the second most traded commodity in the world by value after oil. Around 2 billion cups are consumed every day. The coffee plant is native to Ethiopia. According to legend, it was noticed by a goat herder named Kaldi, who observed that his goats did not sleep after eating berries from a certain bush. He told someone, and eventually, somehow, the whole world woke up. Dolphins give each other names. In the first months of life, each dolphin develops a unique signature whistle, its personal identifier. Other members of the group learn it and use it when they want to call that specific dolphin. This is the only known case, outside humans, of an animal using a symbol identifier to address another individual. Elephants are among the only animals, besides humans and great apes, that recognize themselves in mirrors. In experiments, a mark was placed on an elephant's forehead. Given a mirror, the elephant reached with its trunk toward the mark on its own face, understanding that the reflection was itself. Dolphins, magpies, and some fish have also passed this test. The circle of self-awareness is wider than we once thought. Rats laugh. When tickled, they produce ultrasonic vocalizations at around 50 kilohertz, above the threshold of human hearing. Slowed down in recordings, the sounds resemble laughter. Rats also seek out tickling, approaching a hand and rolling onto their backs. They enjoy it. Small, warm, laughing in frequencies we cannot hear. Cows tend to align with the Earth's magnetic field. Satellite imagery of grazing herds around the world shows they stand more often along north-south magnetic lines. Deer, elk, and foxes show similar patterns. Why? No one is certain. Perhaps a comfortable orientation, a preferred direction, something felt rather than understood. Octopuses use color patterns not only for camouflage, but for communication, especially during mating season. Some species can display different patterns on each side of their body simultaneously. One pattern for a nearby female, another for a rival male. 2 conversations at once, carried in skin. Spiders can travel through the air on silk threads. It is called ballooning. The spider raises its abdomen, releases a thread, and the breeze catches it. Spiders have been found kilometers above the ocean surface. It is how many species disperse across continents. A small creature releasing itself to the wind, going wherever it goes. Penicillin, X-rays, Teflon, the microwave oven, all discovered by accident. X-rays, noticed when an experimenter saw a screen glowing across a dark room. Teflon, a failed refrigerant experiment,
the microwave when an engineer noticed the chocolate in his pocket melting near a radar unit. Chance, meeting a prepared mind. Luck, paid attention to. Darwin's theory of evolution was not entirely original, at least not in the sense of arriving from one mind alone. Alfred Russel Wallace reached the same idea independently and wrote to Darwin describing it, which finally prompted Darwin to publish The Origin of Species. They presented their work together at a single meeting in 1858. History remembered one name. The idea belonged to both. Newton did not discover gravity beneath an apple tree in an instant. The apple may have been there,
but the understanding came slowly. Newton worked on the theory for 20 years. The story of the apple is a simplification he told in old age, perhaps with some embellishment. The truth was longer, quieter, more uncertain, as most true understanding is. Watson and Crick discovered the structure of DNA in 1953, but the critical data came from Rosalind Franklin. Her X-ray photograph of DNA, photo 51, was shared with Watson without her knowledge. The Nobel Prize in 1962 went to 3 men. Franklin died in 1958. The Nobel is not awarded posthumously. The history of science holds many names that were not remembered. This is one of them. The Nile and the Amazon are still in dispute for the title of the world's longest river. It depends on where you measure the source. The Nile is around 4,200 miles. The Amazon is around 4,300. The difference is less than 100 miles and changes with methodology. The longest river is the one you measure from. Lake Baikal holds about 20% of all unfrozen fresh water on the surface of the earth. It is around a mile deep. If you emptied it, every river in the world combined would take about a year to fill it again. The lake is around 25 million years old, one of the oldest on the planet. Ancient, still, and full. The Amazon River is home to around 3,000 species of fish, more than the entire Atlantic Ocean. About 1/5 of all the fresh water that flows into the world's oceans passes through the Amazon basin. A river so vast it has its own ocean's worth of life. The Rhine River, for several kilometers as it enters Lake Constance, does not immediately mix with the lake water, the cold, dark water of the river, and the warmer, lighter water of the lake run side by side. Two currents in the same body of water, until the difference in temperature and density fades. Two rivers sharing one bed, moving together without merging. The Dead Sea is dropping. Its level falls about 3 feet each year. Water is being diverted from the Jordan River for agriculture. Along the shores, sinkholes are opening, places where fresh groundwater has dissolved the underground salt layers, and the surface above collapses. The oldest salt lake in the region, slowly becoming something else. Newborns see the world in shades of grey and blurred outlines. Colour vision develops in the first months. The sharpest focus is at about 8 to 12 inches, exactly the distance of a face during feeding. The eye calibrated to what matters most first. Children under 7 do not fully understand death as permanent. For them, death resembles sleep or a journey. The understanding that it is irreversible develops gradually between the ages of 5 and 10. This is not naivety. It is a normal stage of how the mind grows into an understanding of time. Newborns have a swimming reflex. Placed in water, they hold their breath and make swimming movements. This reflex disappears by about 4 to 6 months. After that, swimming must be relearned. The body arrives knowing things the mind will later forget. The first 3 years of life are the period of greatest brain plasticity. Neural connections form at extraordinary speed. The brain of a 3-year-old is roughly twice as active as an adult's. What happens in those early years shapes the architecture of the mind for the rest of life. A beginning that echoes forward through everything that follows. Children learn languages differently from adults. Before around age 12, the brain absorbs language intuitively, through immersion, without conscious rules. After that, it learns through analysis and comparison. Children growing up bilingual do not get confused. They simply know, automatically, which language to speak with whom. The early mind, absorbing the world before it knows it is learning. When you breathe out, the molecules of air you exhale disperse. Within a few years, they have spread evenly through the entire atmosphere. Statistically, every breath you take contains a few molecules that were once breathed by Julius Caesar, by Cleopatra, by Leonardo. You are breathing history. You are breathing the exhalations of the dead. The stars you see at night are different ages, some younger than the sun, some older, some no longer exist. They exploded centuries or millennia ago, but their light is still traveling toward us. The night sky is not a photograph of the present. It is a composite of different times, stitched together by distance. The deepest sleep comes in the first few hours after you close your eyes. This is when the brain does most of its cleaning, when growth hormone is released in its highest concentrations, when memory is most actively consolidated. The first hours are the most valuable. You are already in them. While you sleep, your body grows, fractionally. The discs between your vertebrae recover their height when the weight of the day is lifted. In the morning, you are a few millimeters taller than you were at night. By midday, you will have compressed again. A small daily rising and falling, the body expanding slightly in the dark. Body temperature drops by about 1 degree during the night. This is part of the circadian rhythm. A cool room helps. The body is already trying to cool itself, and the air assists. The body knows how to prepare for sleep. It has been doing it for as long as there have been nights. The heart slows during deep sleep to around 40 to 50 beats per minute. Blood pressure drops. This nightly quieting is called nocturnal dipping, and the absence of it is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. The heart, given permission to rest. During sleep, the brain replays the events of the day, quickly in compressed form. The hippocampus runs the events through. The neocortex records them for long-term storage. Sleep after learning consolidates memory better than an extra hour of studying. The sleeping mind is not resting from thought, it is sorting it. While you sleep, the immune system is at its most active. Some protective cells peak in production during sleep. Chronic sleep deprivation measurably reduces immunity. People sleeping less than 6 hours are 4 times more likely to catch a cold than those sleeping 7 or more. Sleep is not a break from living. It is part of how the body defends itself. Muscles during REM sleep are temporarily paralyzed. This is an evolutionary protection so that you do not physically act out your dreams. When this mechanism fails, a condition called REM sleep behavior disorder occurs. The person physically fights, runs, or shouts while remaining asleep. The body, restrained from its own dreaming. There are more infinities than one, and they come in different sizes. This was proved by the mathematician Cantor in the 19th century. The infinity of whole numbers is smaller than the infinity of real numbers. You can take infinity infinitely many times and arrive at a larger infinity. Mathematicians work with a hierarchy of infinities as a routine tool. The universe, it turns out, has room for more vastness than we initially thought. Most people, when asked to pick a random number between 1 and 10, choose 7. This holds across different cultures and languages. Psychologists call it the magic number 7. It is coded into human perception in some particular way. 7. Almost everyone's first choice. A giraffe is born by falling nearly 6 feet. That is the first thing that happens. The mother cannot bend low enough to cushion it. The calf drops, hits the ground, and within a few hours is standing. In the savannah, you cannot afford to stay helpless for long. Hippopotamuses do not sweat blood. The reddish fluid they secrete through their skin is neither blood nor sweat. It is a unique substance called hipposudoric acid. It protects the skin from the sun, keeps it moist, and has antibacterial properties. A natural sunscreen and antiseptic produced by the animal's own body without any laboratory. Mongooses are largely resistant to cobra venom. Their acetylcholine receptors are structured differently. The neurotoxin simply cannot bind as effectively. But mongooses do not rely on this immunity. They win through speed, not through protection. The cobra is dangerous. The mongoose is faster. Tarantulas can lose limbs and regrow them. During a molt, when the spider sheds its exoskeleton, new legs form in place of lost ones. Younger spiders can fully recover a missing limb across several molts. The ability fades with age, but for a time, what was lost returns. Sloths are the slowest mammals on Earth. Their metabolism is so reduced that digesting a single meal of leaves can take up to a month. They descend to the ground about once a week to urinate and defecate. Slowness is not a weakness, it is a strategy. Predators simply do not notice them in the canopy. Stillness as camouflage. Patience as survival. The goblin shark lives at depths greater than 300 feet and rarely surfaces. Its skin is pale pink, blood vessels visible through it. It has a jaw that shoots forward to catch prey. It looks like a creature from another time, because it is. This lineage has existed for around 125 million years. Something ancient, moving slowly in the dark. Every 7 to 10 years, the body replaces most of its cells. You are, in a measurable sense, a different person than you were a decade ago, and yet the continuity of memory, personality, and consciousness creates an unbroken sense of identity.
What is it exactly that makes you the same person across all that change? This is the ship of Theseus, and you are living it. The philosophical zombie, a thought experiment. Imagine a being physically identical to you, same neurons, same responses, same words, but with no inner experience, no sense of what it is like to be itself. Does such a being exist? Could you tell? Could it tell? This question sits at the center of the philosophy of mind, still unanswered. Whether something is happening inside, this, of all questions, is the one no one can check from the outside. Occam's razor: do not multiply causes beyond necessity. If two explanations exist, the simpler one is more likely to be correct. This is not a law, it is a useful guide, but it has worked remarkably well for a very long time. Descartes doubted everything and arrived at one thing he could not doubt. If he was doubting, he was thinking. If he was thinking, he existed. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. He was 23 when he began this thought experiment, alone in a warm room in Bavaria in winter. Empty room, cold outside, one question. Stoicism was founded in Athens around 300 years before the Common Era. Its core idea: distinguish what is in your control from what is not. Govern your responses, not the events. 23 centuries later, this is still considered useful advice. Some things last because they are true enough. The Japanese word komorebi means sunlight filtering through the leaves of trees, the dappled shimmer of light and shadow together. German has Waldeinsamkeit, the feeling of peaceful solitude in a forest. Portuguese has saudade, a longing for something that may never have existed. Languages hold what a people found worth naming. Each word a small preserved world. The dust on a bookshelf contains particles of sea salt. The ocean constantly evaporates, lifting microscopic salt crystals into the air. They travel on the wind for thousands of miles, settling everywhere. On your books, particles of every ocean in the world. The sea resting on the shelf. Trees planted by people centuries ago now give shade to those who never knew the ones who planted them. This is one of the ways human beings reach across time. An action taken in one life, completed in another. The volume of scientific publications doubles roughly every 18 months. More new species of living things are described each year than the year before. The world is becoming more known, and the unknown does not shrink. It grows alongside the known, because each answer opens more questions. The edge of what we understand keeps moving outward. Silence before sleep is one of the rarest things in the modern world. The brain was not shaped for a constant stream of information. Silence is not emptiness. It is space, and something lives in it. Every night, about 100 tons of cosmic dust and micrometeorites fall quietly onto the Earth. While you sleep, the planet is accumulating material from space. Some of it settles on windowsills. The universe, leaving a small deposit, night after night. Flowers close at night, not because of cold. It is called nyctinasty, a response to the absence of light. Some close to protect their nectar from night dew, some to retain warmth. Poppies and tulips close. Night blooming jasmine opens. Everything timed, everything in its place. Somewhere right now, a bamboo plant is flowering for the first time in 120 years. Someone is seeing it for the first time in their life, and the last. The Earth loses a few tons of hydrogen every day to space, molecules escaping from the upper atmosphere. It is replenished from other sources, but the atmosphere is not sealed. Over geological time, it breathes outward, slowly, in both directions. City trees live half as long as forest trees. Pollution, compacted soil, insufficient water, salt from winter roads. The average urban tree in Europe lives around 30 years. The same tree in a forest would live 100. The same tree, a different world, a different life. Photosynthesis is the most important chemical reaction on Earth. Plants, algae, and cyanobacteria convert carbon dioxide and water into glucose and oxygen using sunlight. Every molecule of oxygen in the atmosphere is the product of photosynthesis. Before it existed, Earth had almost none. The air you are breathing right now is the legacy of billions of years of leaves. Every water molecule in the ocean has, with high probability, already been inside a living creature. Part of a dinosaur, a sea fern, an early human. Water does not disappear. It changes form and host endlessly, without beginning or end. The water in you right now has been everywhere. Right now, somewhere, someone is seeing the northern lights for the first time in their life. Someone is looking at the ocean and deciding that words are not necessary. Someone is pressing their hand against the bark of a tree, and the bark is warm. We are all on the same planet, moving through space together without choosing to. And that is enough. That is everything for tonight. Birds and fungi, and memory, and stone, and stars, and rivers, and sleep, and children, and light. One world, extraordinary at every scale. Right now, the earth is moving. Somewhere, the night flower is opening. A whale is singing in a dark ocean. A fungus is quietly feeding a root. A pulsar is counting seconds more precisely than any clock. And you are lying on this planet, not watching it, part of it. You can sleep now. If this helped, share it with someone else who finds the night difficult. Let their night be a little quieter. Good night. Somewhere tonight, in a library that smells of old paper and controlled air, a book is sitting behind glass. It has been sitting there for more than 100 years. Before that, it sat in a castle in Italy. Before that, in someone's hands. Someone who wrote it, page by page, in the early 15th century by the light of a candle in a room whose walls we will never see. The book is 240 pages long. It is filled with writing. No one can read it. Not a single word. The world is full of things like this, full of questions that live alongside us quietly, without demanding attention, without creating anxiety, simply existing, the way a city hums outside a window at night, audible, but not troubling. Tonight, we will move through some of them, not quickly, not trying to solve anything, just looking at them in the dark, the way you look at unfamiliar constellations, not understanding them, but feeling that something is there.
33 mysteries, and a few more besides. Each one a small world, some very near, some very far, each one making the night a little deeper. The first mystery begins on a quiet evening in Ohio in August of 1977. Imagine a radio telescope, a low building surrounded by farmland, the sound of crickets in the warm air outside. Inside, cool, quiet, a steady mechanical hum, a printer slowly rolling out a paper tape of numbers and letters. An astronomer named Jerry Eman is reviewing that tape. It is tedious work, an unending stream of cosmic background noise, numbers and letters without meaning, hour after hour. And then he stops. He picks up a red pen. He circles a cluster of symbols, and in the margin, he writes one word: wow. The signal had lasted 72 seconds. It came from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, roughly toward the center of our galaxy. It was narrow band, compressed into a single specific frequency, exactly the kind of signal that, since the 1950s, scientists had theorized a transmitting civilization would use to be heard across interstellar space. The logic was simple. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. Any civilization that has discovered radio astronomy knows its frequency. If you want to be heard, you call on that frequency. The signal called on precisely that frequency. Eman read the tape several times, checking for error. There was none. The telescope, the Big Ear, built specifically to search for signals from beyond Earth, had been calibrated to catch exactly this kind of event. And it had caught one. And then, nothing. The signal never repeated. The Big Ear continued listening for another 20 years until 1998, when it was demolished. In its place, a golf course was built. Somewhere between the tee box and the 7th green, something may once have reached us from across the galaxy. Or not. Other telescopes around the world pointed at the same patch of sky. Nothing similar was ever detected. In 2024, a group of researchers and volunteers digitized more than 75,000 pages of original printed output from the observatory's archives and reanalyzed the signal. Their conclusion? Most likely it was a natural outburst of neutral hydrogen, a rare phenomenon now called a cosmic maser flare. Not an alien transmission, a natural event. But most likely is not certainly. And the signal remains the only one in the history of radio astronomy to fit perfectly the theoretical profile of a message from another world. 72 seconds, one mark on a paper tape, and almost 50 years of unanswered questions. Sometimes you wonder, what if someone cried out once into the dark and then fell silent and has been waiting ever since for a reply we never sent? There is one detail about the signal that is rarely mentioned, and that makes it stranger still. The Big Ear telescope had 2 receiving beams, 2 directions of reception. The signal was recorded by only one of them. This means that if the source was truly fixed in space, as the Earth rotated, the second beam should have caught it again, roughly 2 minutes after the first. The second beam recorded nothing. Either the signal stopped within those 2 minutes, or its source was moving. A moving source with those characteristics is, if anything, more difficult to explain than a stationary one. Every explanation for the wow signal adds a new detail that sits uncomfortably with the rest. A comfortable explanation has not arrived, and perhaps it never will. Some questions are content to remain open. The second mystery lives in a library at Yale University, in a special vault for rare books. Behind glass, in a controlled climate, rests a manuscript bought in the early 20th century by a Polish antique dealer named Wilfrid Voynich. You found it in an Italian castle, among old papers no one remembered, brought it to London and then to New York. The book has carried his name ever since. The book is about 600 years old. The vellum has been dated by radiocarbon analysis to between 1400 and 1438, the early Renaissance. On 240 pages, drawings of plants that do not exist in nature, roots descending into emptiness, leaves in impossible configurations, flowers that resemble flowers but are not quite flowers, diagrams of star constellations that match no known map of the sky, as if someone were charting a different heaven. Small figures of women bathing in systems of tubes and channels that could be anatomical, alchemical, cosmological, and are none of these. And text, 240 pages of text written in an alphabet that exists in no language on Earth. Left to right, clearly structured, something resembling capitals at the beginning of sections, something resembling punctuation, real-looking paragraphs. Its statistical properties, the frequency of symbols, the distribution of syllables, the length of words, match those of real human languages precisely. No one can read it. No one. Military codebreakers who cracked Nazi encryption machines studied the Voynich manuscript. Scholars from dozens of universities, linguists, mathematicians, cryptographers, artificial intelligence algorithms deployed against the text in the 21st century. Linguists proposed versions. Hebrew in unusual transliteration, Arabic, Latin in complex code, a constructed proto-Romance language. None led to readable text. Canadian researchers in 2018 used a statistical language algorithm and announced the text might be written in Hebrew with a particular substitution system. The first sentence they believed they had decoded read something like, "She gave advice to the priest, to the man of the house." Then the algorithm lost the thread. Other researchers disagreed. The manuscript continues to say nothing. There is something in the illustrations that is worth pausing on separately. The book is not only written, it is illustrated, and the illustrations are as incomprehensible as the text. One section, which researchers have called astronomical, contains circular diagrams with symbols that slightly resemble star charts, but none corresponds to any real map of the sky. Another section, biological, depicts what might be blood vessels or pipelines or plant roots, but is not anatomy, not botany, and not hydraulics from any known tradition. The drawings look like the work of someone who deeply understood what they were drawing, but what exactly they understood is unknown. When you look at these images, a particular feeling arises that is difficult to describe, as though you are looking at something familiar that is about to become recognizable, but does not. Again and again, for 600 years in a row. Convincing nonsense, created to sell expensively to a lover of old mysteries. Some believe it is a genuine document in a real language, simply encrypted by a system we have not yet found the key to. Neither view is proven, neither is fully disproven. The manuscript lies behind glass and is silent for more than 100 years since Voynich purchased it, and far longer than that since someone unknown wrote it in the early 15th century, in Europe, in the quiet of some room, by candlelight, for some purpose we do not understand. The third mystery was raised from the floor of the sea. In 1900, Greek divers harvesting sea sponges near a small island called Antikythera, between Crete and the Greek mainland, stumbled upon a sunken ancient ship. They brought up bronze and marble statues, coins, amphorae, and one unassuming piece of greenish bronze, crumbling with corrosion, which was placed in a box with the other finds. No one understood what it was. It sat in museum storage for half a century. Only in 1951 did a physicist and historian of science named Derek Price take it in his hands, hold it up to the light, and find he could not believe what he was seeing. Behind the layer of oxide was a mechanism, 30 bronze gears, connected in a system of extraordinary precision. Each hole in each gear was positioned with a tolerance of 28 thousandths of a millimeter, a level comparable to modern precision engineering. The mechanism tracked the movements of the Sun, the Moon, and the 5 visible planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. It predicted solar and lunar eclipses. It showed the phases of the moon and calculated the dates of the Olympic Games. In its engineering complexity, this mechanism was ahead of its time by approximately 1,500 years. The next devices of comparable precision appeared only in the 14th century, in the form of the first European tower clocks. Who made it? Unknown. Possibly on the island of Rhodes. The great astronomer Hipparchus lived there in the same century, and the style of the calculations resembles his work. Why was it on a ship? The vessel was heading westward, possibly toward Rome. Perhaps the mechanism was a gift for a wealthy Roman. Perhaps it was simply a very expensive curiosity. Researchers from University College London in 2021 reconstructed the mechanism using 3-dimensional computer modeling. It works. But no historian can explain how, 2,000 years ago, someone possessed the knowledge required to build such an instrument, and how it happened that for the next 1,500 years, no one reproduced it. Was the Antikythera mechanism unique, or were there many such devices and none survived? And if there were many, what does that tell us about Greek science, which we believed we had understood? there is a detail discovered comparatively recently that deepens the mystery further. When researchers examined the mechanism using computed tomography, they found inscriptions on the surface of the gears, tiny, almost invisible without magnification. An instruction manual written in ancient Greek describing what each dial shows. Part of it has been read, and one of the inscriptions refers to a red sphere, presumably Mars, and how it moves through the zodiac. But the surviving parts of the mechanism appear to have no indicator for Mars, which means either the corresponding section was lost and the mechanism was even more complex than we thought, or the inscription refers to a different version of the device. Every new study of the mechanism reveals something unexpected. It seems, somehow, to resist being fully known. The fourth mystery is a sound. One specific sound, recorded in 1997 by hydrophones belonging to the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, positioned in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. These hydrophones, very sensitive microphones lowered to great depth, were originally built during the Cold War to track submarines. In 1997, the instruments caught something that received the working name bloop, a low-frequency signal rising in amplitude over roughly a minute, then stopping. The signal was powerful enough to be detected simultaneously by several receivers separated by thousands of kilometers. Its shape, the way it rose and changed, matched the profile of a biological origin. In other words, it sounded like something living. But no known living thing is capable of producing a sound of that power. The blue whale, the largest and loudest animal on the planet, would have been quiet beside whatever produced the bloop. Something enormous was cooling in the darkness at a depth where no light reaches. Once, and then it fell silent. Years later, most scientists settled on an explanation: the sound of fracturing Antarctic ice. An iceberg breaking apart in the water produces exactly these low-frequency waves. Plausible, explainable. But those who have heard the recording, available online if you wish to find it, say there is something in it that feels unpleasantly alive. Something that makes the skin tighten just slightly. The ocean covers 71% of the planet's surface. We have explored less than 20% of its floor. That we do not know everything that lives there should not surprise us. What surprises us sometimes is when the unknown makes itself heard. The fifth mystery is a disappearance. On the 5th of November 1872, a two-masted brigantine called the Mary Celeste set out from the port of New York, bound for Genoa. On board, 10 people: Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 crew members. The captain was an experienced sailor, known as a careful and methodical man. The weather at departure was good. The cargo, 1,700 barrels of industrial alcohol, was securely stowed. On the 4th of December, a British ship found the Mary Celeste in the middle of the Atlantic, drifting, unmanned. When sailors came aboard, they found no one. Not a single person. The cargo untouched. The stores of food and water untouched. Enough food for several more weeks. The personal belongings of the captain and his family, the books, the child's toy, all in their places.
The last entry in the ship's log was dated the 25th of November and contained no sign of distress. The only things missing from the ship were the lifeboat and 10 people. There were many theories. Pirate attack, but no trace of violence. An explosion of alcohol vapor causing panic, but the cargo was undisturbed. A sudden decision to abandon ship, but then why take the chronometer, carefully packed, and leave the cargo documents behind? Researchers have returned to this case for 150 years.
Every theory breaks against one inconsistency or another. 10 people sailed from New York in November of 1872. They were never found. Not alive, not dead, not a trace. The sixth mystery is a number, one specific number, 43 quintillion. That is the number of possible states of a Rubik's Cube. 43 quintillion. A 4 followed by 18 zeros. A number so large that if every person on Earth turned one face of a cube once per second from the moment of the Big Bang, there would not yet have been enough time to work through every possibility. And yet mathematicians have proved that any configuration of the cube can be solved in no more than 20 moves. This is called God's number. Fewer than 20 moves is sometimes insufficient for the most complex configurations, and more than 20 is never needed for any of them. Proving this required about 30 years of work and several million hours of computer calculation. But the most interesting thing is not the number itself. World champions in speed solving complete the puzzle in 3 or 4 seconds. Their hands make more than 10 correct moves per second. Their brain makes the right decision about each movement in fractions of a second. If you ask a champion how they think during those seconds, they cannot explain. They are not working through possibilities. They are not calculating. Something in the brain makes the right choice faster than a conscious thought can form. How exactly that works, neuroscience does not yet know. The seventh mystery is a forest, or rather, what happened to one. On the 30th of June 1908, in the Tunguska River region of Siberia, something so powerful occurred that a forest was flattened across more than 2,000 square kilometers. Trees, thousands and thousands of trees, lay in a radial pattern, all pointing away from a single point, as though something had pressed a button and spread them like a fan. The blast was heard more than 1,000 kilometers away. Barometric waves circled the Earth twice, recorded by instruments in Europe. Witnesses in villages hundreds of kilometers away saw a column of fire in the sky and felt heat on their skin. A farmer about 60 kilometers from the epicenter was knocked off his feet by the shockwave. But there was no crater. Not one fragment of whatever had fallen. At the very center of the fallen forest, some trees were still standing vertically, but stripped of branches, scorched and bare. This meant the explosion had occurred in the air, not on impact. Several kilometers above the taiga, the object had vaporized completely. The accepted explanation: an asteroid or comet nucleus exploding as it entered the dense atmosphere. Physically coherent, plausible. But of the substance that exploded, not a gram. Dozens of expeditions over more than a century found anomalous soil composition, traces of rare chemical elements. The object itself is gone. The Tunguska event remains the most powerful aerial explosion in documented human history, and not quite fully explained. The eighth mystery concerns time. Not clocks, not calendars, but the simple fact that time moves in only one direction. Almost all physical equations, the laws of electromagnetism, gravity, quantum mechanics, work equally well forwards and backwards in time. If you reverse time in those equations, they remain valid. Physics is symmetrical with respect to time. But the world is not symmetrical. No glass assembles itself from its shards. No smoke returns into a chimney. No egg leaps from a frying pan back into its shell. Why? Physicists say because of entropy, because a system moves toward its most probable state, and the most probable state is disorder. A broken glass represents an enormous number of possible configurations of fragments. A whole glass is one configuration. Nature moves from the improbable to the probable. But this gives rise to the next question. Where did the universe come from, with its extraordinarily low initial entropy, ordered, hot, impossibly dense, the point from which everything began expanding? Who or what created that improbable order from which we have been unwinding ever since? This is called the problem of the arrow of time. We feel it in every second, in every heartbeat, but physics does not know why it cannot flow the other way. You are lying here now, and time is moving, slowly, towards sleep. And that is one of the deepest unsolved mysteries in physics. The ninth mystery is music, or rather, its absence where it should have been. In 1685, in two small German towns, two people were born whose names are now inseparable from the history of music. Johann Sebastian Bach in Eisenach, Georg Friedrich Handel in Halle. Both German, both Lutheran, both keyboardists, both among the greatest composers who ever lived. They lived almost exactly the same length of time. Both were famous during their lifetimes, though in different circles, in different ways. Both created bodies of music still performed today. And they never met. 3 times during his life, Bach attempted to see Handel. On one occasion, when Handel returned to Germany to visit his mother, Bach sent him an invitation. Something prevented it. The details have not survived. They lived in the same country, in the same era, separated by a distance of a few hours on horseback, and they were never in the same room. This is not a mystery in the scientific sense. It is simply a conversation that never happened. But somehow this one refuses to leave. What would they have said to each other? What would Bach have heard in Handel's music? What music might have been born from that meeting? 3.5 centuries, and no answer. The 10th mystery is the moon. Not its beauty, its origin. The most accepted hypothesis today is called the giant impact. Around 4.5 billion years ago, a body roughly the size of Mars collided with the young Earth. The material thrown out by the impact gathered in orbit and coalesced into the moon. A compelling story. Computer models reproduce it. But it does not explain everything. The moon rotates around the Earth so that we always see the same hemisphere, explained by gravitational tidal locking, but appearing almost deliberate. The moon, during a total solar eclipse, covers the sun almost perfectly. The angular diameter of the moon in our sky matches the angular diameter of the Sun with a precision that seems impossible by chance. This is explained by the ratio of distances and sizes, but this ratio is unique across the entire solar system. The Moon is slowly drifting away from Earth, about 1.5 inches per year, which means 400 million years ago it was much closer and appeared enormous in the sky. And someday, hundreds of millions of years from now, it will have moved so far that total solar eclipses will no longer be possible. We live in the only period in Earth's history when they are possible, and when there are creatures on the planet capable of looking at the sky and understanding what is happening. Coincidence? The 11th mystery is small and, in its way, frightening.
In 1888, in the Whitechapel district of London, the Victorian slums, close-packed, narrow buildings smelling of coal smoke and Thames damp, someone began to kill. Several women died with identical method. Throat cut, body mutilated with anatomical precision, suggesting knowledge of surgery or pathology. The name Jack the Ripper emerged from a letter supposedly written by the killer, though some historians believe it was fabricated by journalists seeking to sell newspapers. Either way, the name remained. The police deployed resources unprecedented for the time. The list of suspects exceeded 100 people. Artists, doctors, Polish immigrants, members of the royal family. None was convicted. In 2019, a group of British researchers announced they had identified the perpetrator through genetic material on a physical piece of evidence, a shawl allegedly belonging to one of the victims. A name was given, but the methodology was disputed. The shawl had been stored improperly, had passed through many hands over 150 years, and contamination of the sample could not be excluded. No final consensus exists, more than 130 years, and we do not know who it was. The 12th mystery is about sleep, specifically about dreams. Not fatigue, not memory consolidation, but those narratives that unfold in the mind while the body lies still in the dark. Neuroscience has described clearly what the brain does during sleep: slow and rapid phases, characteristic activity rhythms, the hippocampus transferring information to long-term storage. We know much. But what we do not know is this: why, during this time, does the brain produce such complex, sometimes coherent, sometimes absurd, but always internally convincing stories? Why does the brain need narrative? Why sets, characters, emotions, rising tension, or the calm drift from scene to scene? Some researchers believe dreams are a way of processing the emotional content of the day. Others, that they are practice, simulating responses to threat in a safe environment. Others still, that they are simply the side effects of memory consolidation, random activation of neural patterns without independent meaning. All these theories coexist. None is final. And while scientists debate, you lie in the dark, and on the threshold between waking and sleep, images begin to appear, blurred at first, then increasingly specific, and you slide into them like warm water. What is this? We do not know, but it happens to us every night. 13th mystery is a vanished city. More precisely, thousands of vanished cities.
Around 1200 years ago, the civilization of the Maya, which had created one of the most advanced mathematical systems in human history, developed an extraordinarily precise calendar, built enormous stone cities in the jungles of Mexico and Guatemala, began to leave its centers. Tikal, Copan, Palenque, Calakmul, cities with tens of thousands of inhabitants, with pyramids, aqueducts, observatories, markets, emptied over the course of several decades. This is called the collapse of the classic Maya civilization. There are explanations. Prolonged drought. Data from lake sediments indicates significant reduction in rainfall in the 8th and 9th centuries. Soil exhaustion, overpopulation, devastating internal wars. Most likely, all of these interwoven in a tangle where cause and effect can no longer be separated. But none of these explanations touches the most human question. What did the last inhabitants feel leaving Tikal? Did they look back? Did they know they were going forever? Or did they think, for now, things will change. We will return. The jungle grew over the stone of their homes for 3 centuries before the first European again saw pyramids through the leaves. The 14th mystery concerns weight. In 1907, an American physician named Duncan McDougall conducted an experiment that has been argued about for more than a century. He weighed dying patients at the moment of death, literally placed the beds of the dying on scales, and recorded changes in reading at the last breath. In one of 6 patients, he recorded a decrease in weight of roughly 21 grams and published the results in a medical journal, with the cautious suggestion that this might indicate the material weight of something leaving the body at the moment of death. The scientific community rejected the experiment. The methodology was unsound. Only 1 of 6 cases gave a clear result. Weight changes at death were explained by the cessation of breathing and evaporation of moisture. The experiment was considered a failure. But the number remained. 21 grams, the weight of the soul, entered culture as though it were established fact. Films were made about it, books, conversations. Why does an unreliable result, reproduced only once with a failed methodology, become common knowledge? What is it in us that needs the intangible to have weight? The 15th mystery lives in Antarctica. Beneath a layer of ice 4 kilometers thick, there is a lake, liquid, dark, isolated from the rest of the world for approximately 15 million years. It is called Lake Vostok, after the Russian Antarctic Research Station above it, about 250 kilometers in length. There is no light in it. The water pressure is immense. The temperature is a few degrees below zero, but the water remains liquid because of pressure. For 15 million years, no ray of light has reached it. No flow of air from the outside world. Russian scientists drilled toward the lake for decades. In February 2012, the drill finally broke through to the water surface. In samples of water and ice, traces of genetic material were found, from organisms none of which could be identified as a known species. Some sequences match nothing in global databases. An immediate argument arose about contamination of samples during drilling. It cannot be entirely excluded.
Either way, under 4 kilometers of ice, in absolute darkness and crushing pressure, in water isolated from the world longer than the human species has existed, something is there, or was. What exactly? Unknown. The lake is sealed again. They are waiting for better drilling technology. Waiting. The 16th mystery is mathematics. In 1931, a young Austrian logician named Kurt Gödel published a proof that destroyed a dream that had occupied mathematicians for decades. The dream that mathematics would one day become a complete closed system from which any true statement could be derived. Gödel proved this was impossible. In any sufficiently complex mathematical system, there exist true statements that can be neither proved nor disproved while remaining within that system. This is the incompleteness theorem. It means that mathematics cannot close in on itself, that there will always be something beyond the reach of any set of axioms, that any language of description has its own limits. When this reached the scientific community, some mathematicians were shaken. David Hilbert, who had proposed the program for the complete formalization of mathematics, never fully accepted the theorem. Gödel himself lived a difficult life. In later years, he developed a paranoid fear of being poisoned. He stopped eating unless his wife prepared the food. When his wife became gravely ill, there was no one to feed him. He died of starvation, weighing about 30 kilograms. The man who proved the limits of any formal language found himself defenseless against his own mind, caught inside its own loops. The 17th mystery concerns bees. Since the early 2000s, in many countries, North America, Europe, Asia, a phenomenon has been observed called colony collapse disorder. Bees leave the hive and do not return. Not dying inside, the queen remains, the brood, the honey stores. The worker bees simply leave and do not come back. No bodies near the hive, no visible sign of disease. The colony empties. Theories: the varroa mite, a parasite that weakens bee immunity. Neurotoxic pesticides that impair navigational ability. Pathogens: viruses, fungi. Climate change altering the timing of flowering. Most likely, a combination in different proportions in different places. But here is what makes this mystery particular. Bees have lived on Earth for around 100 million years. They survived 5 mass extinctions, the catastrophes that destroyed most of life on the planet. Survived ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. And now, in a world that has become warmer, more chemical, louder, they are beginning to simply leave. 1/3 of all the food humanity eats depends on pollination by insects. Without bees, apples, almonds, avocados, squash, cucumbers, gone. No other mystery in this list has consequences so direct and so near. The 18th mystery is prime numbers. Numbers divisible only by 1 and by themselves. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. They are scattered among the natural numbers without visible pattern, and no one has yet found the law by which they are distributed. Mathematicians have studied them for thousands of years. Euclid proved there are infinitely many of them around 300 years before the Common Era. Millennia have passed, and we know incomparably more, and still cannot predict where the next prime will fall. The Riemann hypothesis, formulated in 1859, describes the distribution of primes using a particular mathematical function. It has survived testing against billions of computations, but it is unproved. A prize of $1 million awaits a rigorous proof. It is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, and it matters beyond pure mathematics. The difficulty of computing prime numbers is the foundation of all modern cryptography.
Every time you enter a password or make a purchase online, algorithms operating in the background rely on the fact that multiplying 2 large primes is easy, but factoring their product back again is extremely hard. The entire digital security of the world rests on something we do not fully understand. The 19th mystery is about color, or rather, whether we see it the same way. You look at red and see something you call red. Someone else looks at the same object and calls it red too. We both stop at a red traffic light. But there is no way to verify whether your inner experience of the color matches theirs. We can compare behavior, we can compare neural responses, but the subjective quality of what you see, what philosophers call qualia, cannot, in principle, be transmitted. 2 people watch the same sunset. Both say it is beautiful, but what exactly they experience inside, no one knows. It is possible that what you perceive as red, another person perceives as something that in their inner vocabulary is also called red, but looks entirely different. Some neurophilosophers consider this problem in principle unsolvable, the hard problem of consciousness. Subjective experience cannot, by its very nature, be objectively described. We do not know whether the world looks the same to you and to me, not the numbers and facts, but the felt sense of being in it. The 20th mystery is a place. In 1995, in Turkey, in the province of Şanlıurfa, a farmer struck stone slabs during fieldwork. This was the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, a site that overturned the entire history of civilization. Massive T-shaped limestone pillars, each weighing up to 50 tons, decorated with carefully carved relief images. Snakes, foxes, cranes, scorpions, wild boars, ducks. Detailed, artistically accomplished. Age, approximately 12,000 years. 7,000 years older than the Egyptian pyramids. 6,000 years older than Stonehenge. And 4,000 years earlier than agriculture appeared in this region. According to accepted models of history, 12,000 years ago, humans lived in small, nomadic groups. But to deliver, carve, and raise stone blocks weighing 50 tons required coordinating the labor of hundreds of people over many years. Who fed them? Who organized the work? Who designed the carvings on the pillars? And what did they mean? And then, the most uncomfortable detail. Around 10,000 years ago, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. Someone expended enormous effort to cover it with earth. That burial is precisely what preserved it until today. Why bury it? Ritual? Protection? Farewell? No one knows. The 21st mystery is a small one, and in its way, very cold. In January of 1959, a small group of experienced hikers, led by Igor Dyatlov, made camp on a slope of a mountain in the northern Ural range. They were well prepared. They were found dead several weeks later. The tent had been cut open from the inside. The group had left it themselves, in the dark, in a hurry. almost without clothing, in temperatures around -30 degrees Celsius. Footprints led down the slope. Some bodies were found a few hundred meters from the tent, others further away in the forest. 2 had heavy fractures of ribs and skull, inconsistent with a simple fall and yet leaving no external marks of impact on the skin. One of the women was missing her tongue. The Soviet investigation closed the case with the phrase, "an overwhelming natural force." What exactly happened on the slope of the mountain that local Mansi people called the Mountain of the Dead is unknown. Modern explanations include an unusual type of slab avalanche, infrasound from wind in a ravine, panic triggered by a natural phenomenon. A Russian reinvestigation reopened in 2019 settled on the avalanche version. The families of those who died and many independent researchers disagreed, primarily because the tracks in the snow did not match the pattern of an avalanche, and some of the injuries are difficult to explain by one. What happens to people in the mountains at night? Sometimes we simply do not know. The 22nd mystery is silence. The universe is vast. In the observable portion of it, there are around 2 trillion galaxies. In each galaxy, on average, several hundred billion stars. In our galaxy alone, by current estimates, between 10 and several hundred billion planets. Of those, perhaps tens of thousands to several million may lie within the habitable zone, the distance from a star at which liquid water can exist on a surface. If life arises wherever conditions allow, then in 14 billion years of cosmic history, intelligent life should have appeared many times. Civilizations capable of interstellar communication, too. So where is everyone? This is called the Fermi paradox. In 1950, physicist Enrico Fermi asked this question over lunch with colleagues, and it became the central problem of astrobiology. If civilizations exist, why do we see no signals, no probes, no signs of stars being modified? There are many explanations. Perhaps life is vanishingly rare, something in its origin so improbable that we are alone. Perhaps intelligent life inevitably destroys itself before reaching beyond its planet. Perhaps civilizations choose deliberately to avoid contact. Perhaps the distances are simply too great. None of these is proven. The silence continues. 70 years of active listening and nothing heard. Except perhaps one signal. 72 seconds. The 23rd mystery is memory. Not memory in general, but its specific physics. Where exactly in the brain a specific memory is stored, in which neuron, in which connection between neurons is encoded the face of a person you saw once 20 years ago, the smell of a kitchen from childhood, the feeling of fear of something that has long since passed. Neuroscience shows that memory is distributed. The trace of a single recollection involves networks of neurons in different parts of the brain. And every time you remember something, you are not playing back a recording. You are constructing the memory again from components. And each time, it may change slightly, without your noticing. New details, heard later, embed themselves in old memories. The emotional tone of the moment of recall colors what was stored. You are certain you remember how things were, but you remember a reconstruction, slightly different each time. This means memory is fundamentally unreliable. People confidently remember events that never happened. Witnesses recall details that were inadvertently suggested during questioning. Who are you if everything you know about yourself is a series of reconstructions? There is a further detail that psychologists have found difficult to look away from. People do not only remember things that never happened, they are sometimes deeply certain of these memories. A researcher named Elizabeth Loftus conducted studies in which subjects were given fabricated family photographs, supposedly from their childhood. And after several weeks, around a third of them began to remember the depicted event in detail. Not simply agreeing that it might have happened, actually remembering. The smells, the conversations, the specific quality of the light. The event had never occurred. The certainty was complete. This called into question a significant portion of eyewitness testimony in legal cases, and it raised a question that has no comfortable answer. Is there anything in our memory that we can be genuinely certain of? The felt sense of a memory being real and its actual accuracy are two entirely separate things, which the brain cannot distinguish between. The 24th mystery is honey. In Egyptian tombs over 3,000 years old, sealed vessels have been found, and the honey inside was still edible. This is the only natural food that, stored properly, does not spoil at all. Several reasons. Honey contains almost no water, insufficient for microorganisms to develop. High acidity suppresses bacteria. Bees add an enzyme that converts part of the sugar to hydrogen peroxide, a natural antiseptic. High sugar concentration creates osmotic pressure that kills any cell attempting to establish itself there. The Egyptians knew this. They placed honey in tombs deliberately, food for an eternal journey. They knew it would last forever. How they came to know this, they left no written explanation. There is more to honey's strangeness. In certain regions of Turkey, in the mountains of Pontus, where rhododendrons grow, bees collect nectar containing neurotoxins. The honey from this nectar causes hallucinations, drops in blood pressure, slowing of the pulse. It is called mad honey. It is sold legally and used in small doses as a particular delicacy. In larger doses, it is toxic. The ancients appear to have known this too, and used it in certain ritual contexts. Bees have existed for 100 million years. Honey came to us finished, complete, working. A human being did not invent it, and could not have invented it, through millions of years of refinement. The 25th mystery is a yawn. You may already wish to yawn simply because you heard the word. This is normal. Yawning is contagious. People begin yawning when they see someone else yawn, or when they merely think about yawning. Chimpanzees catch yawns from humans on video. Dogs catch yawns from their owners. Even tortoises, by some accounts, respond to the yawns of others. Fish yawn, birds yawn, snakes yawn. We and the fish share this across 500 million years of evolution, and we still do not know exactly why. The classic explanation, oxygenating the brain, was tested and disproved. People yawn equally often in rooms with different oxygen levels. A more recent version, cooling the brain. A deep breath of cool air lowers the temperature of blood flowing to the brain. The brain functions more precisely at slightly lower temperatures, Yawning is thermoregulation. This version has some supporting data, but it does not explain contagion. A separate puzzle. Children under about 5 years of age are not susceptible to contagious yawning. They yawn themselves, but do not catch yawns from watching others. This is precisely the age at which mirror self-awareness has not yet formed. It hints at a connection between contagious yawning and empathy. But then, why do fish yawn? The 26th mystery is a map. In 1929, in the library of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, a map was discovered dating to 1513 and signed by the Ottoman admiral Piri Reis. The map shows the western coasts of Europe and Africa, the eastern coast of South America, with remarkable accuracy for its time. But one detail is unexplained. In the lower portion of the map, a coastline is depicted which some 20th century researchers compared to Antarctica. Officially discovered in 1820, more than 300 years after the map was made. Moreover, some researchers suggested the depicted coastline might correspond not to modern Antarctica, hidden under ice, but to how the continent's shore appeared several thousand years ago, before the glaciation. Skeptics offer simpler explanations: distortion of cartographic projection, coincidence, misinterpretation of a portion of the South American coast. Piri Reis himself wrote that he used earlier sources, including maps tracing back to ancient Greek originals. What those sources were, we do not know. They did not survive. The map of Piri Reis does not prove the existence in ancient times of a civilization that knew Antarctica, but it poses a question to which we have no satisfying answer. The 27th mystery is about music again, but this time from a different direction. Why do we love music at all? From the standpoint of evolutionary biology, it is a strange expenditure of resources. It does not feed, does not warm, does not help escape predators, does not improve survival in drought. And yet every known human culture, without exception, has created music. Absolutely all, not one, not several, not most, but all. The oldest musical instruments found by archaeologists, bone flutes from caves in southwestern Germany, date to more than 40,000 years ago. The brain responds to music the same way it responds to food, to love, to other biologically significant stimuli, releasing dopamine. Certain harmonic combinations produce physical chills, a shiver, a phenomenon connected to neural networks that process expectation and prediction. One theory: music is a form of social synchronization. Shared rhythm bonds a group. Armies march to music for a reason. Choirs sing for a reason. Another theory: music is a byproduct of language, using the same neural pathways to process sound. But neither of these explains why certain chords produce a feeling that cannot be put into words. Something like longing for a place you have never been. Something greater than sadness. Something for which language has no words. And precisely for that reason, we need music. The music fills the space that words leave open. The 28th mystery is a mirror, or rather, the paradox that lives in one. A mirror reverses left and right. Your right hand in the reflection becomes a left hand, but it does not reverse up and down. Your head remains at the top, your feet at the bottom. Why does a mirror reverse left and right, but not up and down? The question bewilders adults as well as children. Physically, the answer is simple. A mirror reverses nothing along left-right or up-down axes. It reflects only the axis perpendicular to its surface, the front-to-back axis. Left and right appear to switch only because we project ourselves mentally into the reflection. We imagine standing in the position of our mirror image and facing outward toward ourselves, and then the image's right side is opposite our left. But that is an illusion created by our system of perception, not a property of the mirror. The mirror does nothing. We create the paradox ourselves by the way we look. The 29th mystery is why some of us are left-handed. Around 10% of people are left-handed. This proportion has been stable for at least 5,000 years. We know this from cave paintings, from tools found in burial sites. 10%, always. From an evolutionary perspective, this is strange. If left-handedness were harmful, it would gradually disappear. If advantageous, it would spread. What keeps this ratio stable across millennia? One explanation, in certain competitive contexts, particularly in close combat, a left-hander has an advantage because most opponents have trained against right-handers. This is supported by the fact that among professional boxers and fencers, left-handers occur 2 to 3 times more often than in the general population. This explanation is reasonable, but it does not explain why exactly 10%, not 20, not 5. What holds that number with such precision? We do not know. The 30th mystery is genetics, or rather, most of it. In 1953, Watson and Crick described the structure of the molecule of heredity, the double helix. Since then, we have known how genetic information is stored, read, transmitted. But here is what has emerged with further study. Around 98% of the human genome does not code for any proteins. Proteins, what is generally understood as the work of genes. The remaining 98% is something else. For a long time, these stretches were called junk DNA, assumed to be non-functional remnants of ancient viruses, random mutations, evolutionary rough drafts. But gradually, it became clear these stretches are not idle. They regulate the protein-coding genes. They govern when and in which cells a gene will be active. They participate in processes we are only beginning to understand. What exactly most of these sequences do is still unknown. 98% of our genome is terra incognita. We carry within us an enormous text we do not know how to read. The 31st mystery is about simultaneity. In the history of science, there is a phenomenon that repeats with remarkable regularity. Discoveries are made simultaneously and independently by different people who knew nothing of each other. Newton and Leibniz independently invented calculus, at the same time in different countries. Darwin and Wallace independently arrived at the theory of natural selection. Darwin had been working on his book for 20 years. Wallace sent him a letter with the same conclusions in a matter of weeks. The telephone was patented simultaneously by 2 inventors, hours apart. Oxygen was discovered independently in several countries. The list is long. Historians of science call this multiple independent discovery, and note it is so common it cannot be coincidence. When conditions ripen, the discovery happens, not because one genius found it first, but because its time had come. What does this mean? That ideas exist somewhere, in the intellectual atmosphere of an era, in the sum of knowledge available simultaneously to several people. that certain discoveries are somehow inevitable. If that is true, who else in the world right now is thinking the same thought as you? There is a mystery about what happens when you cannot be tickled by yourself. Try right now. Draw a finger slowly across your own palm. Almost nothing. But if someone else makes the same movement, the reaction is entirely different. The cerebellum, the part of the brain that manages coordination of movement, tracks the body's own movements in advance and effectively subtracts them from the sensory signal. When you touch yourself, the brain already knows about it and dampens the response. But why does it dampen it? Why did evolution preserve a mechanism that responds only to another's touch, not to one's own?
Presumably, so the body would remain alert to external contact. But if that is true, tickling should feel like a threat, not like something that makes you laugh. Why does tickling produce laughter? That is a separate question without a convincing answer. Not all mysteries are vast. Some are written into the soles of your feet. There is a mystery about buildings. The Pantheon in Rome was built around 2,000 years ago. It remains to this day the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world. Not because modern engineers have not tried to match it, but because Roman concrete, it turns out, behaves differently from modern concrete. Roman builders used volcanic ash from the region of Pozzuoli. When that ash comes into contact with seawater, it forms crystals of a mineral called tolbermarite. And these crystals, over time, strengthen the concrete rather than weaken it. Modern concrete cracks in seawater within decades. Roman harbour structures have stood for 2,000 years. We know this. We have analysed the composition. We are studying it. And yet, we cannot exactly reproduce the recipe. Something in it remains unknown. The past is not simply behind us. Sometimes it is ahead of us. There is a mystery in the night sky itself. If the universe were infinite and uniformly filled with stars, then in whichever direction you looked, your line of sight should eventually reach a star. The sky should be uniformly bright. But the sky is dark. This is called Olber's paradox. The modern answer: the universe is not infinitely old. Light from the most distant stars has not yet had time to reach us. The universe is expanding, and light from distant sources redshifts and weakens. The dark sky is not emptiness. It is light that has not yet arrived. Information still in transit, traveling toward us through space that is itself expanding. The dark sky is the future that has not yet come. There is a mystery that runs deeper than any of the others on this list, and quieter. When you look at a star at night, you see it as it was when the light left it, perhaps 100 years ago, perhaps 1,000, perhaps 1,000,000. You are seeing the past. Some of the stars visible in the sky tonight no longer exist. They exploded or faded while their light was traveling toward us. You are looking at dead stars without knowing it. The night sky is not a picture of the present moment. It is a mosaic assembled from different moments of the past, gathered into a single glance. And here is what follows from this. If someone in another galaxy were looking at our Earth right now through a sufficiently powerful telescope, they would see Earth as it was millions of years ago, before people,
before dinosaurs, simply a planet. We exist in the present only for ourselves. For the rest of the universe, we are always slightly in the past. There is a mystery about why some animals seem to know when an earthquake is coming. Not in a mystical sense, in a documented one. Days or hours before tremors, some animals behave unusually. Snakes leave their burrows in winter. Toads abandon ponds. Dogs begin to whine. This was observed for centuries and dismissed as superstition. But data has accumulated. In 2009, days before a devastating earthquake in L'Aquila, Italy, researchers recorded that a colony of toads had completely abandoned a nearby lake. The mechanism is unknown. Possibly sensitivity to changes in electromagnetic fields, to microwave emissions from underground stress in rock, to infrasound. There is no reliable way to use this as a warning system. The animals sometimes respond, sometimes they do not. They seem to know something. They have simply not found a way to tell us clearly. There is a mystery about what happens to language when no one speaks it anymore. Every 2 weeks on Earth, a language dies. The last speaker leaves, and with them goes a unique system of thought, a particular way of dividing reality into categories, words for phenomena that have no equivalents in other tongues, stories that existed only in that language. The Piraha language, spoken by a small community in the Amazon basin, has no past or future tense, only the present. No numbers, no word for all. This is not primitivity. It is a different relationship with time and quantity, a different way of living in the moment. When a language disappears, a whole way of being in the world disappears with it. We do not know how many such worlds have already vanished, how many words for phenomena we cannot now even name went with the last people who spoke them. The silence left behind is not empty. It is full of what we can no longer hear. There is a mystery about pain. Or rather, its absence in certain circumstances. People who suffer serious injuries in moments of extreme stress, in battle, for instance, often do not feel pain immediately after the injury, sometimes for hours. The mechanisms are partially understood, but the complete picture is not. Because the same wound can be agonizing for one person and barely noticed by another. Pain threshold varies so widely that it is difficult to speak of any normal pain. Chronic pain remains one of the least understood areas of medicine. We can relieve it, but we cannot reliably treat its cause. What is pain exactly? A signal, an experience, a warning, or all of these at once? And why does the same signal register so differently? No complete answer, only imperfect tools that work differently for different people, for reasons we do not fully understand. There is a mystery about the face. In the 1970s, a researcher named Paul Ekman studied facial expression and identified what he called micro-expressions, almost instantaneous movements of facial muscles lasting fractions of a second that reflect genuine emotions before a person has time to suppress them. Ekman found that the basic emotions, fear, disgust, joy, anger, surprise, sadness, contempt, are expressed on the face identically across all cultures of the world, without exception. And here is what is strange. People blind from birth express the same basic emotions with the same muscle movements. They have never seen anyone laugh or cry, and yet they do it the same way. Facial expression is not learned through observation. It is built in. Where exactly and for what purpose is a question that has only a partial answer. There is a mystery about how it feels to look at another person's face and feel something immediately, before any thought has formed.
Neuroscience has found regions of the brain that activate when we look at faces we find attractive. But why this particular face and not that one is not known. In a fraction of a second, something happens, something that cannot be described, that arrives before words, that the brain processes faster than consciousness can follow. The entire history of art is, in part, an attempt to capture this, the feeling of looking at a face that does something to you. You cannot say what, and cannot say why. We have been trying to name this for 40,000 years. We still have not found the word. The 30-second mystery is the lucid dream, a state in which the sleeping person becomes aware they are dreaming and sometimes able to shape what happens inside the dream. This has been documented and reproduced in laboratory conditions. Sleepers were trained in a code, specific eye movements, which they performed during sleep, signaling to researchers that they were in a lucid state. The signals were recorded by instruments. About half of all people have experienced a lucid dream at least once. Some have them regularly and describe the experience as among the most vivid of their lives. Full sense of reality with full knowledge that it is a dream. But here is what is strange. No one can explain why the brain, in a state of sleep largely disconnected from external stimuli, suddenly generates within itself an observer who knows they are inside a dream. What exactly is happening in the neural networks at that moment is being studied, but the phenomenon itself remains mysterious. Why would a sleeping brain understand that it is sleeping? Perhaps it is a random artifact. Perhaps it is a key to something fundamental in the nature of consciousness. Perhaps it is simply very interesting. Perhaps at this moment you are closer to it than you think. And the 33rd mystery, the closest of all. You, or rather, whatever is listening to these words right now, whatever knows it is listening, whatever can feel tired or interested or quiet, whatever calls itself I. Neuroscience describes the brain with extraordinary precision. Electrical impulses, synaptic transmissions, neurotransmitters, activation maps. It can explain why you see red as red, certain receptors in the retina, certain processing pathways in the visual cortex. It can describe the neural events corresponding to pain, to joy, to memory. But it cannot explain why any of this means anything. Why you are not simply a biological mechanism processing signals in the dark of a skull. Why there is someone inside for whom things are painful or pleasant. Who hears music as beautiful rather than simply registering vibrations of air. The philosopher David Chalmers named this the hard problem of consciousness in 1995. Hard, not because it requires great computation, but because it lies beyond any explanation we currently know how to construct. To explain how the brain produces subjective experience using current physics is not possible. Perhaps an entirely different physics is needed. You lie in the dark, and your brain, 3 pounds of fat and protein, the most complex structure known to us in the universe, produces something that calls itself you.
something that thinks, that feels, that notices the silence of the night, that hears its own breathing. No one knows how this happens. This is the closest mystery. The distance to it, 0. It is everywhere inside you, right now. And there is one related mystery that almost no one thinks about, because it happens to us and we simply trust it. How exactly anesthesia works is not fully known. We know that certain molecules entering the blood and brain cause loss of consciousness. We know this is reproducible and safe when applied correctly. But the precise mechanism through which an anesthetic molecule switches off consciousness is not known. There are hypotheses, effects on ion channels, changes in synaptic transmission, disruption of certain oscillations in neural networks. None explains everything. This means that every time a person is put under general anesthesia, the doctors are doing something that works reliably without knowing exactly why. What is consciousness that it can be switched off and back on by a molecule? What happens during those hours when it is absent? Patients describe many things. Some speak of complete darkness, some of vague images, some of something that does not fit into any words. The question does not frighten. It simply sits there, open, like a door at the end of a long corridor. And the 33rd mystery brings us to what may be the strangest question in all of philosophy. Why is there something rather than nothing? Leibniz asked this in the 17th century. Several hundred years have passed. Philosophers have written thousands of pages. Physicists have proposed models of multiple universes, of quantum foam. And the question has not moved. Because every answer to it generates the next question. If something exists because something larger exists, where did the larger come from? If the universe arose from a quantum fluctuation of the vacuum, where did the vacuum come from with its quantum laws? Every step backward opens a new abyss. At some point, explanation runs out, and what remains is simply the fact. All of this exists. You exist. The night exists. And that, perhaps, is strange enough to pause on for a few moments and simply feel. There is a mystery that concerns everyone who has ever lived. Why do we remember some things and forget others? And why can we not control this? You remember a scent encountered once in childhood, but forget the name of someone you saw a week ago. You remember a phrase heard years ago, but cannot recall what you did last Tuesday morning. Neuroscience describes the mechanisms of memory consolidation, the role of sleep, the role of emotion in determining what will survive. Emotionally saturated events are remembered better. This explains why we recall awkward moments with photographic clarity. But why that particular childhood scent and not another? Why that particular phrase? Who decides what to keep? Memory stores what it wishes, without asking us. There is a mystery most people have experienced, and few have thought carefully about. Déjà vu. You arrive in an unfamiliar place, or hear an unfamiliar conversation, and suddenly feel certain this has happened before. Not similar to something. Exactly this. Exactly here. Exactly now.
The feeling is so convincing that some people manage to think he's about to say this, and he does. One plausible version, a brief error in the memory systems. New information accidentally enters the region of long-term memory before passing through working memory, and the brain registers new experience as already known. Another version, interference from neural networks responsible for familiarity, which can activate on patterns that vaguely resemble something experienced before, even when no specific prior situation occurred.
But neither version accounts for the cases where a person predicts the next sentence and is right. There is a mystery hidden in every forest. Trees communicate, not metaphorically, through root systems connected by networks of mycorrhizal fungi. They exchange nutrients and chemical signals. A tree under attack by insects sends chemical warnings to its neighbors, which begin producing defensive compounds before anything has touched them. An ill tree receives sugars from healthy neighbors. A dying tree, in its final months, sends its remaining carbon outward through the web to the trees around it. The forests we walk through are not collections of separate individuals. They are networks. But here is the question that remains without answer. Is there something in these networks resembling experience? Does the forest feel anything? Or is it chemistry without a subject? We do not know. We are only beginning to understand what to ask. There is a mystery that lives in stone, literally. In the racetrack playa of Death Valley in California, stones move on their own. On the absolutely flat, dry surface of a former lake bed, stones leave furrows dozens of meters long. No one ever saw them move in the act. Documented observations go back to the early 20th century. Theories were proposed: wind, a slippery surface, thin melting ice. In 2014, a group of scientists placed cameras and sensors and finally recorded the process. In winter, a thin layer of ice sometimes forms in the desert. When it begins to melt, small panels of ice, driven by wind, push the rocks. The mystery is solved, and yet the place continues to feel strange, because there is something in it that is not explained by panels of ice alone. Something about the fact that the world moves, slowly, patiently, even in places where no one is watching. There is a mystery in how we hear speech. When you hear spoken words, a continuous stream of sound without pauses between them, your brain divides it into words by itself. In real speech, words are not separated by silences. They flow together without gaps. And yet you hear individual words. Your brain somehow knows where one ends and the next begins. How exactly is only partially understood. Statistics, prosody, context. But the specific mechanism that does this in real time, instantly, without error, faster than any existing algorithm, is not fully known. Right now, as you listen to these words, your brain is doing something completely extraordinary and not noticing it at all. And there is one final mystery, the quietest one. Why do we sometimes feel well for no reason? Not because something good has happened, not because of rest or food, simply a weave of quiet well-being that comes from nowhere and goes to nothing. Neuroscience speaks of baseline mood tone
of serotonin and dopamine systems. Psychology speaks of flow. All of this partially explains the phenomenon. But the feeling itself, where it comes from in a specific moment, why now? Why with this particular quality? No one knows. It simply arrives, sometimes at night, when you lie in the quiet and everything seems somehow in its place, and thoughts are slow and warm, and nothing is needed right now. This is a mystery, a small one, a pleasant one, asking nothing. Every person carries inside themselves their own list of unexplained things. Not global ones, personal ones. Why that particular moment from childhood is remembered so clearly. Why a conversation with a certain person is so effortless. Why certain places produce a feeling for which there is no name.
These personal mysteries are no less real than the signal from Sagittarius or the manuscript in Yale. They are simply smaller, but they are yours, and they too have no full answer. Science moves forward. Every year, something that seemed incomprehensible receives an explanation. The structure of proteins, which a century could not decipher, was predicted by an algorithm in a matter of weeks. Diseases that seemed mysterious acquire mechanisms. Artifacts that lay for millennia begin to tell their stories. And yet the list of questions does not shrink. It grows. Because every answer opens a new horizon, and there, beyond the horizon, stands the next question, deeper, stranger, more beautiful. You lie in the dark. Outside, the night, quiet or not, with a smell you know. Somewhere beyond the layer of atmosphere, space, cold, immense, silent, or not. Somewhere in the archives of Yale University, a manuscript is silent. Somewhere in Antarctica, a lake is silent. Somewhere in the depths of the brain, consciousness is silent, or speaking, but in the language we do not yet know. All of this is here, nearby, simultaneous with you. And you can simply know this, hold it somewhere at the edge of attention, the way you hold background music you are not listening to specifically, but which is there. The world is mysterious. You are in it. That is enough. 33 questions, 33 open doors. The signal from the constellation Sagittarius lasted 72 seconds and fell silent. The manuscript in Yale has been silent for 600 years. The mechanism lay on the sea floor for 2,000 years and still did not tell us who made it or why. The lake, under 4 kilometers of ice, has kept its secrets for 15 million years. Prime numbers are scattered through the number line without a law we can read. And you are somewhere in all of this, warm and still and breathing slowly, carrying the deepest mystery of all. What is interesting about this list is not how much remains unknown. What is interesting is how the unknown feels. It does not feel like a void. It does not feel like failure. It feels like the edge of something. The way the edge of a forest feels at dusk, when the trees begin to lose their definition, and the light is warm and low, and somewhere beyond the last visible trunk, there is more and more, and more. The world is not a solved puzzle with a few pieces missing. It is something much larger, something that will remain larger than us, no matter how much we learn. And there is a particular kind of peace in accepting this. Not the peace of giving up, the peace of arriving at the right relationship to the world's size. You do not need to understand everything tonight. You do not need to understand anything tonight. Tonight, you only need to breathe and to let the mysteries drift around you, not demanding answers, not creating anxiety, simply present, the way the dark is present, the way the quiet is present. The Voynich manuscript is sitting behind glass in Yale right now, at this moment. The lake in Antarctica is lying still under its 4 kilometers of ice. The prime numbers are distributed through infinity in a pattern no one has named. The signal from Sagittarius, wherever it came from, has been traveling through space since 1977, moving outward, through the dark. And you are here, in the same universe, in the same night, part of all of it, without needing to explain any of it. But here is what you notice when you look at these mysteries for a long time. They do not frighten. They do not create anxiety. They create something else, the sense that the world is far wider than what we have managed to describe. That behind every answer stands a new question, going further down. That not knowing is not a failure. It is honesty. Honesty before how vast the thing surrounding us truly is. The night is a good time for this feeling. When the day's work is done, when words run out and only silence remains. In that silence, you can hear the world breathe. Large, dark, full of questions, and completely calm. 33 mysteries are drifting somewhere nearby, asking nothing, creating no disturbance. They were here before you. They will be here after. They need nothing from you right now. Right now, you can simply lie a little deeper. Feel the weight, warm and pleasant, as the body settles into the bed. As the breath becomes slower, as thoughts begin to lose their edges, dissolving, flowing into each other. Somewhere in the night, the signal still drifts. 72 seconds from the constellation Sagittarius. No one answered. No one explained. But someone sat at a desk, looked at a paper tape, and wrote one word beside it. Wow. And that turned out to be enough, so that almost 50 years later, on a dark night, someone lies in bed and thinks about it. Thinks, and slowly stops thinking. Stops thinking. If this was with you tonight, pass it to someone else who sometimes finds the night difficult. Sometimes what is needed is simply a voice in the dark, without urgency, without a